guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll
check. Check 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check. We're good on camera. Mic check. Mic check 1, 2. On the Shorehorn side of things, we're 5 minutes away from showtime, folks. 5 minutes away, we'll have the first class of junior yearling or junior division heifer calves set in the marshalling area.
If I'm honest, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just wandering the ruins, looking for a place to start. If I'm honest, I don't know who I am. All I see is a man who's waiting for a wake-up call. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Open up my mind, but can I find a melody, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Keep singing. If I'm honest, I wish I was better at everything I have ever tried and failed to be. I wear every letdown, I show every scar, and I found that hope can only carry you so far. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, and sing it to me. Open up my mind.
There's DNA, then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. It's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD, with the pulling power to prove it. Tow hitches of the world, prepare for glory.
The fabric of nature hangs in the balance because our planet is under threat and one creature is at the center of it all.
Every day between now and 2050, it gets harder to feed the world.
We have had the mantra pounded into us, you gotta produce more, you gotta feed the world.
If we keep eating animal products on this scale, climate change continues to be exacerbated.
Many people would say cows are the worst thing in the world for the climate.
People say, let's just get rid of livestock and grow crops instead. That's not possible.
We're really missing the bigger picture.
In a world without cows, we may be giving up one of our best tools to help heal the planet.
If we want to truly mitigate climate change, we need animals on the landscape. How do we pull that carbon out of the atmosphere and put it back into the soil? That's where livestock come in.
Agriculture holds the key to saving our planet.
What really happens if you take all the cows away?
Are we better off in a world without cows?
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Canadian Western Agribition for the Friday, the last Friday of Canadian Western Agribition. We'd like to welcome everyone here to our National Hereford Show for 2024. Welcome, everyone, to the Chevy GMC Arena as we are ready to start our Hereford Show for 2024. This is our National Hereford Show here from Regina. We'd like to welcome our judge today evaluating all of our cattle, our Lance Leachman from Maidstone, Saskatchewan. We'll introduce Lance a little bit more through the show, but as we start out our show today, this is class number 1. We're into our heifer calf division. These are heifers born March 1st to July 15th. This is split number 1. We should have 7 entries into this first split of heifer calves on our Hereford side of the ring today. Well, good morning, folks, here on the Shorehorn side of the ring. We welcome you to Canadian Western Agribition here in the Chevrolet GMC Stadium and live on DLMS or on YouTube through Cattle Vids. Today we got with us today our judge, Mr. Tyson Hertz from Fir Mountain, Saskatchewan here. He is working with our first class of junior division heifer calves. Ages range from April 2nd to March 20th. We certainly like to welcome Tyson to the show here, and your class is complete. Folks, as we watch Judge Hertz go through the first class here, I'll give you a little bio on Judge Tyson here. Grew up on a family farm near Dutchess, Alberta. They raised purebred Limousin cattle under the operation Ivy Livestock. And as he got older, he found a different path in life and moved and now currently living near Fir Mountain, Saskatchewan, where he and his wife Callie and their 3 wonderful children, Sloan, Fowler, and Rustin, work alongside Callie's parents, Clayton and Corrine Gibson, at the 6 Mile Ranch. 6 Mile currently runs approximately 600 cow-calf pairs with the main focus on red and black Angus seed stock. 6 Mile also hosts an annual bull sale every April at the ranch and a select female every fall. And they just had their female sale here back on November 16th, their genetic focus sale. Tyson has judged cattle shows across North America, including the Toronto Royal Agriculture Winter Fair, Farm Fair International in Edmonton, other breed shows at Agribition, and now he can add to his resume the Canadian Western Agribition Shorehorn Show. They've also had many years of success showing across at various shows, including Farm Fair International, the National Western Stock Show in Denver, and Canadian Western Agribition. And if memory serves me right, they just had national champion Black Angus female here at Farm Fair a couple weeks ago, and yesterday had reserve champion Red Angus bulls. So we're getting a good look into a man who's got some good eye on some cattle here. And Tyson also at this time would like to thank and be honored for being a part of the Shorehorn Show today. And it looks like we got comments on our first class here from Judge Tyson Hertz.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be back in this ring on this side of the mic today. When I step foot in these rings, I always take it very seriously, and I don't take a single class for granted, because I know when I'm on the other side of the halter, I'd expect the same from the guy behind the mic. An awesome class of junior heifer calves here to start, and I think there's two heifers that gravitate to the top pretty quickly for me, and I think they're very different and contrasting in their type and kind. For me, I think it's the structural advantages in our class winner that get her to the top. When you ask these heifers to go, she just sets up square and truer out of her hip. She's more mobile and more flexible and more comfortable out of her hock. She's the greener, longer, more extended heifer who's prettier from her shoulders forward. With that being said, the class advantages definitely lie in our second place animal, being stouter, wider gauged, bigger based, and square and truer at her front knee. But with that being said, when you ask her to go, we just need to see her a little square and truer out of her hip and hind leg. The young man's heifer that comes to us in third, a really nice outlined heifer. I think a female that does a lot of good things in terms of structural correctness. She's correct in terms of the angle of her knee and shoulder. A female for me today, we'd just like to see stoutened up when you get behind her, especially compared to the heifer that lands directly above her. The young lady's heifer that comes to us next, a female I really like the expression and stoutness of pin that she offers. A female that's big backed when you get in behind her. For me today, I just like to see her balanced out a little bit in terms of her center body and more uniform in her body depth. And then the young man's heifer that we round the class off with, the dark cherry red heifer. A heifer again that opens up with lots of muscle expression and shape to her. For me, we just need to see just a little more structural soundness as she gets out and goes. A really nice starting class for our Shorthorn Show today.
Well, before we announce that class, though, congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors. We're going to get comments on our Hereford ring to keep things moving today from our judge, Mr. Lance Leachman, on split number 1 of our heifer calves.
Well, just first of all, I'd like to welcome everybody to the show. Anybody that's came from a distance and came to support these breeders, we sure appreciate it. If you get sick of listening to me, at least you got the pleasure to hear Tyson on the other side. Very good young guy, and his family do an excellent job with his in-laws at 6 Mile. And so it'd be a pleasure for us to watch him as well throughout the day. As we start this Hereford class, I think two females that probably separate themselves in terms of quality, and they're not very similar to one another in several regards. I guess what my logic was in this particular class was she's the one that really hits me in terms of just her power and shape and dimension, but still puts it into a package that's appealing from a structure and balance standpoint. She's really long-bodied. She's got a lot of shape down her top and out of her hip. She stands really bold and square from her hock to the ground, has plenty of openness through her center body, and I think she's got just a little bit more extension, which corresponds with her body length over the second heifer, particularly from her shoulder forward, a female that I think is still acceptable in the way that she travels with as much bone as she has. Heifer calf that comes in second, really like her just in terms of her build and skeleton. I think when you analyze her from her shoulder back, she's extremely engaging in terms of her strength and levelness at top, the way that she comes so level and true out of her hip. She travels really nice at the ground in terms of length and flexibility in her lower joints. She strikes me as being just a little bit lower performing. She's not one that I think, if you look at her in the average, is that way, but just when you compare in particular to our class winner, I just don't see as much of her. She's maybe just a little bit shorter up through her neck, doesn't quite have the same extension, and not quite the same spread in terms of her skeleton from front to back that the female winning the class offers. Female that comes in next, she's one that struck me hard as she came in, and I really like her from probably the profile more than I do when I get behind her. I love her depth of body. I think she opens up bold and powerful in her forerib. She maintains some shape down her top. She's probably not as powerful when I look at her from behind as what I was expecting, so she's deceiving in that regard that she doesn't travel away with the same base width and squareness at her foundation that the heifers preceding her in class do. But I love her body, I love her maternal look, and love the shape that she offers to her rib cage. Probably a big high performing, maybe the biggest and highest performing in terms of length of body and just a little bit more potential mature size is the heifer that comes next. And I like those things about her. I think she's acceptable in terms of her condition. When you look down in the fold of her brisket, she's super long bodied, female that's still up headed and made quite nice in the way that she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib. As she goes away, she's a little bit narrow constructed. She tends to get just a little bit higher in her tail head, and at times doesn't quite have the aesthetically pleasing look to her hind leg that the heifers in front of her offer. Broody body, more moderate framed heifer, this dark one that comes next. I love her depth of body and full rib. She's one that you think would, as she gets set in production, be one that maintains her body condition relatively easily. She's narrow constructed, a little bit flatter in terms of her shape than the heifers that precede her, but in terms of her structure and just the look that she has maternally, I think she's got a lot of really neat things to go forward with. Again, a really nice heifer that comes next, and not a lot of faults, so she just gets overpowered in this class in terms of sheer spread of muscle, dimension, length of body, and performance. She's still good in terms of her structure. She gets out and takes a long athletic stride. She's bold enough in the shape of her rib, and she too, I think, is pretty acceptable in terms of condition. Heifer that comes next, that concludes the class, I mean, she's one that's obviously probably going to be quite easy fleshing if you look at her body shape in relation to her frame. I think she's already evidenced that, and that she's just a little bit fuller, a little bit deeper into her brisket and her chest floor than what I'd prefer. She's also more moderate framed heifer that's potentially just a little bit frailer in her underpinnings and lighter muscle than the options that precede her.
Well, thank you very much, Lance. We'll just announce this class quick and then turn it over to the Shorthorn class. First place in that class goes under number 2701. It's MJT 2135, Queen Nellie ET 20M, exhibited by MJT Cattle Company. Second place under number 2702, Haraldson's Artwork ET 65M, exhibited by Haraldson's Polled Herefords and additional owner Anita Doctor. Third place 2707, DGB Copperstone Maiden 6M, exhibited by DGB Farms and Warner Westerland. Fourth place, entry number 2694, Brooks 60K 26H Deanna 46M, exhibited by Brooks Farms. Fifth place goes to entry number 2698. It's XLP Mount Vernon Mandy 217M, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services and Mount Vernon Polled Herefords. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 2695. It's CNT 115H Pebbles 26H, exhibited by CNT Cattle Company and Chris Lees. Rounding out that class, entry number 2699, Twin View 8J Miss Hanley 158M, exhibited by Twin View Polled Herefords. We're going to move into split number 2 in our heifer calves. These are heifer calves born March 1st to July 15th. This is split number 2 in our Hereford ring. We'll turn it back to our Shorthorn ring for results from that previous class. Well, thanks, Mark, there. So we'll get you results from the first class, the split one of Junior Division heifer calves. In first place, we had MSA Lady 25M, exhibited by Martin Farms of Gore Bay, Ontario. In second place, we had entry 3083 TSS Katrina 3M, exhibited by 3-Star Shorthorns of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. In third place, we had entry 3076 LL Augusta Pride 61M, exhibited by Long Lake Shorthorns of Simpson, Saskatchewan. In fourth place, we had entry 3078 Locust Raggedy Ann LA 5M, exhibited by Martin Farms of Gore Bay, Ontario, with additional owner Locust View Shorthorns. And in fifth place, we had entry 3079 MSA Dora 24M, exhibited by Martin Farms at Gore Bay, Ontario. Right now we have in the class, here's our second split of junior heifer calves with ages ranging from March 12th to March 2nd here. Back into our National Hereford Show, we'd like to welcome and introduce our judge today, Mr. Lance Leachman. Lance comes to us from Maidstone, Saskatchewan. Lance, along with his wife, Sherry, and their mom, Frances, own and operate Big Gully Farms at Maidstone, Saskatchewan, where he is the third-generation Hereford breeder on both sides of his family. The farm consists of Herefords and Polled Hereford cows with a sale each December that's focused on marketing commercial bulls. Lance attended Dodge City Community College and Kansas State University, where he completed a livestock judging team and obtained his bachelor degree in animal sciences and the industry. He coached 3 teams while attending Virginia Tech, where he obtained his master's degree in animal breeding and genetic. Lance appreciates the invitation to evaluate our 2024 National Hereford Show. Great to have Lance here evaluating our cattle today, as we're here at Canadian Western Agribition for our 2024 National Hereford Show. And it looks like we have comments on our second split of junior heifer calves here from Judge Tyson Hertz.
So I think there's a real interesting trio at the top end of this class, and to be honest, I think they're as different as you can make three heifer calves, and to see it this early in the day, really puts my thinking cap on, and I'll talk my way through what I see in these heifers. The roan heifer that we start with, I think, is undoubtedly the longest bodied, longest hipped, and longest striding female in this class. Does she have all those extras in the bone and the foot and the look that the second and third place do? Probably not. But I do think she's a very complete heifer in terms of her structure and putting a lot of good things together, and the undeniable amount of body length and hip length, while coupling that with enough look and enough substance. She's going to win the class. The young man's white heifer that comes to us next, she really hits you hard when she comes into the ring. She's elegant, she's extended up front, she's obviously presented at a very high level, and this young man does a very good job getting her stuck out here. A female, when you start to study her and compare her to her counterparts, you really do question if there is enough body there in the center portion of her. A female that I think if I were to change her, I would just want to soften her up and just open her up in that center cavity to compete with the one above her. The dark red female that the young lady has next, a female that in terms of this class has the advantages in terms of bone and foot size. She comes out here with the most substance and a real stout featured kind of a heifer. And when she gets this heifer parked, she does give you a really nice look. Is she as elegant and as attractive through her skull as the one that finds herself in second? No, probably not. But I think that's a sound structured, big footed, easy doing kind of a heifer. We just like to clean her up from her skull forward or through her skull. The young man's heifer that comes at us next, the roan heifer, I think a long and extended, high-performing kind of a heifer with a large outline. I think there's a lot of good in this heifer just in the way she gets out. I'd like to see her just a little more relaxed in terms of the angle of her shoulder. And then we round the class off with another roan heifer. Maybe just doesn't balance up as nice as the females above her, but when you get behind her, you really appreciate the wide pin set that she does possess.
Well, thank you very much, Judge Tyson here. In a second split of Shorehorn females, we have in first place entry number 3082, Coldstream Lassie, 37M, exhibited by Coldstream Farms of Flesherton, Ontario. Second in class, we have Foxtail Just Rosie, 101M, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock at Elrose, Saskatchewan. Third place, we got Millbrook Juanita, HC 698M, exhibited by Valhalla Shorehorns of Rostern, Saskatchewan. And in fourth place, we have entry 3077, Diamond Creek Sparkle 80M, exhibited by Diamond Creek Cattle Company of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. And in fifth place, we got entry number 3081, MSA Rosebud 13M, exhibited by Martin Farms of Gorbay, Ontario. Now at this time, we're going to have our junior champion and reserve junior division heifer calves come back out. The class winners, top two from each class.
Over in our Hereford ring, we're going to get some comments on split number 2 in our Hereford class from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, I think a class that presents a little bit more variety in terms of type and kind and potentially quality. I think several heifers to start that just depending on your breeding objectives and what you prefer might align in a different manner for you. But I guess I opted to use this heifer in the initial position for the fact that she's got a lot of power and dimension. Now, there's times where I'd maybe just lean her up a little bit, maybe set her into her shoulder, but I think she's a really powerful female. She opens up really broad on the top side of her skeleton. She transitions quite nicely as she hooks up from the back side of her blade into her top line. I think that's one primary advantage over the second place heifer. I love how she comes out of her hip and her hind leg. She's heavy structured. She's got a really nice bold curvature to her rib cage. Just at times I question if she's quite as angular right at the point of her shoulder relative to some of the other options, but a really powerful female that still goes and gives you plenty of length of stride on the move. Heifer that comes next, she first comes out, you think, man, that's a broody female. She's so deep in her flank. She's got so much dimension and curvature to her rib cage, and those are certainly true. I think just aesthetically, as you look at her, she's maybe not quite as pleasing from a balance standpoint. She tends to get just a little bit easier in her top. At times, she looks like she's got a little bit more curvature to her hind leg, but a female that I love in terms of her broodiness, the way that she has so much center body. She's laid in probably a little bit nicer to her shoulder than the heifer that precedes her in class, although as she goes away from me, I don't see quite as much true shape down her top and maybe quite as much natural base width. heifer that comes in third presents a bit of a conundrum in terms of what you do with her, because she's got some class advantages. I think in terms of leanness and cleanliness of condition, she's the best of those top three by quite a far margin. I love her for that regard. I love the balance that she has, the structure that she has, a female that's, to me, the most attractive through her front third of anything in the class in terms of the way that she hooks her shoulder up to her neck and how clean and trim she is about her neck. My question with her is just power, and that's where she sorts to third, is I just don't see as much genuine natural width of skeleton, particularly through her chest floor all the way back to her hocks, as what I see in those initial two heifers. But in terms of quality, I think she's got as much or more of any in this class, just from a sheer balance and structure standpoint. A big, long-bodied, high-performing redneck female that comes next. I like that about her. She's a performance option in this class, if that's what your program is predicated on. I like how she gets out and travels as well. There's times where she just doesn't strike me as quite as bold in her shape. Maybe doesn't have quite the natural boldness to her rib cage, a little bit flatter in the way that she goes down to her base of the quarter, but a female, again, that I like her length of body, and she still gets out and travels with relative ease. Female that comes next, you probably have a little bit of a gap here in terms of performance with these last two options, as far as just being a little bit, slower growing, a little bit more conventional or more compact in their type. A heifer here that still gets out and takes a really long, fluid stride, certainly flexible and mobile at the ground, and a female that I like in terms of just her, youthful character, the refinement that she still offers through her front third. And the heifer that comes next, obviously, she sacrifices performance and muscle and power dimension compared to the other options. But again, it's fundamentally a heifer that gets out, travels really easily, has plenty of set to her hock in terms of the angulation that she can reach off her hind leg with, and still bold enough in her rib shape.
Well, before we let the Hereford side get on with their placings here, we're just going to switch over to the Shorehorn side, and we're going to announce the junior division class winners here in class order. So in the first split, we had entry 3080 MSA Lady 25M exhibited by Martin Farms of Garbay, Ontario. And then second in that class was entry 383 TSS Katrina 3M exhibited by 3-Star Shorehorns of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. And in the second split, we had the class winner was Coldstream Lassie 37M exhibited by Coldstream Farms. And in second in that class, we had Foxtail Just Rosie 101M. And I would like to thank our sponsors for the junior division heifer class. We have Champion Heifer is sponsored by Flurry Auction. Reserve Champion Heifer calf sponsored by Long Lake Shorehorns. And if somebody wants to come represent their banners, you please so come down to show side. But it looks like Judge Tyson might be ready for some comments.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great division. Obviously, a lot of give and take when the numbers maybe in this division aren't what some divisions will be. So when you stand ringside, there is a lot of different types and kinds out here, and that's okay. I think quality still trumps consistency when you go out here selecting, and I think there's a lot of quality here. Obviously, you guys sitting ringside, pick and choose the ones you want for your program or the ones that fit you best. For me, it's the two heifers that come to us from the second class that'll be your division champions. Obviously contrasting in their type, but high quality nonetheless. So congratulations to those exhibitors.
All right, it looks like we've gone to the second split here for our champion junior heifer calf, Coldstream Lassie 37M, exhibited by Coldstream Farm of Fleshington, Ontario. And our reserve junior heifer calf is Foxtail Just Rosie 101M, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock of Elrose, Saskatchewan. I'll let you go back to the Hereford side there, Mark.
Over on our Hereford side, we want to bring in back into our junior division our champion and reserve out of our first two classes. Out of split number 1, entry number 2701, it's MJT 2135 Queen Nellie ET 20M, exhibited by MJT Cattle Company. Second place out of that division, entry number 2702, Haraldson's Artwork ET 65M, exhibited by Haraldson Pulled Herefords and Anita Doctor. Out of that second split in the ring, entry number 2703, it's Haraldson's Lady 12K 54M, exhibited by Haraldson's Pulled Herefords and 12 Oaks Herefords. Second place in that class, entry number 2704, it's Glenlee's J030 Starmaker 85M, exhibited by Glenlee's Farms and Harvey Duke. This is our junior division champion and reserve champion heifer calf, sponsored by T-Bar-C Cattle Company and KLM Pulled Herefords. With that, we're going to get some comments on our junior division heifer calves from our judge, Mr. Lance Leachman.
Look, again, I'll just go over them briefly. First heifer calf that we saw in the first class, I love her length, her power. She's so genuine in terms of her mass and the way that she goes to the ground, but still angular enough up front, and really, in my opinion, relatively conservative in her condition compared to some of the other heifers we saw. Second, from that particular class, more modest in terms of her stature, a female that doesn't have probably the weight per day of age that you'd perceive. The first one to have, but I love how broody and deep she is in her rib, and she still gets out moves, just a little bit shorter fronted, maybe a bit plainer in that regard. A big powerful heifer that came out of the second class, very long bodied, female that's got a tremendous amount of spread to her top and natural base width, much like the first option in the first class. A female that to me at times just wonder how angular she is up front compared to some of the others, but I think she's still acceptable in that regard. Maybe just doesn't have quite the same classiness of some of the females that we saw this morning, but love her shape, and she still gets out and travels really well. And then a really broody option that came in second in that last class. I love her depth of body, maybe doesn't quite have the physical build in terms of her length and levelness atop and the way that she comes out of her hock, but I think still a female, when you set into production, is going to be awfully good. And one thing about that heifer I should mention too, in terms of her udder quality, she looks phenomenal at this point in terms of just the set, the spacing to her teats. That's going to be really exciting to see when she starts lactating. So with that, if you just offer your congratulations to these folks, I'll pick a champion reserve in this particular division.
Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors in our Hereford ring, T-Bar-C Cattle Company and KLM Pulled Herefords, our junior division heifer calf champion sponsors. Well, our heifer calf junior division champion is going to come out of our first split. Congratulations, entry number 2701. It's MJT 2135 Queen Nelly 20M, exhibited by MJT Cattle Company. Our reserve champion in this division is going to come out of split number 2. Congratulations to Haraldson's Pulled Herefords and 12 Oaks Herefords with entry number 2703. Haraldson's Lady 12K54M, our reserve champion in our junior division heifer calves. We'd again like to thank our sponsors in this junior division, T-Bar-C Cattle Company and KLM Pulled Herefords. We're going to turn the mic back to the Shorthorn side of the ring.
Well, thank you, Mark, there. And we'll start off with our first split of senior heifer calves. Split 1 has got 6 head in the class. Their ages range from February 23rd to February 15th here. We got 6 head in your class. As I just want to go back to the junior division, I want to also again thank our sponsors here. For the junior division heifer calf champion was Flurry Auction, and for the junior division reserve champion was Long Lake Shorehorns. Well, I got the mic here. We're going to also acknowledge and recognize a few people that are working around here today. As myself, my name is Glenn Mullenbeck. I'm your Shorehorn Show announcer. Working beside me is the wonderful Barbara Huber, taking in all the points and stats for the show. We got working at ringside there, the ringmen, Mr. Bernard Mullenbeck and Darren Mullenbeck. Working in the marshalling area, we've got Russell Murray and Noah Rempel. And handing out ribbons and banners, in my biased opinion, is probably the sweetest Shorehorn Lassie queen we have here in Savannah Mullenbeck. How about you stand up and give a wave to the crowd?
Well, we're going to move into our Hereford side of the ring. This is class number 3. This is our heifer calves born February 1st to February 28th. This is split number 1 that's going to come into this class next. We've got 5 entries into this first split in our heifer calves born February 1st to February 28th. Well, one of the cool programs we have for our Hereford Show here at Agribition is our Red Coat Classic. And throughout the day, we're going to have some great Red Coat Classic sponsors and our raffle winners that we'll be announcing. So we're going to start out with the first 2, and they are credits as part of the Red Coat Classic. So the Blair Athol credit has been won by Darren Manchester. So congratulations, Darren Manchester, on your Blair Athol credit win. We've also got a credit from Stonewall Grange, and Stonewall Grange credit has been won by Jillian Just. So congratulations, Jillian, and thank you very much to Stonewall Grange for your sponsorship as part of our Red Coat Classic. So you'll hear many of our Red Coat winners throughout the day, but congratulations, Darren Manchester and Jillian Just, our first 2 winners as part of Red Coat Classic.
Well, Mark, we're going to take it over to the Shorehorn side here. I believe our class is complete, and it looks like we're looking for comments from Judge Tyson Hertz on this first division of senior heifer calves.
Yeah, again, I think we've got a really awesome top trio of heifers here that, again, I'm not going to argue with you if you want to throw that one in third and first, because I think there's quality all the way through these top 3. The ladies heifer that we start the class off with, she's just the stoutest pinned heifer of this top trio, and ties it together with an elevated front end. She's bold and expressive through her rib cage. For me, I do want to see her just a little more relaxed in the way that tail head lies into her hip, but I think there's a lot of quality in this heifer. She's bold sprung, she's good looking, she's highly presented, she's sound structured, lots of good in this one. The young man's heifer from the side, I think that's the one I initially gravitated to. When you talk about cutting a silhouette and just being quality from the side, tough to argue with this one. It's when you get behind her, you got to ask yourself, is there truly enough of her there? And when you have 2 females, specifically the one that beats her in class, that's just a shot stouter pin, bigger backed and more expressive in the curvature of her rib, I say no. I think we just need to see her a shot stouter, but I love the outline. I love how tidy she is from her chest, elevated really through her front end. I think a really high quality individual that just needs stoutened up. The heifer that comes to us in third is one that we probably patterns with our class winner a shot better than our second place one, but she's one I just like to see a little tidier in her navel and in her underline, and then cleaner up in her chest floor just ever so slightly. But I think there's a lot of quality in this one too, with a bold rib shape. She's stout pinned, she gets out and goes, and still ladylike through her front 1/3. there's two big cow prospects that come to us next. The more predominantly white roan heifer that's going to stand out next. A big body, deep sided kind of a female. A female I'd like to just lay her back in her shoulder ever so slightly to compete with those females at the top end of this class. The darker red roan heifer that comes to us next, again, a high performing large outline kind of a female with some big pieces to her. I love the top shape down the top of her skeleton. But for me, she just lacks some of those show ring aesthetics and some of the structural correctness advantages that we see at the top end. And then the dark red heifer that comes to us next, I love how level she is down her top and out of her hip. For me, we just need to soften her up from the side.
Well, thank you, Judge Tyson here. In our first split of senior division heifer calves, we've gotten first place DASF Billie Jean BF 27MET, exhibited by Double Arrows Stock Farm of Thorhild, Alberta. Second place, we have AFVF Margie's Dream Girl 403, exhibited by Head for the Hill Shorehorns of Redvers, Saskatchewan. In third place, we have entry 3090, Head for the Hills Daisy Jones, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorehorns of Redvers, Saskatchewan. Fourth place goes to 3088, Prospect Hill Princess Merida, exhibited by Prospect Hill Shorehorns of Meeting Creek, Alberta. At a fifth place, we've got entry 3107, Edensville Miss Shauna 21M, exhibited by Edensville Cattle Company, Meeting Creek, Alberta. Additional owner Brooklyn Olson, as well as additional owner Prospect Hill Shorthorn. And rounding up the class here, we have entry 3106, Star P Miss Pansy 5M, exhibited by Star P Farms of Humboldt, Saskatchewan. And we'll let you go back over to the Hereford side there, Mark.
We'll get some comments from Lance Leachman on our first split of February heifer calves.
Okay, I think a top pair where there's give and take, and they're very dissimilar to one another. The one that I elected to start with, to me, is really broody. I love her rib shape. I love how she comes bold and square on the back side of her shoulder. She's got so much sweep and depth, and uniformity and levelness of her lines. Female that still has some shape to her hip, and I like her down low particularly. I think she toes ahead a little bit truer than the second place female. I think she comes down with a nickel more cushion off her hind pastern. Now, there's times where she's a little bit more deceiving because she's got a little bit of white on her front leg. She's a little bit more moderate female, so you'd maybe like to give her just a little bit more punch and performance, but I think in terms of a maternal option, it looks like she's going to be probably pretty easy keeping in production because of her body type, her rib shape, and her moderation. That's one that presents an opportunity. Female that comes next, obviously she corrects some of the deficiencies in the class winner in terms of being that a little bit bigger statured, much longer bodied female. There's times where I think, well, man, is she the stouter option that you ought to go with? When I truly analyze her, I don't know that there's more muscle. I think she's a female that's got more performance. She's got as much, total dimension in terms of her rib cage. She doesn't go out quite as wide down into her chest floor and probably down from her hock to the ground as what I maybe prefer for a bigger, higher performing heifer like she is. But I do like her balance. I still think she's attractive and maternal to her front third female to me that just doesn't quite have maybe the attractiveness down low in terms of her structure and the trueness of skeleton that she travels away with, but a really nice high quality female. Next two heifers that come, they probably share some deficiencies structurally for me that just maybe separate them from the first two females. And I think what they have in common is that they just get a little bit tight and tense in their spine, both of them. I think this female to me is a little bit more tolerable of the two because she's a little bit more angular in the way that she slopes at her shoulder, but she still gets tight in her top. She is a long-bodied heifer. I like her length and performance. A female that still is really clean in her condition. And down low, I think she gets around fine. Just on the move, she's a little bit more rigid in her spine. Same can be said for this next one. She's the one to me is just a little bit more abrupt in the angle to her shoulder. She's been fighting the halter, obviously, and that doesn't help, but I just find her, again, a little bit more tense in her top. I think on the stand, she's really attractive. She's got a nice shape to her rib. I think she's probably got that advantage over the dark red heifer. But again, just on the move, I'd like to soften her up in her spine, give her a bit more aggressive tread out of her front end. And then a female that comes next, I like in terms of her moderation. She's a deep enough bodied heifer. She just gets overpowered in terms of total dimension relative to the heifers ahead of her.
We'll get some congratulations in this class. First place goes to number 2723. It's Harrelson's Miley ET39M, exhibited by Harrelson's Pulled Herefords. Second place in that class goes to number 2714. Blair Athol DJ Yes Lady 74M, exhibited by Jackson Lees. Third place in this class goes to number 2725, MJT Marigold ET4M, exhibited by MJT Cattle Company. Fourth place in that class, entry number 2719, RSK 91H Miss Firefly 73M, exhibited by RSK Farms. Rounding out our class, entry number 2711, it's Blair Athol TT 49K Ferreira 58M, exhibited by Blair Athol Farms. We're going to move into split number 2 in our Hereford ring. This is split number 2, heifer calves born February 1st to February 28th. Should be 5 entries into this split number 2.
Well, at this time we like to, acknowledge some sponsors here at Canadian Western Agribition. We're live here in the GMC Chevrolet Stadium. From livestock competitions to highway domination, GMC and Chevrolet have the power to wrangle the win as official partners of the Canadian Western Agribition. Looks like our class is complete here on the Shorehorn side. We'll get comments from Judge Tyson Hertz.
I think there's some give and take on these top 2 heifers, and I'll talk my way through it. The dark red heifer that comes in first hole here, she really caught my eye when she come in the ring. She's definitely the most flexible and got the most reach off of both ends, especially of this top duo, and that's the advantages I see on the dark red one over the roan heifer. She's just a little more comfortable at the ground when you ask her to go on her pastern and her hock. Now, with that being said, I would like to see her just go with a little more true base width. When you get behind her, she does narrow up just a shot, but I still read her as comfortable enough in her angles, in her knee, and in her hock. I think a female that's long-bodied, long-hip, she's uniform in her body depth, maybe not as elite through her front 1/3 as some of the other females that we've seen earlier in the day, and specifically the one that sits in second, but I think that's a problem-free, easy, doing, good kind of a female that's just the most complete one in this class. The roan heifer on the stand still wins the class, but when you ask her to get set in motion, you just want to relax her in her pastern and in her spine when she goes. I think a female that's bold and expressive in the way she's put together, she's got lots of structure, she's really big in terms of her structure and her bone work. I like that about her, big-footed kind of a heifer. Just need to see her just a little more relaxed as she goes. The heifer that we come to next, again, a big, stout featured, big back kind of a heifer. When you get behind her, you really appreciate the true pin width, top shape on this one, skeleton. A female for me that we just want to see just a shot softer in her center body to compete with those 2 elite ones at the top end of this class. But I think a female that's absolutely wide enough and stout enough to sit here in this 3rd hole. And the young lady's bobtail heifer that comes to us next, I think a female that on the stand still is really attractive. And she was fighting the halter a little bit through the class here today. A female that, again, when you talk about one that's got some stretch and some grow to her, some length in her cannon bone, she's the one to tie into. Again, one we just want to pull her down in the center portion of her body to balance her out. And then the one we round the class off with, again, a stout pinned heifer. I love the top shape down the back side of her skeleton, and when you get behind her, you really appreciate that about her. For me, we just need to see her just more relaxed in terms of her tail head set, and then more relaxed as you get her in motion. But a really interesting class.
Well, thank you, Judge Tyson Hertz. Starting off the class here at first place, we have entry 3100, Glenford Mistress 35M, exhibited by Bender Shorehorns of Newdorf, Saskatchewan. Second in place, entry 3105, Coldstream Annika 19M ET, exhibited by Coldstream Farms of Flesherton, Ontario. Third place goes to entry 3108, Edensville Mystic Joan 13M, exhibited by Edensville Cattle Company of Meeting Creek, Alberta. Additional owner Prospect Hill Shorthorns. Fourth, entry 3098, Hawken GSF Miss Millie 35M, exhibited by Goncho Farms, Glenavon, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the class is entry 3089, Foxtail Just Rose 130M, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock of Elrose, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Chelsea Triever. Next we have in class here is our split 3 of senior division heifers. There's only 4 entries in the class. You can scratch out entry 3093. And we have ages ranging in from January 24th to January 6th. Over in our Hereford ring, we're going to get comments on split number 2 from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, I think a relatively logical place to start. I think you can use most class superlatives on that female, maybe with the exception of just angularity up front. And I think she's good angled. I think there's just one that's maybe a little bit even more attractive coming in the second heifer. But this heifer is the biggest, the stoutest, the heaviest muscled, the longest bodied, the heavy. I mean, there's so many things you could use to describe her. Just a really complete, high performing, high quality female. Female in second gave me some trepidation at times just where to sort her, because I love her, particularly on the stand. I think she's got such a nice design to her front end in terms of her extension, the way that she attaches her head high into the top of her shoulder. She's really clean fronted and trim in her condition. She's a long bodied heifer. I think at the ground she gets along quite well. But there's times you look at her and you think, well, has she got quite enough flank to her? And I think that's where she probably does need a little bit of modification. But if I look at her just as an individual, I still think, yeah, she's acceptable in that regard. But she's still got some shape to her. And I just love the freshness she offers in terms of her lower third and condition wise. Females that come next, you want to make them out to be stouter than this one, and I don't know that they are. I think this heifer is probably better in terms of the way that she comes back into her flank than the heifer that precedes her. I like her in terms of her top line. You know, she's a female that to me is really maternal in her look and about her skull and the way that she transitions into the rest of her body. A female, again, maybe just as you look at her at the ground, doesn't quite have the natural dimension and stoutness that I prefer and that you maybe see as evidenced in the top of the class. Again, a really practical one that comes next. A young lady does a nice job showing her. She's just a really high quality female in terms of completeness. Again, she's big enough in her body shape. She gets out and travels. Again, just maybe overpowered. At times a female wants to get a little bit higher in her tail head set. Maybe doesn't quite have the spread of chest and dimension as you view her from behind. But I think from the side, nothing wrong with her in terms of maternal look, and a female that's still got plenty of structural integrity. And then the heifer that comes conclude the class, again, you look at her in terms of her body maintenance and a mature female, and you project her to be, again, pretty easy fleshing. She's intermediate in terms of frame. She's got a lot of boldness and curvature to her rib cage. From a balance and quality standpoint, she's just a little bit more conventional in terms of being a little bit thicker and shorter about her neck. She doesn't quite have that refinement or ladylike character through her front third to compete with the heifers that precede her in this class.
Well, thank you very much, Lance. First place in that class, goes to number 2727. It's Glenlee's 69H Maria 48M, exhibited by Glenlee's Farms and Grundy Stanley Cattle Company from Ontario. Second place in that class goes to A&L 40K Corey 180K 62M, exhibited by A&L Pulled Herefords, Wilgenbush Charlay, and Kyle and Lana Hoyam. Third place in that class goes into number 2710. It's Blair Athol HBM Jasmine 51M, exhibited by Blair Athol Farms and Harvey and Beth McKay. Fourth place in that class, 2709, is Blair Athol 1G Sparkle 35M, exhibited by Blair Athol Farms. Fifth place and running out that class under number 2720, Just Acres J28K Splendor 2M, exhibited by Just Acres Farms and Jillian Just. That rounds out split number 2, and we're now into split number 3 in our heifer calves born February 1st to February 28th. There should be 6 entries into this split number 3. And before we get into comments from our class, we just certainly like to recognize the champion division banner sponsors here in the senior division heifer calf class. For his champion heifer calf is Peckover Farms, and for reserve champion heifer calf in the senior division is Yellow Rose Shorehorns. If they want to come down and present their banners in the championship class, they are certainly more welcome to.
All right, looks like class is complete here. We'll get some comments from this tough split of heifer calves from Judge Tyson Hertz.
Yeah, a fun top duo for sure. I think there's some give and take on these two females. For me, the difference lies when you set them in motion. I think there's just a little more genuine reach and flexibility off the front end of the skeleton of our class winner. But for me, I think she's still opened up enough. She's bold enough, and she commands enough attention, and she does have a more genuine transition to her rear rib and flank than our second place animal. Now, if you want to tie into the longer neck, prettier headed female, that's the one in second. I love those attributes about her. I love her when she's on the standstill. Again, I would just like to see her just a touch softer and more genuine in her flank and rear rib, but I think there's two pretty elite females here. Definitely some give and take. The red heifer that comes to us in third, I love the length of spine and the length of hip in this heifer. One that maybe wasn't, getting out here and going as good as she could. Being the first one in the class is always tough, I know. But a female, once she's settled in, she is sound structured. She maybe doesn't have the extra oomph, the extra combination of power and pretty that we see in the top two. A nice functional female that's sitting in third. The roan heifer, we round the class off with a lot of the same things can be said. We just want to see her with a little more pop and a little more explosiveness into her rib cage, but a female that you like to stretch and grow that she possesses.
Alrighty there, thanks Judge Tyson Hertz. Starting off the class here in first place, we had entry 3099 JTPH Affliction 91 MET, exhibited by JT Livestock of Stettler, Alberta, with additional owner Pinch Hill Cattle Company. Second in place is DA entry 3087 DASF Valentine WF8M, exhibited by Double Arrow Stock Farm of Thorhild, Alberta, with additional owner of Diamond Creek Cattle Company. Third goes to entry 3101 Glenford Patsy 21M, exhibited by Bender Shorehorns of Newdorf, Saskatchewan. And rounding up the class here, we got entry 3097 Diamond Creek Baroness 8M, exhibited by Diamond Creek Cattle Company of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Next we have in the ring here is split number 4 of Senior Division heifer calves. We have 6 total in the class here, ages ranging from January 3rd to January the 1st.
Over in our Hereford ring, we're going to get comments on split number 3 from Judge Leachman.
Well, again, I think a logical place to start. This heifer just kind of combination of female. I think she combines the strengths of the ones that are going to follow her in class. A female that I think is just really practical. Again, nice in terms of rib shape. She's good enough in terms of her structure. She goes about the ring. I guess she doesn't blow me away in any one regard. I think there's been heifers that we saw today that have maybe had more unique components than what she does. But I really just like her overall for a combination of really attractive characteristics from a maternal standpoint. Female that comes next, I like her body shape in terms of the boldness to her rib cage. She still has some squareness and shape out of her hip. And that's probably, I think, what distinguishes these two cattle is I just see a little bit more genuine shape and dimension in this dark red female than the lighter red female, particularly on the back side of her shoulder, down her top, and out down to her pins and stifle. The female that comes next in third, she does address some deficiencies of the second place female. She's longer bodied. I think she's more attractive from her shoulder forward in terms of the way that she projects her neck out of her shoulder into her neck transition. She's really level down her top, very free moving on the stride. When I get behind her, she tends to get a little bit more constricted right behind her shoulder. She's a little bit narrower pinned and then flatter down into the base of her quarter as she goes away than those first two heifers in this particular class. Female comes next, I really like on the stand. Again, she probably has that quality character that those initial females have in terms of her, balance on the stand. Female, it's still long-bodied, she's still attractive enough. I think when you get her on the move is where maybe some of the issues start to reveal themselves. A female, to me, that just gets a little bit tighter and again, more rigid in her spine. She maybe struggles a bit more off her hind leg, particularly back into her rear pastern in the way that she goes about with not quite the same consistency or ease as the heifers that precede her. One that comes next, you like her for at a top. She's a big-bodied heifer. She's stout enough in her hip. Again, I just see her as being a bit more conventional. She's a little bit more jammed up and shorter fronted, a little bit more elevated in the angle to her scapula, and a heifer that I just don't think has that same maternal femininity or quality up through her front third. big, long, high-performing heifer that comes next. She's got a lot of mass and spread to her skeleton. A female you like in those regards, as well as her bone. She's just too straight in her hock for me today. A female that I'd like to mellow out in the angle to her hock, just give her a little bit more long striding and an athletic tone as she goes about the ring.
Well, thank you very much, Lance. First place into split number 3, entry number 2722 is Haraldson's Jewel 12K14M, exhibited by Haraldson's Pulled Herefords, Wawota, Saskatchewan. Second place in that class, entry number 2718, A&L JNR 313J Marvel 123J 47M, exhibited by A&L Pulled Herefords from Steelman, Saskatchewan. Third place, that class, entry number 2724, it's Double H Reba 210M, exhibited by Double H Cattle Company. Fourth place, entry number 2716, A&L JNR Yuri 50H 19M, exhibited by A&L Pulled Herefords. Fifth place in that class, entry number 2712, it's HMS Highcliffe Maleficent 17M, exhibited by HMS Highcliffe. Rounding out that class, entry number 2715, it's Brooks 40K 4G Marble 6M, exhibited by Brooks Farms. That rounds out split number 3 in our heifer calves, born February 1st to the 28th. We're going to come back in next with our intermediate division, champion and reserve champion class, out of our first class. Entry number coming back in, entry number 2723, it's Haraldson's Miley ET39M, exhibited by Haraldson's Pulled Herefords. Second place in that class, entry number 2714, the entry from Jackson Leaves with Blair Ethel DJ Yes Lady 74M. Out of split number 2, entry number 2727 was first. It's Glen Lee's Mariah 48M, exhibited by Glen Lee's Farms and Grundley Stanley Cattle out of Ontario. Second place in that class is A&L Corey 180K 62M, exhibited by A&L Pulled Herefords, Wilgenbush Charlay, and Kylie and Lana Hoyam. That was entry number 2717. Out of that last class, the heifers that came back in a split 3, entry number 2722 from Haraldson Pulled Herefords and entry number 2718 from A&L Pulled Herefords. These are our 6 heifers vying for our intermediate division champion and reserve heifer calf champion. We'd again like to thank our sponsors, Arthur Pulled Herefords and Moorhaven Farms, in our intermediate division heifer calf champions. We'll get some division champion comments from Judge Lance Leachman on this intermediate division.
Well, we'll take an opportunity to speed it up while we can, but if you just offer your congratulations to these 6 exhibitors, an excellent set of intermediate heifer calves, I'll go pick out the champion reserve.
Well, split number 2, congratulations to Glen Lee's Farms and Grundley Stanley Cattle Company is going to be our intermediate division champion, entry number 2727. Our reserve champion is going to come out of split number 3, entry number 2722. It's Haraldson's Jewel 12K14M, exhibited by Haraldson's Pulled Herefords. Congratulations again to our champion, Glen Lee's Pulled Herefords, Grundley Stanley Cattle, and our reserve Haraldson Pulled Herefords with their 2 entries. Thank you very much again to our sponsors in that division, Arthur Pulled Herefords and Moorhaven Farms. We're going to turn the mic over to our Shorthorn Ring with comments.
Yeah, I think it's on. Yeah, I think a really maybe a class that doesn't have the wow factor that we've seen in this senior division, but I think there's definitely quality all the way through this class. The 2 females that we end up in first and second, 2 females that are really genuine in terms of their muscle shape, their big top. When you get behind them, they're stout pinned with enough genuine base width and muscle shape to them. For me, the difference lies when you set these females in motion. The young lady's heifer that wins the class just has a little more reach and comfortability down her shoulder and down her spine when you ask her to go. I think a female that's attractive enough, big enough, ribbed, soft enough, a good quality female there. The young lady's heifer that comes to us in second, I love this heifer when you get behind her. I think she's got as good of look and squareness from hock to ground. A female that's really big featured. I love her bone work. I love her foot size. For me, it's just when we talk about mobility, we just want to see her just a little easier as she goes. The female that comes to us next is definitely the longest spine female in class, the dark red heifer that finds herself in third. A female, we just need to see her lay in a little better in her hip-loin junction when you ask her to go. She just gets a little tighter there, but I love the stretch and functionality in this female. There's a big broody one here coming to us in fourth, a female from a weight per day of average, I think would take the cake in this class. For that much more in substance, I think one we just want to see a shot bigger in terms of her bone work, and then just a shot fresher from her shoulders forward. There's a good one here coming to us in fifth as well. I think one that's got a really nice look when you're on the standstill, but for me, we just would like to see her redesigned in her hip as you ask her to go. And then the one we round the class off with, a long, stretchy, feminine fronted heifer, one we just want to see just a shot bigger bodied and more maternal in her rib shape. A nice class, though, to round out our senior division.
Well, thank you there, Mr. Tyson Hertz. We'll start off with the class winner here in first place. Entry 3086, DASF Janus BT1M, exhibited by Double Arrow Stock Farm of Thorhild, Alberta. And in second place, we have entry number 3095, Holland Lane Maria 2M, exhibited by Holland Lane Farm of Chatsworth, Ontario. Third in class, we had Coldstream Lady 5M, exhibited by Coldstream Farm, Flesherton, Ontario. Fourth place goes to 3103 Coldstream Mistress 6M, exhibited by Coldstream Farms of Flesherton, Ontario. Fifth in class goes to entry 3128 Hillhaven Miss Verona Kira 2M, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock, Elrose, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Sweetgrass Ranches. And rounding up the class, we have entry 3096 Holland Lane Casey Macy 4M, exhibited by Holland Lane Farms of Chatsworth, Ontario. Now we'll get into our senior division heifer calf drive. We'll go through the classes here, starting off with split one, which was DASF Billie Jean BF27M, exhibited by Double Arrow Stock Farm of Thorhild, Alberta. Following her in that same class was VF Margie's Dream Girl 403, Head for the Hill Shorehorns of Redvers, Saskatchewan. In our second split, we started off with class winner of entry 3100, Glenford Mistress 35M, exhibited by Bender's Shorehorns of Newdorf, Saskatchewan. Following her in that same class was entry 3105, Coldstream Annika 19M ET, exhibited by Coldstream Farms. Then we get into our third split of heifer calves here. We've got entry 3099, JTPH Affliction 91 MET, exhibited by JT Livestock with the additional owner Pinch Hill Cattle Company. And following her in that same class was entry 3087, DASF Valentine WF8M, exhibited by Double Arrow Stock Farm with additional owner Diamond Creek Cattle Company. And then the last class we just had in our ring here, our top two consisted of entry 3086, DASF Janus BT1M, exhibited by Double Arrow Stock Farm, Thorhild, Alberta. And then following her in that same class was entry 3095, Holland Lane Maria, exhibited by Holland Lane Farms. We'd also like to thank our sponsors for this senior heifer calf division, which is Peckover Farms, and your reserve champion heifer calf is Yellow Rose Shorehorns. And it looks like we've got comments here on the senior champion drive here.
Yeah, it won't take too much time. I just want the guys present in the crowd to give these exhibitors a round of applause. I think this is an awesome division of calves with quality all the way down. I'm not going to go through all these things again, but I sure was impressed in this division. The third, fourth, and fifth place heifers that went back to the barn that were really good stock. So you guys sitting ringside, mark your books how you like them. I'm going to go show you a couple senior calf division champions.
And we'll go to the third split in class there with entry 3099 JTPH Affliction, exhibited by JT Livestock of Stettler, Alberta, additional owner of Pinch Hill Cattle Company. And we'll follow up in the same class here with the Reserve Senior Heifer Calf going to entry 3087 DASF Valentine WF, exhibited by Double Arrow Stock Farm, Thorhill, Alberta, and additional owner Diamond Creek Cattle Company. And once again, we'd like to thank our Senior Division Heifer Calf sponsors, Peckover Farms and Yellow Rose Shorthorns.
Over on our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to announce a few more of our Red Coat raffle winners. As we do that through the day, we had the great Red Coat competition on Wednesday night, the Red Coat Banquet. I'd like to thank some of our sponsors and their credits. Harvey Ranching was one of our donators. Congratulations to Dennis Babiak, one of our winners there. Congratulations, Dennis, on winning the Harvey Ranching credit. Brooks Farms, their credit was won by Double Deuce. So congratulations to Double Deuce on winning the Brooks Farms credit. We've got a third one here. Just Acres has won the HMS Highcliffe credit. So thank you very much to HMS Highcliffe for your part of the Red Coat Classic. And Just Acres is the winner of that. So congratulations, Just Acres, Double Deuce, and Dennis Badiak. You guys are winners in the Red Coat Classic.
Oh, we get back onto the Shorehorn side here. We're going to start off with a split one of our junior division yearling heifers, with ages ranging from September the 2nd all the way to March 28th here. And we have 7 animals for this class.
One of our great ring sponsors this year is Norheim Vermeer. Independently owned and operated, Norheim Ranching offers a wide range of high-quality equipment and products specifically designed for cattle producers. With key brands including Vermeer hay and forage equipment, Supreme International feed mixers, Aeroquip cattle handling equipment, and EB trailers, the product line is tailored to meet the needs of Western Canadian ranchers. With a complement to your livestock industry and a product line that continues to grow and adapt, Norheim Ranching can be trusted as your livestock equipment specialist. Thank you very much for your sponsorship, Norheim Ranching and Vermeer.
Along with that, we're going to Conexus Credit Union is proud to be a platinum partner of Canadian Western Agribition. Stop by the Conexus Watering Hole at the John Deere Sale Arena for a refreshment, or visit our team at booth 143 in the International Trade Center to find out how we can help make your financial dreams a reality. Thanks again to Conexus Credit Union.
In our split number 1 in our Hereford ring, we're going to get comments as we're into our senior heifer calf. Split number 1 from our judge, Mr. Lance Leachman.
Well, again, this class has got a tremendous amount of variety and took some time, and I'm sure there's some folks that aren't terribly pleased, but yeah, just one of those things where you got to prioritize things, and I think the first two sort up to me based on quality. I think in terms of their skeletal combination with muscle, some dimension, and just an attractive look, this heifer is a really nice place to start. I tone her down in condition. She gets plenty full down in her chest floor for me, probably in her lower third, but I like her levelness at top. I like her body dimension. I like the shape and dimension that she has out to her stifle in her lower quarter, and then she gets around acceptably for me in terms of her angles, particularly in her knee hawk and down into her pasterns, and still is a heifer that's got some mass to her. Dark red female that comes next with all the nice pigment. You know, she's again one that gets overpowered by the class winner, but when I look at her, I still like she's really engaging both on the stand and on the profile or on the move. Really level down her top. She's long and attractive out of her hip. I like the dimension that she's got in that regard. I think she goes down true off both ends of her skeleton. Just a complete heifer, even though she sacrifices some performance and dimension in terms of just weight relative to the options placed on either side of her. Problem heifer comes in third for me, and I think if you want to try and mirror commercial production with what's happening in the show ring today, she's an option that I can't hold anything against, because she's got an overwhelming advantage in terms of her body dimension through her center body. She's so deep, and I hate to ever say it, but she's one that's so deep it actually probably takes away from her balance otherwise, because she's just overwhelming in that regard. Now, she is plainer fronted. She's thicker and deep in her neck. She's deeper into her chest. A female to me, though, that's got so much natural dimension through her center body. She's opened up wide behind her shoulder. She's wide out to her pins, has a lot of length and natural shape as she carries down deep into her quarter. Just like to maybe make her a little bit more attractive up front. And honestly, you could take plenty of body away from her and she'd still be plenty big and broody in her middle. The heifer that comes next, I like in terms of her length. She's a long-bodied, heavy-structured heifer. For me, she comes really powerful out of her hip. I think she's got a big advantage in terms of just shape down her top over the next female. She comes substantially wider out of her pins and maintains that width of skeleton down through her hawk and down to the ground. Female at times, you'd maybe like to give her a little bit more drop to her flank, but I don't think she's concerning in that regard. She's got a bold enough shape to compensate for it. A high-quality heifer that comes next, again, you like her a lot in terms of her presentation up front. I think she projects her neck high out of the top of her shoulder. She's a female that's really aggressive in the tread that she tracks around with. You get behind her, she's just narrow constructed. I think she has a little bit flatter shape on her top and over her rib and loin edge. She maybe narrows up at the base of her skeleton, gets a little bit closer to her hawk. Really like this heifer probably from her hooks forward. I think she's made quite nice through her front third. She's really maternal and youthful still through her neck and her shoulder design. I think she just gets a little bit weak right over her loin conjunction. I think there's an area there that she just needs to be a little bit stronger and leveler. And I think that affects the fact that she maybe just wants to tick up her tail head. She gets a little bit more set to her hawk. So just on her rear third, I'd like to modify her in terms of her structure and skeleton. But I think from there back, she's a really nice female that's got a lot of maternal character. And then the heifer that concludes the class, again, she's a sound option. She gets out with plenty of flexibility and reach as she strides. She just narrows constructed, probably the lightest muscled and flattest performing of these females, but she still has a decent shape to her rib cage and obviously gets around quite easily.
Well, congratulations to our exhibitors in split number 1. First place goes to enter number 2743, DGB Moonstone, Miss 3M, exhibited by Parker Davis and Cody Yearling. Second place in that class goes into number 2732. It's K-Cow Beauty 39M, exhibited by K-Cow Ranch. Third place goes to entry number 2738. It's Eris Acres, Kaylin 89M, exhibited by Eris Acres. Fourth place in that class, entry number 2734, Embar R, Amy 11M, exhibited by Mission Ridge Herefords. Fifth place in that class, 2740, it's Double H End Run Rosie ET 119M, exhibited by Double H Cattle Company and Enrum Farms. Rounding out our class, entry number 2735 is Manchester Missy 406M, exhibited by Manchester Polled Herefords. We're going to move next in our Hereford ring to split number 2 of our senior heifer calves, but it looks like we've got comments from Judge Hertz in our Shorthorn Show ring.
Yeah, really exciting start to our junior division here. Two females that I think are similar enough in their type and kind and in their build, but I think there's one that's extra elite in the way that she's put together in terms of, stoutness with some prettiness from her shoulders forward. I think a heifer that not only is presented at a high level, but I think for her age, being in September, is appropriate in terms of size and stature. I think a female that gets out and goes good enough and with enough reach and flexibility. I would like to see her just a shot easier on her hawk when she goes, but I think that this heifer, is an easy class winner for me. The heifer we find here in second is one from a teat size and spacing advantage, has that over our class winner. As an Angus guy, I love to see him with a big spread like that when we're getting closer to calving. A female that maybe just gets a shot rounder out of her hip when you compare her to our class winner, and maybe not as elite from her shoulders forward, but that's a big-legged, sound structured, again, one that I just love the maternal aspects when you get underneath her. There's a big broody one coming to us here in third. I think from a weight per day standpoint, definitely takes the cake. An outlier in this class. For me, I just want to see her fresher in her chest floor and in her brisket, but one that still gets out and goes and motors really good. Just want to freshen her up a bit. A heifer coming to us next, again, one that's maybe doesn't have the wow factor that some of the ones at the top of this class do, but a sound functional female, gets out and motors good, got some pin width to her. Just want to see her a little stouter featured. A good one on the standstill hits us next, the young lady's roan heifer that she's just pulling out here. A female, we just want to see her a little more relaxed in her spine when she gets out and goes, but a female that's balanced on the standstill with some unique pieces to her. There's a heifer that's coming to us next. Again, one maybe just runs a shot downhill when you get her on the side. One that we just want to tidy up in her underline and give her just a shot more body depth. And then the one we round the class off with, a female that's long and level. Just want to stouten her up when you compare her to the ones that win this class.
Well, thank you there, Judge Tyson Hertz. We'll start off this class in first. Entry 3144, Head for the Hills Bader 29 LET, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorehorns of Red vs. Saskatchewan. Following her, second in class, entry 3119, CSF Margie HC 2311 ET, exhibited by Hillhaven Farms, Stainer, Ontario, with additional owner Wild Weather Cattle. Third in class goes to entry 3112, KSS Aviator Flash Western Mary 2325, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock of Elrose, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Sweetgrass Ranches. Fourth in class goes to entry 3116, Sask Valley Raggedy Ann 71L, exhibited by Sask Valley Stock Farm of Rostern, Saskatchewan. Fifth in class goes to entry 3117, Sask Valley Cindy 121L, exhibited by Sask Valley Stock Farm of Rostern, Saskatchewan. Sixth in class goes to entry 3111, LL Raggedy Ann 52L, exhibited by Long Lake Shorehorns of Simpson, Saskatchewan. And rounding up the class, we have entry 3121, Creekside Admiration 13L, exhibited by Star P Farms of Humboldt, Saskatchewan. Coming next in class here is our second split of Junior Division Yearling Heifers. And we've got age ranges here from March 21st to March 8th. Looks like we have about 6 entries in your class, and your class is complete. While we watch Judge Tyson Hertz judge this class here, Saskatchewan Shorehorn Association would like to take this time and remind you about the Shorehorn Alliance sale, which happens on December 12th at Saskatoon Livestock Sales in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. It's their 27th annual sale. It starts at 1 p.m. Saskatchewan time. You can either be there and present or bid online through DLMS.ca. We got a number of about 9 consigners consigning 26 head of purebred cattle, and there will also be a select commercial cattle presence in the sale as well. Check out the catalog on Facebook through the Saskatchewan Shorthorn Association or through multiple Shorthorn Facebook pages there posted. I'd love to say it might be by mail, but due to the postal strike, I don't think we're going to get them there anytime soon if they're not out. I should also mention that the Shorehorn Alliance sale catalogs are available at the Saskatchewan Shorehorn booth, so if you haven't got your copy, make sure to pick one up.
We'll get some comments here on split number 2 in our senior heifer calves from Judge Lance Schliesman.
Well, again, I thought a difficult class, particularly in the middle. It gets pretty cumbersome trying to figure out where your priorities are because there's some really different females in that regard. But I guess the heifer I started with, again, you can't mark one much better than what she is. And she's always the one I went back to from just a profile and balance standpoint. I think she's made nice through her front end. She's wedged in nice at the point of her shoulder. She hooks up level and square behind her shoulder. She's got a lot of length and attractiveness to her hip in the way that she comes down into her lower quarter and stifle. I think she's very parallel in her lines and symmetrical from that regard. She gets out and travels quite well. There's times where on the stand from the profile, she looks like she maybe gets a little bit grouped up at the ground off her hind leg. But when you get behind her, pleasantly surprising, I think she's got more shape than maybe what I anticipated out of her hip and into her stifle. So I think a quality female that starts this class. Female comes next, again, it's pretty practical just from a brood cow standpoint. She's got the body. I think she's good enough in terms of her performance, her structure. She's got enough volume. She just doesn't put it together in quite as attractive or engaging package as what the class winner does. Gets maybe a little bit easier behind her shoulder. At times wants to duck her pins a little bit and maybe not quite as aesthetically pleasing as she goes off her hind leg, but there's several other heifers in the class that same can be said. A really overwhelming heifer that comes next in terms of just her stature, the shape that she has up high, her performance, the dimension that she opens up behind her shoulder with and she comes out of her hip with. My concern with her, and it's not a huge concern because she still gets out and travels quite well, she's just more jammed up through her front third. I think she's shorter through her neck. She's a little bit more elevated in the angle to her shoulder. If I could just modify her, project her a little bit longer out of her front end, I think that would complement her from a balance standpoint and from a proportion standpoint to the rest of her body. This heifer that comes is pretty intriguing. She's super powerful. If you look at her from the stance in terms of base width from the ground up, she's got probably the class advantage in terms of base width. Now that transitions from her backside into a bit of a concern through her front skeleton because to me she's pretty open shouldered. Now she handles it well, she travels fine, but that's something I'd like to tone down on her is just maybe set her in a little bit at her blades. But I love her shape down the top, that of her hip, that base width projects through her skeleton. Female that comes in next, again, she's one that, you could sort higher based on her practicality. There's nothing to me that just is overwhelming or really bold about her in terms of criteria, but she puts in together a lot of really good things. I think she gets overpowered by the lineup in front of her in terms of just mass with the skeleton, natural dimension out of her hip in particular, but she is a good looking heifer in terms of her neck shoulder attachment. She's smooth in the way that she gets out and she's ample in performance, probably compared to the options placed on either side of her. We transition to a couple of greener, more juvenile appearing heifers. There's just more of the one that comes next. I think she's got more spread to her rib cage, a little bit more weight per day of age potentially. just more to her. Female that concludes the class, obviously she's more juvenile than what you'd prefer. She just gets simply overpowered in terms of weight, performance, and mass. But again, one that in terms of mobility is certainly pleasing enough in the way that she transitions down into her lower joints and certainly meets her track when engaged on the move.
Well, congratulations to our split number 2. First place in this class goes to number 2730. It's TCF Princess Diane 401M, exhibited by the Cliffs Farm, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Second place in this class, entered number 2739, Eris Acres Laney 21M, exhibited by Eris Acres. Third place goes to 2742. It's GH Manifest Miss Moulin 2M, exhibited by Hershey Herefords. Fourth place goes to entry number 2733. It's K-Cow Teacup 15M, exhibited by K-Cow Ranch. Fifth place goes to entry number 2736, Manchester H244 Mist 403M, exhibited by Manchester Pulled Herefords and the Hereford Girls. Sixth place goes to entry number 2744, it's Chula Vista Mary 104M, exhibited by Brookhill Farms. Rounding out our class in seventh place, entry number 2728, it's JRP Miss Sapphire 7M, exhibited by JRP XPF Livestock. That was split number 2. So coming back into our champion senior division heifer calves, out of our first split, 2743, it's DGB Moonstone Miss 3M, exhibited by Parker Davis and Cody Yearling. In second place in that split, enter number 2732, it's K-Cal Beauty 39M from K-Cal Ranch. Out of that split number 2, 2730 from the Cliffs Farms and 2739 from Eris Acres. These are our 4 heifers vying for our champion and reserve champion senior division. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Aqua Hollow Farms Limited and the Hereford Girls in our senior division. But I think before we get comments from the Hereford side, we're going to have comments on our Shorthorn side of the ring.
Yeah, there's 4 heifers here that I wish I could just combine together. The parts and pieces that each of them possess are very unique, in my opinion, for the breed. And if I could just combine them all, I think I would have a pretty elite one. The female we use to start the class is just the most fault-free, and she does so with the sound of structure when you ask her to go. She's definitely the easiest to watch in motion. You know, she's got the reach and flexibility off of both ends, and she couples that with a balanced look, a good look through her front 1/3, and is bold enough and stout enough for me. The heifer that comes to us in second, I think this one's got the added bone and substance that you're looking for, an awesome color to her. For me, she does want to drop her pins when she gets set in motion and gets a little lethargic and uncoordinated out of her rear leg and hock. But I think there's some parts and pieces from a breeding standpoint that are pretty unique to this female. On the standstill, this young lady's white roan heifer wins the class, and there's a lot of pieces that I think people need to tie into and appreciate. In terms of power with balance and feminine look, this is the one that puts it all together. When we ask her to go, we just want to see her more genuine and flexible when she's reaching out of her front end, as well as more athletic off her back end. I think a big flat-shouldered one comes at us next, one that's maybe just a little more common from her shoulders forward, but if you want to tie into a big-footed, big-legged one, this is the one to do it. She's large outlined. I love the performance advantages that she has in this class. For me, we just want to see her tie a little better in her hip-loin junction and just relax her spine when she's set in motion, but I think a really good one from a cow prospect standpoint. The lady's heifer that's coming to us next, again, a fault-free, easy-keeping, big-bodied kind of a heifer, one that we just want to see a shot fresher and more elite from her shoulders forward and clean her up in her chest floor. And then the young man's heifer that's coming, rounding out the class, the big-bodied, deep-sided kind of a female that, for me, I just want to freshen her up in all aspects and you know, tidy her up in that respect, but I think a real maternal build in this heifer.
Well, thank you there, Mr. Tyson Hertz. Starting off in this split 2 of junior yearling heifers, we go to entry 3115, bar 33, Sparkle D 20L, exhibited by Kroner Cattle Company of Hamiota, Manitoba. Second in class goes to entry 3123, Millbrook Miss Blossom CP 26L, exhibited by Hatfield Shorehorns of Gladstone, Manitoba. Third in class, we have entry 3120, Hillhaven Breathtaker Sage 288L ET, exhibited by Hillhaven Farms, Stainer, Ontario, with additional owner Austin Diamond Creek Cattle Company. Fourth in class, entry 3113, Head for the Hills, Daisy Sophie, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorehorns of Red vs. Saskatchewan. Fifth in class, entry 3110, LL First Kiss 16L, exhibited by Long Lake Shorehorns of Simpson, Saskatchewan. Rounding up the class, we have entry 3122, TSS Whiteout 2L, exhibited by Three Star Shorehorns of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. But I'm not going to get into this junior division because it looks like Judge Lance Leachman has some comments for his division class.
Well, I think these two class winners are close, and they're not very similar in several regards. You know, this heifer that came out of that first class, I like her body shape a lot. Through her mid-rib, she's quite attractive. I like her hip and her hind leg development. You know, when you look at her up front, she maybe just gets a little bit more jammed up, a little bit straighter in her shoulder, and you can maybe set her back at her knee just a touch. You see how she wants to kind of stand offset at times with one further ahead than the other. But I really love her mid-rib shape and a female that to me is, again, once you look at her, project her in terms of production, going to be pretty ample in terms of her body dimension relative to the frame that she can accommodate. Heifer that comes next, you can't mark them better than what she is in terms of commercial marketing, what people, at least for us, are after in terms of pigment and color. She's one that I like in terms of being more extended from her shoulder forward. I think she's laid in a bit more angular and neat at the point of her shoulder. I think she's a little bit more laid back in the angle to her knee. She's really long-bodied. She runs downhill a little bit from her hips down into her shoulder, but I think she still balances up nice in terms of her strength at top. And there's times I'd like to just spread her out down low at her rear feet in terms of width, but again, as I alluded to in the class, you get her up high, and I think she's sure acceptable that way. So I'll go pick out the one that I prefer, but no, both of those are really, really strong heifers I ought to be awfully proud of, as should the second places in this particular division. If you'd offer congratulations, I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
Our champion's going to come out of our second split. Congratulations to the Cliffs Farms with TCF 018 Princess Diane 401M. And out of our first split is going to be our reserve champion. Congratulations to Parker Davis and Cody Shearling with entry number 2743, DGB Moonstone Miss 3M. Congratulations again to the Cliffs Farms and Parker Davis and Cody Shearling, our champion and reserve champion senior division heifer calves. Thank you very much once again to our sponsors, Aqua Hollow Farms and the Hereford girls in our senior division. We'll get some pictures and move in next with our Bred heifers, split number 1.
On the Shorehorn side here, we're going to go with our junior division champion and reserve yearling female. But we first want to recognize our sponsors here for the champion, Rockdale Shorehorns. And for the reserve champion yearling female, we're going to go is Diamond Creek Cattle. We'll start off with the first split. We've got 3114, Head for the Hills Pay Dirt 29 LET, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorehorns of Redvers. Following her in that same class was entry 3119, CSF Margie, HC 2331 ET, exhibited by Hill Haven Farms of Stainer, Ontario. And then in the second split that was just in the ring, we've got entry 3115, Bar 33, Sparkle D 20L, exhibited by Kroner Cattle Company of Hamiota, Manitoba. And following her in that same split was Millbrook Miss Blossom CP 26L, Hatfield Shorthorns of Gladstone, Manitoba. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Rockdale Shorehorns and Diamond Creek Cattle. If there's somebody here that wants to come make a presentation, but I'll let the mic over to Judge Tyson Hertz.
Yeah, this was a fun division to sort. I think there was one that gravitated at the top pretty quickly, and this white heifer that wins our first class will be our division champion. So if you guys want to give a round of applause for that one, I think that one's a heck of a beast. I do think it becomes a little bit more of a discussion for reserve here with our class winner from our second and then our second place in that class. Two females that are quite different in their type and kind. And for me, I'm going to go with the added bone and foot and substance that we see in our second place from that class, and she'll be your reserve division. Congratulations to your exhibitors.
Well, congratulations goes out to entry 3114, Head for the Hills Pay Dirt 29L, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorthorns. And then reserve division, goes to CSF Margie HC2331ET, exhibited by Hillhaven Farms, with additional owner of Wild Weather Cattle. Once again, I'd like to thank our sponsors for the junior division, Rockdale Shorthorns and Diamond Creek Cattle Company.
Well, back on our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to move into our bred heifer division here. This is split number 1 in our bred heifers born March 1st to December 31st, 2023. Our first split here is going to have 6 entries as we move into our bred heifer show. A few more of our Red Coat sponsors and winners that we want to announce as we move through our Red Coat Classic event. Sponsored today, our credit from Remitol West Farms. Congratulations to Crystal Stavanoff, winner of the Remitol West credit. Moorhaven Farms has a credit. Congratulations to Daphne Schwab on winning the Moorhaven credit. And Eris Acres, their credit has been won by Clint Kopichuk. So congratulations to Clint, Daphne, and Crystal on winning the Eris Acres, Moorhaven, and Remitol West credits.
Back on the Shorehorn side here, we're going to get into the senior yearling females here with our first split. We're going to have ages ranging from February 17th all the way to February 3rd here. We'll have 6 in the class, and it looks like our class is complete. The Saskatchewan Shorthorn Association would also like to recognize at this time we've congratulated 2 Saskatchewan breeders for their Canadian Shorthorn Association Legend of the Breed Awards. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Gary and Linda Rose of Garland Shorthorns, North Battleford, Saskatchewan, and Rolly Bateman, Braybag Shorthorns of Pilger, Saskatchewan. I don't know if they're in the crowd here today, but if you are, give a wave to them. Certainly is a lot of dedication to the breed and for what you've all done for the Shorthorn industry here. Congratulations.
Well, back over to our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to get some comments from Judge Leachman on split number 1 in our yearling bred heifers.
Again, I think a strong class, a class that maybe to me doesn't have a really intimidating one of the bunch in terms of just putting everything together as nicely as you'd like. But I think a strong couple of options right here. And the heifer that wins the class looks like she's really advanced in her gestation. A big-bodied, broody-middled female. I like the way that she's set in at her shoulder and her neck. Comes out of her front skeleton, I think, with quite a nice amount of ease. You get behind her, she's big and bold in her rib cage. She's got plenty of spread as she goes away from you. And I think still pretty sensible in terms of her stature relative to her body condition. I do think that potentially there's going to be more udder quality in the second female, and I hate to project that because you don't know until they start lactating, but I just see her as a little bit more refined in her teat size and spacing, and I like that about her quite a bit. She's, again, one that's just practical. I think it's not necessarily that she rises for a combination of traits. I think she's just more fault-free than the heifers that follow her. She's certainly ample in terms of her body construction. She's big and bold in the rib cage coming out of her spine. She travels with relative ease. At times she's a little bit shorter in her cannon bone, maybe doesn't have quite as an aesthetically attractive hind leg as what the class winner does, but still a really complete heifer that I think will be exciting in terms of production just for maternal characteristics. Now this one you could say is deceiving at times because of her white flank, but she's actually sufficient in terms of her body dimension, really long and attractive down her top and out of her hip. Female, it's got that added stature and length of cannon bone, maturity potentially to be a larger female. I think she's still long and extended through her front third. I guess when you get behind her, I wish she just had a little bit more punch and power. I think if you view her in terms of her pin spread, she's narrower than the heifers that precede her in class. She just doesn't maintain that same width and squareness down into her lower stifle, and consequently the base of her skeleton that the heifers preceding her do. I still like her length, particularly through her front third, than what the heifer that comes in next was. This one I like from her shoulder back. I think she's big in her top, she's bold in her rib shape, she's stout enough as you go and to the 3/4 view and from behind on her. She just, for me, gets too mature, a little bit coarse through her front third. She's thicker in her neck, maybe a little bit more cresty in her neck, and just a little bit more elevated in the angle to her scapula, and that's why she sorts the position that she does. But from there back, I quite like that female. A big long-bodied female that's marked again quite nicely here. You like her extension or growth, performance. Just from a structure standpoint, she maybe gives me a little bit of hesitation. I think she's quite a bit more timid in the way that she travels off her rear pastern, just doesn't have quite the ease and the cushion that the ground in that region that she has, and at times a little bit shorter striding because of it. Female that comes next has a little bit more navel, but again, a big or long-bodied female. She's really extended. I just view her being probably the narrowest constructed. She closes up at the base of her skeleton. If you could expand her through her chest back into her mid-body and out of her hip, I think that would do her a world of justice.
Well, congratulations to our winners here in split number 1 of our Bred Heifer division. First place in this class goes to number 2755. It's Double H Riesling ET402L from KCC Cattle, heading from Ontario. Second place in that class, entry number 2748, Brooks. The 131J Armina 54L from the Brooks Farms. Third place in this class, 2746. It's Blair Athol Suzette 147L, exhibited by Blair Athol Farms. Fourth place, entry number 2754, GH Insight Stacy 133L, exhibited by Hershey Herefords. Fifth place in this class, entry number 2749, CNT 51F Pebbles 23L, exhibited by CNT Cattle Company, Chris Lees, and additional new owner NCX Pulled Herefords. Rounding out our class, flip over your page to entry number 2752. It's PBHR Serenity 4H 65L, exhibited by Mans Herefords. That rounds out split number 1. We're going to move into split number 2 in our junior division yearling heifers. These are heifers born March 1st to December 31st, class number 7. This is our split number 2 on the Hereford side of the ring.
And it looks like our class is complete here on the Shorehorn side. We'll get Judge Tyson Hertz to give a comment on this strong class of yearling heifers.
Yeah, a lot of spread and variety in terms of shapes and designs and kinds in this class, but I think 2 heifers that are the soundest structured females in this class with some added punch and pizzazz and some show ring qualities that win. The class winner here, when you compare her to the second place heifer, she's just a little more genuine in terms of muscle shape down to the center and lower portion of her stifle while standing on a bigger and heavier structure. I think a heifer that gets out and motors good enough in this class today, a nice easy class winner for me. I think the heifer here in second is probably one of my favorite in terms of when she's in motion. I think this female is just as up-headed, as loose, and as pliable. She loves walking, and that's what I love. I love watching cattle in motion, and this one just does it with ease. She's flexible off of both ends, and she couples that with enough, body and flank and rib and dimension. She's level out her hip, and she's up-headed. A female that I think has a lot of good, and one that I just absolutely love when she goes away. The female that comes to us in third, the most moderate statured heifer in this class. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing, it's just a reality. And that's fine for me. She's stout and she's big back. For me, when you ask her to go, we just want to see her with a shot more reach off of her front and rear. A female that maybe, if you are looking for a little more extension and frame, you would ask her to be that as well. The female that comes to us next, a deep-bodied, easy-doing kind of a heifer with some muscle shape to her. A female I'd like to tidy up in terms of her navel and her chest and just freshen her up from her shoulders forward. The female that comes to us next, again, a big outline, large, high-performing kind of a female that just doesn't have the aesthetics when you look at her from her shoulder forward compared to our two class winners. And then the heifer that we round out the class, a big stout feet, not a big featured heifer in terms of pin width, one that maybe just gets overpowered in terms of performance, body, and look. A nice class with a lot of give and take.
All right, thanks, Judge Tyson Hertz. We'll start off with this class in first place. Entry 31229, BCSC Val FB01LET, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock of Elrose, Saskatchewan. Additional owner, Sweetgrass Ranches. Second in place goes to her. Entry 3133, Herburn MTE Ruby's Lily 3L, exhibited by Herburn Shorthorns at Somerset, Manitoba. Third in class goes to entry 3131, Diamond Creek Millicent, exhibited by Diamond Creek Cattle Company of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Fourth in class goes to entry 3125, Prospect Hill Orange Blossom, exhibited by Prospect Shorthorns, Meeting Creek, Alberta. Additional owner Kingsley Shelley and Lynn Whalen. Fifth in class goes to entry 3125, Prospect Hill Lovable Amy 13L, exhibited by Prospect Hill Shorthorns, Meeting Creek, Alberta. Additional owner Tristan Mills. Rounding off the class, we got entry 3137, Belle M Athena 95L, exhibited by Belle M Farms, Engelfelt, Saskatchewan. And we'll get into our second split of senior yearling heifers here. We've got 6 in this class, and we're ranging in ages from January 18th to January the 1st. And at this time, I also want to recognize our senior division champion yearling and reserve yearling sponsors for this division. We got Hawkins Shorthorns and Double R Land and Cattle. If anybody from those respective outfits would like to come to present at ringside here, they're certainly more than welcome to. Also, for the folks on the Shorthorn side here, you probably noticed to the right of me, there has been some shoe shine going on here. Boots, it's called Boot Shines for Stars, which is presented by Norheim Ranching. Boot Shines they accept donations for their shining services there. They'll be exhibited here on the hosting area and beside the stage today. You'll also see him tomorrow shining up some shoes at the Norheim booth in the Affinity Plex there. So make a good cause to the Stars Boot Shine Foundation here.
We've got some comments here ready, looks like, on split number 2 in our Bred Heifer division, in our junior division, from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, I think this class is quite a bit stronger in terms of just the average quality of these females, and you know, I'd say it's 4 deep in terms of really, really elite females that, depending on your breeding objectives, can do a lot of things. Now, female that starts the class, when she came in, I thought, man, that's a nice place to potentially start based on what she appears to have for a combination of traits. I think one thing that sticks out about her, and you could say the 4th place female, I'm more comfortable with them from a stature standpoint. I know there's some big heifers. I think of ours at home, they look like small fries compared to a couple of these. So I do appreciate her moderation to begin with. I think she's sensible in terms of her stature at this point. Plus, she's just so maternal in her look. She's so extended from her shoulder forward. She's laid in nice at her shoulder, but she doesn't sacrifice the shape and dimension down her top and out of her hip as she goes away from you for being as nicely laid in through her front skeleton. And obviously, as you combine all those characteristics, she gets out and moves with a lot of ease, a lot of freeness, and certainly meets her track. Female that comes in second, again, as I alluded to, she's big, and she's going to be a big, powerful cow. She's the heaviest muscled female in the class, I think, by a margin. You get behind her, and she projects so much power down her top. She's wide in her pin placement, has some power and dimension expression of her stifle, and you look at her bone work at the ground, and she's heavy structured, but she puts it together in a really appealing package still, and it's hard to have those combination of performance and power characteristics in a female that's quite as sound as her. Just doesn't quite have the refinement through her front third and that, overwhelmingly maternal look of the class winner. I didn't want to separate these two in terms of type and kind because they are very similar. Another big framed heifer that probably is pushing the upper boundary in terms of stature for me as well, but she is nice in terms of her structure. Again, she's laid in correct through her shoulder. I think she gets out with relative ease in terms of her joints. She's big and bold through her cage, and I like her stoutness probably out of her hip, particularly down low compared to the female that comes next. 4th place heifer, the freckle-faced female. Again, I like her in terms of her frame and stature. I think she's going to be really practical when set into production in terms of, just being sensibly sized and be able to maintain herself. Again, she's one that's not laid in nice through her shoulder. She's toes ahead straight up front. A couple things on her. I don't know that there's quite as much genuine power as I stand behind her in terms of her pin placement down into her quarter. And then one thing that's kind of unique and you'd maybe like to alter about her, but I don't think it's a huge deficiency, is she just gets pretty soft and weak in her pasterns, both front and back. And if I could just set her up a little bit higher in her pasterns, she flexes them obviously really well. She takes a really long stride. I just like to set her up so her dew claws are a little bit higher off the surface. 2 females that come in next, I think there's just more of the female that the young lady showing here circling. I think that female to me is just a big broody middled heifer. I think she's got plenty of bone and stoutness down into her underpinnings. She just gets more jammed up, a little bit coarser through her front third in terms of length and maybe boldness to her shoulder, and maybe just doesn't quite handle her top line with quite the flexibility of the other heifers. Female concludes the class. I like her through her mid-rib. She's really deep. She's just a shorter coupled heifer, and you can see that both out of her hip and probably up front. She's just a little bit more jammed up through her neck, a little bit more forward in the angle to her shoulder, and consequently doesn't give you quite as an engaging or unique look through her front third as what that heifer that wins the class in particular does, and probably those first 4 cattle in general as well.
Well, congratulations to our winners here in split number 2. First place in this class goes in entry number 2750. It's A&L ACDT Jado 115 ET 148L, exhibited by A&L Pulled Herefords, Danny and Kelvin Fornwald, Golden Oak Livestock, Alan Marshall AXA, Robin Shire, and Haraldson's Pulled Herefords. Second place in that class, entry number 2757. It's MR Enemy ET46L, exhibited by Mission Ridge Herefords. Third place, 2747 to HMS Highcliffe, Luna 23L, exhibited by HMS Highcliffe. Fourth place, to entry number 2751, it's RSK SCK Miss Nellie ET101L, exhibited by RSK Farms and Venture Livestock Wayne and Ann Burgess. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 2753 to XLP KPH Mirabelle ET445L, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services and Kirby Pulled Herefords. Rounding out our class in sixth place, entry number 2756, it's Square D Robin 657L, exhibited by Steel Silverstone. Coming back into our junior division out of our first split, we'll see our first and second, 2755 from KCC Cattle, and entry number 2748 from Brooks Farms. And out of that last split too, entry number 2750 from A&L Pulled Herefords and Crew, and entry number 2757 from Mission Ridge Herefords. These are our top 4 females competing for our junior division. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Standard Hill Livestock and Mortensen Farms, in our junior yearling Hereford champions. I think over on our Hereford side, we're done for a little bit. We're going to get some comments on our Shorthorn side from Judge Tyson Hertz.
Yeah, nice class here for sure with quality that runs all the way down. Two heifers that I think are pretty good in terms of the way they're built. Obviously, the differences lie. We talked earlier in one of the calf classes. There was one that I would say is a similar build to this heifer that leads off, and we got behind her and we wondered, was there enough of her there? And that's a judgment call that I have the privilege and the honor of making today. For this one here, I call her enough. And then the second question I ask on her is, does she have enough reach and mobility when you set her in motion? Again, I say yes on this one. I'm comfortable with the way her angles are in her shoulder, knee, and hock. Is she just reaching out and going with as much athleticism as some of the ones I've used previously? Probably not, but I think this is a really good heifer that outlines really good, and I call her sound enough and stout enough to win this class, and I'm comfortable doing so. The female that comes to us in second is no doubt she's stouter pinned, she's bold and more expressive in her rib shape. She commands your attention initially when she comes in the ring, and the young lady does an awesome job getting this one stuck. A female for me, when you ask her to go, I just want to see her more relaxed in her tail head set as she gets a little up there and lethargic and awkward in the way she carries her hip in that respect, but I think an undeniable amount of body and presence in this heifer. The female that comes to us third, I love the bone and footwork in this heifer. I think that she's the heaviest structured running away in this class. I love that about her. For me, she just gets straighter shouldered when you compare her to our two at the top end of this class, and maybe a shot harsher in her rib shape. I'm not calling her a hard-ribbed heifer, but relative to the two that win the class, she does seem just a shot more elevated in her underline. The young man's heifer that comes to us in fourth, when he gets her parked, I think this is a really good kind of a female. She was fighting the halter, not enjoying the trip to town today, but I think a female that outlines really, really good when she's parked. For me, I just want to soften her up, and then I want to see her go with a more relaxed approach in this show ring today, but I don't want to take away from a young man that battled his way through this class. A real stout from end to end, wide base kind of a heifer comes to us next. For me, she's just a shot rounder in her hip and a little rougher down her top when you analyze her, just pushing a little more condition down the top side of her skeleton in it. But a female, I love the stoutness in the body that she has. Just a few things I would change there. And then the young lady's heifer that we round the class off with, a long spine, good structured kind of a female from a balance standpoint. I just want to see her with a shot more body depth and then freshen her up in her chest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Judge Tyson Hertz here. We'll start off with this split two yearling heifers here. First place goes to entry 3130, Millbrook Longview Maria HC5L, exhibited by Double Bar D Ranch at Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Second in class goes to entry 3127, Hill Haven Verona Katie 16L, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock at Elrose, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Sweetgrass Ranches. Third in class goes to entry 3135, Glenford Miss Patsy 6L, owned and exhibited by Quinn Keller of Newdorf, Saskatchewan. Fourth in class, entry 3132, 6S Maryland 10L, exhibited by Diamond Creek Cattle Company of Weyburn, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Austin Yup. And fifth in class goes to entry 3124, Holland Lane Eva Leah 1L, exhibited by Nova Creek Farm, County of Barhead, Alberta, additional owner Nova Creek Farms. And then rounding up the class, we have entry 3136, Coldstream Mrs. 11L, exhibited by Coldstream Farms of Flesherton, Ontario. Now we'll get into our champion and reserve champion yearling division here. We bring back from the first split here, entry 3129, BCSC Val FB01LET, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock of Elrose, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Sweetgrass Ranches. And following her in that class was entry 3133, Herborn MTE Ruby's Lily 3L, exhibited by Herborn Shorthorns of Somerset, Manitoba. Then the class we just have in here, we have leading that way, entry 3130, Millbrook Longview Maria HC5L, exhibited by Double Bar D Ranch at Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And following her in that class was entry 3127, Hillhaven Verona Katie 16L, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock at Elrose, Saskatchewan, along with Sweetgrass Ranches. And at this time, I also want to thank our senior division champion and reserve sponsors for this class. We have Hawkins Shorehorns and Double R Land and Cattle.
We're going to get comments over on our Hereford ring in our senior division, our yearling heifers, from Judge Leachman.
Well, again, I will describe this division a little bit. I've been a bit inconsistent that way. So class winner out of the first class, you know, she's so full down into her lower body. Female projects high out of her shoulder, you know, still sound at the ground. She gets a little bit more slack in her top, maybe a little bit flatter in the shape to her top, I think, relative to the heifers that came out of the second class. But you certainly like her in terms of her sensibility of size and what she projects to be as a mature cow from that standpoint. Would maybe just give her a little bit more spacing in her teats and refine her in that regard, but a really nice female. Female that came in second from that class is just practical. She's one you could envision staying in production for a fairly prolonged period of time, just based on, you know, her structure, moderation, her body type, you know, the evidence of udder quality that she possesses at this point. So again, with her, nothing that overwhelms me, but I think a solid enough female to complement the others that are out here. Female that came out of the second class, as I alluded to, I like her a bunch. I think she's really maternal. She's built well. She's got enough dimension, but she still puts it into a ladylike package, and I think possesses a really high quality udder at this stage in her development as well. And then, as I mentioned in class, a really big, high performing female. It's got a lot of power and performance, probably pushes the upper boundary in terms of that for me, but I think she still presents it, and to me, a very acceptable package in terms of her mobility, the refinement that she gets out through her front end with, and just her sheer dimension of underpinnings is pretty unique. And so with that, there's a clear option and then a tougher decision for the reserve in this division, but I'll go out and do that for you, and please offer your congratulations to these 4 exhibitors as well.
Well, split number 2 is going to have our champion. Congratulations, 2750. It's A&L ACDT Jada 115E T148L, exhibited by A&L Pulled Herefords, Danny and Kelvin Fornwall, Golden Oak Livestock, Alan Marshall, AXA Farms, Robin Shire, and Haroldson's Pulled Herefords are going to be our champion yearling heifer. Congratulations to our reserve champion. He's going to stay in that split. Congratulations to Mission Ridge Herefords with entry number 2757, MR24E, Amy ET46L, our reserve champion junior division yearling heifer. Thank you very much to our sponsors in this division, Standard Hill Livestock and Mortensen Farms, our junior yearling heifer sponsors in our champion and reserve. Congratulations again to A&L Pulled Herefords and crew and Mission Ridge Herefords on our champion and reserve junior division yearling heifers. Looks like we've got some comments over on our shorthorn side of the ring. Judge Tyson Hertz.
Yeah, in the senior division, it was a fun couple classes to sort here, and obviously, I think there was quality all the way through, and there's ones that went back to the barn that I think those exhibitors definitely should be proud of. I think it becomes an interesting conversation here with 2 class winners and then a second from that second split that all come into the mix for me, and for me, I feel most comfortable with the young ladies heifer that come out of the second split for our division champion. I think this one just does the most right, and I'm comfortable with where she's at in terms of structure and build. I think when you get into the reserve division, it becomes a discussion. The bigger bodied heifer sits in second from that second split. The one with a little more bone and foot size comes from the first split. When you get them out here and comparing them together, I do think that the one from the second place just opens up with more true dimension directly behind her shoulder and is actually fresher in her chest floor. In this tight division, I'm going to congratulate our reserve coming out of the same class.
Well, there you have it, folks. Here we got in our senior division yearling heifer. Our champion will be Exhibitor 3130, Millbrook Longview Maria HC5L, exhibited by Double Bar D Ranch of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And following along, we went to the same split here with Exhibit 3127, Hill Haven, Verona, Katy, 18L, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock, Elrose, Saskatchewan, and Sweetgrass Ranches. And we'd like to thank our sponsors again of Hawkins Shorthorns and Double R Landing Cattle.
Over on our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to go into our senior yearling heifers. This is split number 1. These are going to be our heifers born January 1st to this split here is February 18th to February 3rd in these heifers. This is our split number 1 in our senior division of our yearling heifers.
As we're waiting for pictures here on our champion and reserve senior yearling female, this year the Saskatchewan Shorthorn Commercial Breeder of the Year will be presented to Alpha and Les Claggett of Balcarres, Saskatchewan. The Claggetts receive their gate signage following the crowning of the grand champion female. They also received a jacket award at last night's banquet. Congratulations to Alpha and Les Claggett here in the Claggett family. Now we'll get into our split of 2-year-old females here. Females born in 2022 with calf at side here. And it looks like we have 3 entries for this class.
One of our proud sponsors, John Deere. John Deere is proud of its heritage of making outstanding farm equipment. John Deere dealers continue to live up to the same values that the company was founded on: quality, innovation, integrity, commitment, and humanity. On behalf of Agribition and all the exhibitors, we would like to thank John Deere for their involvement in Agribition. Be sure to stop by the John Deere booth to speak with John Deere and their dealer representatives on site. Thank you very much to John Deere for being one of our major sponsors here at Canadian Western Agribition. One of our other great major sponsors of Canadian Western Agribition is Master Feeds. Master Feeds is celebrating 95 years of supplying the nutrition that produces showstoppers at beef shows across Canada. Master Feeds is proud to sponsor the Canadian Western Agribition and would like to congratulate all the competitors for your dedication and commitment to show excellence. Thank you very much to a major sponsor, Master Feeds.
Well, since we're on Master Feeds, I've probably noticed some orange jackets walking around here, people wearing them. Those are our barn bosses for the show. We certainly like to thank Cowtown and Master Feeds for that sponsorship there. And we certainly, the Shorthorn Association, would like to recognize, I would call him a prodigal son because it's been a few years since he's been back on duties there, but Corey Schaefer from Regina, Saskatchewan here. Thank you again, Corey, for returning to that position. I think it's been since probably the mid-2000s since we seen him perform them barn duties.
We get a few more raffle draw winners here from our Red Coat Classic. We've got a winner of the Big Gully Farms credit. Congratulations to Brent Degsroff. Brent Degsroff is going to be the winner of the Big Gully Farms credit. McCoy Cattle Company has a credit they've offered as part of the Red Coat Classic. Congratulations to Coat Heron. Coat Heron is going to be the winner of the McCoy Classic. Manchester Pulled Herefords have a credit. And congratulations to Jamie Herons. Jamie Herons is the winner of the Manchester Pulled Hereford credit. Congratulations to Jamie, Coat, and Brent on winning our credits from Manchester Pulled Herefords, McCoy Cattle Company, and Big Gully Farms.
Well, we'd like to go and present one of our platinum sponsors here, FCC. Our thanks goes out to platinum partner FCC, the only lender 100% invested in Canadian agriculture. FCC helps you make the most of opportunities with financing and knowledge designed for Canada's ag industry. Once again, thanks to FCC. And it looks like we've got comments on our 2-year-old division class of cow-calf pairs.
A really nice trio of cow-calf pairs over here in the Shorthorn ring, and some give and take all the way through. If I could combine these 3 pairs, I'd be a pretty happy camper out here, but that's what makes breeding livestock so much fun, is you try and grab pieces and parts of each one and make the best, genetic package and phenotypic package possible. The young ladies that are bringing this pair up to the front, I think just the most uniform pair. Now, this is an end of April calf, I'm told, and I do question, is there enough of her here? You compare her to some of those ones that we saw right at the start of the day, and I do think she would be one of the smaller heifers in one of those classes, but I think she's made right. I think she's got a lot of her mother's characteristics in terms of the robustness of her rib cage, the stoutness of her hip, the big foot and big leg underneath them. I think a pair that are complementary in terms of the way they're built, and the cow I'm the most comfortable with in terms of udder quality and fore-udder attachment. I love that about her. Now, this cow, I think I would shorten her skull up for sure if I could, and maybe just give her a shot more jaw, but I think that cow is pretty good, pretty stout, and I love the where she's at in terms of her milking ability in this class today. The next set of young ladies that come to us next with a roan cow with a white bull calf, I think from a standstill standpoint, I like this cow the best. I think she outlines the best in terms of her, rear rib and flank transition. She's square on the corners. The calf in front of her is a nice bull calf. I would like to see him just reach and go a little bit freer, and he gets that from his mother. I'd like to see her just a little more relaxed in terms of the angle of her shoulder. But I think on the standstill, this is a really unique pair that's got some really good breeding pieces to them as well. The pair that we round the class off with, I'm probably the most comfortable with where this calf is from a maturity standpoint. End of January bull calf that's stout featured. He's big legged. He's got some shape down the top side of his skeleton. A calf that I like to stretch and grow in. A cow that's nice. She's a nice cow that outlines really good. Maybe doesn't have the wow factors that we see in those cows that win the class, but I think when you put all in, probably the calf I prefer the most out of the 3 at this stage. An interesting trio with a lot of discussion. Mark them how you like them. But today my official is with the really good roan pair at the top.
Well, thank you again there, Tyson. We're going to start off with this good 2-year-old class here. First place, entry 3140, Little Rebel Nene 2K, along with calf at side, FCC CPC Nene 56M, exhibited by First Class Shorehorns of Lampman, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Peckover Farms. Second in class goes to CSC Rose 23K with calf at side, Cinder Whitaker 23M, exhibited by Cinder Angus of Barhead County, Alberta. And winding up the class, we have entry 3141, Windy View Katy Perry Duke 1K with calf at side, Windy View Mitchell 4M, exhibited by Windy View Farms, Omimi, Ontario. And we'll now go into our mature cow class division here. And we're going to have 4 in class, and we're going to have ages ranging from 5 years of age to all the way to 8 years of age.
Over at our Hereford side of the ring, we'll get comments on split number 1 of our senior yearling heifers. Judge Leachman.
Well, this top pair, they are elite, and I don't think that you can really complain about anything these heifers have in terms of the criteria that they bring forward to you. I think if you talk about them in tandem, which it makes most sense to me because there's very few and very subtle differences between them, I think those heifers are sensibly statured in terms of their size and where you project them to be when they mature out. I think they've got beautiful structure. I think that they're both big-bodied and should be easy keeping in terms of the dimension they have relative to their frame. I think both of them have enough muscle and dimension, but aren't overwhelming and still maintain their maternal character. So I feel bad in a scenario like this where the gentleman's in second. What are the things that I like about the first place heifer to elevate her? And it's personal preference. I guess if I talk about this first place heifer, I think she's just maybe a nickel trimmer down into or up into her neck. I think both those heifers aren't super long fronted, but I think that she lays in quite nice. I think she's maybe a little bit more relaxed in the angle to her knee or set back in the angle to her knee. That's one thing I like about her as well. And there's times where you think, is she a little bit slacker in her top, or is she just nice and relaxed and flexible? And I think it's the latter. I just like her down her top. I think the heifer in second is stronger and leveler down her top, but I don't think that's a deficiency for this first place female. She comes long out of her hip. She's got a nice turn to her quarter. I like how she's set off her hind leg in terms of the design of her hock and down into her pastern. She's just a beautiful, complete female that, again, I think is appropriate if you were to look at her from a commercial standpoint too. Both these heifers check boxes in terms of being not excessive in some of those characteristics that might compromise their longevity or their production. And the freckle-faced, freckle-chested heifer is a beautiful place to start. Again, second place female, she's elite as well. She's probably got the advantage in terms of a bit more stoutness of bone. You look at her, and as I alluded to, she probably hooks up just as strong, if not even stronger, right behind her shoulder in terms of just maintaining her levelness at top. She's got a lot of, broodiness and boldness to her mid-body. A heifer, again, I can't compromise in terms of structure. She's set up nice into her udder quality, as both the females are that start out. Just personal preference, but that's an extremely close pair, and those are two phenomenal cattle that you'd have to breed cattle a long time to reach the pinnacle of excellence to match what those two exhibit out here today. Really strong heifer that comes next. I think she just pairs up, or maybe as a trio connects with those first two heifers a bit more appropriately. She doesn't have the same class, I think, in terms of just dimension and the way that she's designed, but she's not really inferior by many regards. And if you look at her by herself or in another class, she's really quite strong. I like her, again, in terms of her sensibility of frame. She's a big body, big middled heifer. I just don't see her being quite as powerful as she goes away. She's not quite as athletic or coordinated in the way that she maybe goes off her hind leg at times.
Well, thank you very much for comments on split number 1. First place in that class goes to entry number 2768. The entry from Glen Lee's Farms and Mark and Christy Knutson. It's Glen Lee's 240J Beth 20L. Second place in that class goes to entry number 3552. It's Haraldson's Marvel 48ET 272L, exhibited by Haraldson's Pulled Herefords and Leviska's LT Ranch. Third place in that class goes to entry number 2760, Blair Athol AD Saucy 14L, exhibited by Blair Athol Farms, Anita Doctor, and Mark and Christy Knutson. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 2765, CSC 701, Lady Dew 301 ET, exhibited by Manchester Pulled Herefords and Cody and Shauna Cabot. Fifth place in this class, entry number 2770, JAC Connie 1L, exhibited by Jade Carlton. Sixth place in this class, 2767, it's Twinview Haven 11L, exhibited by Twinview Pulled Herefords. Rounding out our class, entry number 2762, it's Red Fox Wintergreen 324L, exhibited by Red Fox. We're going to move next in our Hereford side of the ring to split number 2. These are going to be our senior yearling heifers, born January 30th to January 6th. We should have 6 entries into this class in our senior division, split number 2, in our yearling heifers.
On the Shorehorn side of things, we're going to just want to recognize our sponsors here for the senior champion female division here. Before it comes place here, we'd like to recognize Garland Shorehorns and Clythemain Shorehorns. If anybody from those farms would like to come up and present at ringside, please do so. As Judge Tyson Hertz is working through this tough division mature cow class, we just like to recognize the Agribition Express. Catch a ride on the Agribition Express. The Agribition Express is a free shuttle bus program that provides you with a ride to and from Northgate Mall, Southland Mall, or Victoria Square to Agribition Showgrounds. The Agribition Express will run from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and 4:30 to 7 p.m. daily, as well as after bullfighting and the rodeo, proudly presented and serviced by the City of Regina. Thanks again to the City of Regina and having the Agribition Express. The Saskatchewan Shorehorn Association would like to also recognize that any time you're looking for any updates to the Shorehorn, what's going on there, you should follow their Facebook page. They'll post updates, any items they have coming up, new information, promotions. Please take a visit to the Saskatchewan Shorehorn Association Facebook page. And it looks like our class is complete on this tough tough class of mature cows, and we'll get some comments from Judge Tyson Hertz here.
I don't know if I just come in under the wire there or I just deliberated too long, but I appreciate the kind gesture, Lance. I think before we start, give these exhibitors a round of applause, because this is an awesome set of mature cows, and I know the work it takes to get these cows to town. So I think there's a lot of give and take here on our top two, and you can mark them how you want. The darker red pair obviously does a lot of things right in terms of udder design. A really nice teat spread on this cow and 4 udder attachment. A cow that's obviously presented at a high level, and from a condition standpoint is bloomier than our cow that comes in second, and that's okay. some of these cattle come in their working clothes, but when you start analyzing structure, that's when it really matters for me. I like this calf in front of her, and as she relaxed here in this ring, she got more comfortable in her spine. That was my initial kind of concern with her, is how she got out and go. I still read her just a shot straighter in her shoulder, but a female that I think is elegant, very high quality. And I always like to consider, if these heifer calves were standing in the classes that we sorted earlier in the day, how they would rank. And both these heifer calves, I think, would have been shooting for a division champion, which is really, really impressive. And then to see the mother cow behind her. When we talk about our class winner, she's more moderate. She's shorter spine and shorter hip, but I think that plays to her advantage because it couples her together and brings her together, a female that's still elite enough through her front 1/3, a nice pair there. The female that hits us in second, I think I like this calf as good as any of the calves I saw in the calf division, and that's where I really hit the struggle. Do you put more weight on the cow? Do you put more weight on the calf? And each and every person in the stands can justify that however they want. I love this calf. I love her eliteness through her front 1/3. She's opened up. When you get behind her, she's stout-hipped. A calf that's just really, really high quality. The cow behind her, I love the structural correctness in the cow. I love how long and athletic she is out of her stride. A female, if I were to change her, I would shorten and refine her teat and give her a little more spread when you compare her to our class winner that exited the ring. But a female that this operation should be very proud to have brought out a female that's very high quality as well. A tough decision there at the top of this class. I think an awesome pair comes to us third, a bull calf that I really like. I think he's as long and as level as you can make one. He's square out of his hip. He's good at the ground. A bull that gets out and moves. I'd maybe like to see him just a little tidier when you look at his navel and undercarriage. And then the cow, a working cow behind him, a big statured kind of a cow. One I'd like to see just a shot better in the way her udder ties in. And then the cow that we round the class off with, a group that should be proud of this pair as well. A nice March heifer calf in front of her. A calf we want to see just a shot more heel depth on when you ask her to go. And then a cow, she's obviously a easy keeping kind of a cow. One that I would like to see just a little more extension from her shoulders forward and then refine her in her teat size and placement. But what an awesome set of cows. Please, before we move into the Hereford ring, give these exhibitors a round of applause again.
Well, thank you again, Judge Tyson Hertz, leading this class in this tough split of mature females. Goes to entry 3145, Hillhaven Lily's Dream 7G, with calf at side, Hillhaven Lily's Harmony 5M, exhibited by Hillhaven Farms of Stayner, Ontario, with additional owners Little Cedar Cattle Company and Esco Shorthorn Farms. Second in class goes to entry 3143, KMS Reflection 1874B 13G, exhibit with calf at side, KMS Reflection 28C 74M, exhibited by Lucky Spring Farms of Rocky Mountain House, Alberta. Third in class goes to entry 3142, Creekside Julianne 11D, with calf at side, KCC I Am Legend 1M, exhibited by Kroner Cattle Company of Hamiota, Manitoba. And rounding up the class, we got entry 3144, Hillhaven Verona Valerie 37E, with calf at side, Hawken GSF Verona Maria 37M, exhibited by Goncho Farms of Glen Abbott, Saskatchewan. But Lance has been patient enough. I'll let him get some comments in on this division heifer class.
Well, Tyson's lucky. He's so dang easy to listen to. We'll try and speed it up, or at least beat him to the punch, but really convincing heifer that starts the class here. And I think you can use a lot of adjectives to describe her as a contender, overall in the bred heifers, based on just her performance out here. She's a beautiful, broody, middled female, good in terms of her structure. She gets out on the move. I think she just puts together a maternal package to a higher degree than the others out here. She's not overpowering. If you look at her, she's certainly not the heaviest muscled or the most powerful in her type, but I think in terms of her structure, body dimension, and the way that she shaped up into her shoulder and through her head, she's pretty attractive. You could maybe lay her a little bit cleaner into her chest floor, but again, I think all these heifers carry plenty condition, particularly the first four, and so that's a tendency that you'd want to probably change in all of them. As we transition to the darker heifer that stands second, again, I think she's one that's pretty acceptable in terms of her stature, a long body, fruity middled, stout hipped heifer that's got plenty of bone underneath of her. I don't find her quite as attractive in terms of the way that she's made through her skull and the way that she transitions down her top line, but she's got a lot of mass to her, and she puts it into a pretty attractive package. The real heavy-powered, high-performing heifer comes in third, and I think she's one that, as you analyze from her shoulder back, is pretty unique in terms of the spread that she has over her rib and loin edge. She's wide pinned. She's got plenty of stoutness and expression to her stifle. She goes down big and powerful to the ground. I'd like to modify her up front, and I think it's probably actually uniquely more evident to me when she's on the stand than when moving, but she just gets a little bit too straight off her front end. She gets too bold and coarse about her head and skull, and she just wants to tuck those front legs up underneath of her, and that suggests to me that she's just a little bit more forward than what she ought to be in her scapula, and that's the primary reconfiguration that I would give to her. Heifer that comes in next, again, I really like her probably through her mid-body the best. I think she's bold in terms of the shape that she has out of her rib cage. She carries that down deep into her flank, into her forerib. She's just a little bit more jammed up. Again, I think she's similar to the heifer that precedes her, and then the lineup in terms of being coarser, a little bit shorter and thicker for her front third. If you could just give her a little bit more elongation from her shoulder forward, a little bit more maternal character up there, I think that would certainly help her. Heifer that comes next with the tighter hair, you know, again, she's a long-bodied option. She's got that extension up front. She's really high on her neck-shoulder attachment, a female that gets out and moves quite well. Again, if you analyze her from behind, just narrow constructed, lighter muscled, and flatter in the shape that she presents to you, both coming and going. And then the female concludes the class. Again, I think she's appropriate in terms of her stature, a big middled heifer. You know, I look at her and I just don't see the high quality look, particularly through her front third. And then if you analyze her on the go as she gets away from you, she just wants to hit harder at the surface, particularly off her rear pastern and hind leg, and I'd maybe soften her up in that regard.
Well, thank you very much for comments. In split number 2, first place goes to entry number 2769. It's Glen Lee's DBK Real Lady 2L, exhibited by Glen Lee's Farms and Don Kruger. Second place in this class, 2761. It's HMS Highcliff Love Potion ET 25L, exhibited by HMS Highcliff Farms and Faith Collins. Third place, 2764 to Torchview Miss Firefly 46L, exhibited by Torchview Cattle. Fourth place, 2766, it's XLP KPH Maribel ET 45L, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services and Kirby Polled Herefords. Fifth place to 2758, it's MHPH 8300 Cameo 106L, exhibited by JRP XPF Livestock. And rounding out our class in sixth place is 2759. It's LVSK Lanny 1L from Brock Hill Farms. We're going to move next into our senior division. Our top 2 out of our previous classes are going to come back in as we look to crown a champion and reserve senior yearling heifer. We'd like to thank our sponsors in this class, Aris Acres and JFS Herefords. But with that, we'll get some comments. It looks like a mature division championship from Judge Tyson Hertz.
Well, before I let Judge Tyson Hertz get some comments here, we're going to just announce off here our split winners for this tough senior female class. So we'll start off with the first split of 2-year-olds, entry 3140, Little Rebel Nene with calf at side, FCC PC Nene 56M from First Class Shorehorns along with Peckover Farms. And then following in that first split was 3139, CSC Rose 23K calf at side, Cinder Whitaker 23M, exhibited by Cinder Angus of Barhead County, Alberta. And then we go into the mature cow class here, which led the way with entry 3145, Hill Haven Lily's Dream 7G with calf at side, Hill Haven's Lily's Harmony 5M, exhibited by Hill Haven Farms. Additional owners of Little Cedar Cattle Company and Esco Shorehorn Farms. And following in that same division, we had entry 3143, KMS Reflection, 1874B 13G with calf at side, KMS Reflection, 28C 74M, exhibited by Lucky Springs Farms. We'll let Judge Tyson Hurst give comments on this tough senior division champion.
Again, in terms of time essence, I won't go through these cattle again, but I know the time and effort and money and preparation it takes to get these pairs out here. So why don't you please just give these guys a round of applause. An awesome senior division, blown away by the quality. I'll go show you my champion in reserve.
And there you have it, folks. In the mature cow division class, we'll have the champion senior female be entry 3145, Hill Haven's Lily's Dream 7G, calf at side Hill Haven Lily's Harmony 5M, exhibited by Hill Haven Farms, Little Cedar Cattle Company, and Esco Shorthorn Farms. And we'll stick with the mature cow division and be your reserve senior champion female. Entry 3143, KMS Reflection 1874B 13G, calf at side KMS Reflection 28C 74M, exhibited by Lucky Springs Farms of Rocky Mountain House, Alberta. And once again, we're going to thank our sponsors here for the senior champion female, Garland Shorthorns and Clythe Main Shorthorns.
We'll get some comments on our Hereford side of the ring in our senior yearling champion class.
Well, again, I'll describe these just quick, as they're so good. And I think from the first class, a phenomenal tandem, and I don't think we've saw anything that comes close to the quality, the imitation between those two heifers and their type and kind, and I think it's for the better. Those are females that have a world of opportunity and mating flexibility because they're fundamentally so good in so many different regards. As we transition to the second class, a really strong heifer that came out of there, and so you get her back out here and you think, where does she contend? Does she separate these two? What's your decision-making process? I would trim her up on her chest floor just a little bit, and if I could just give her a nickel more stoutness and power out of her hip and her hind leg in terms of squareness from hock to hock and general mass and dimension, I think that would really make her a very tough contender. And then the second place from that last class, again, a logical place to sort her. I think she was big-bodied, broody enough, but again, honestly, she's not in the same category in terms of eliteness that these other three are. So with that, I'll go pick out the champion in reserve. Phenomenal breeding achievements on these two females. I couldn't be more happy for the folks that have them based on the work and dedication they have in breeding them, because they're truly unique. So congratulations, and please offer your affirmation of that to these folks.
Well, let us split number one. Let's congratulate again entry number 2768 is going to be our champion senior heifer. Entry number 2768 from Glenlee's Farms and Mark and Christy Knutson. He's going to stay in that first split. Our reserve champion is going to go to entry number 3552, Haraldson's Marvel ET272L from Haraldson's Pulled Herefords and Levisca's LT Ranch. Congratulations to Glenlee's Farms, Mark and Christy Knutson on your champion, and Haraldson Pulled Herefords and LT Ranch, your reserve champion in our senior division. We'd like to thank our sponsors again, Eris Acres and JHF Herefords, our senior sponsors, our banner sponsors. We'll see those top females back in our championship class after our pictures in the Hereford side of the ring. We're going to move to class number 11. These are going to be our 2-year-olds born in 2022 with their calf at side. Looks like we've got a couple splits, one split of 2-year-olds and then our mature females as we build the pieces for our champion female class.
Well, folks, it's time to get all these females lined up for the champion drive. And we're going to start things off with our junior heifer calf division here. Our junior division champion is entry 3082, Coldstream Lassie 37M, exhibited by Coldstream Farm of Flesherton, Ontario. And then following her is their reserve junior division, entry 3084, Foxtail Just Rosie 101M, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock of Elrose, Saskatchewan. And we will go into our senior division heifer calf class with entry 3099, JTPH Affliction 91MET, exhibited by JT Livestock of Stettler, Alberta, with additional owner Pinch Hill Cattle Company. And in the reserve in that division, same class, is entry 3087, DASF Valentine WF8M, exhibited by Double Arrow Stock Farms of Thorhild, Alberta, with additional owner Diamond Creek Cattle Company. From the calves, we move into the yearlings, and we'll go into the junior yearling division with entry 3114, Head for the Hills Pay Dirt 29LET, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorehorns of Red, Saskatchewan. And then our reserve in that division went to entry 3119, CSF Margie, HC 2331 ET, exhibited by Hill Haven Farms of Stainer, Ontario, with additional owner Wild Weather Cattle. From the junior yearling, we went to the senior yearling division. We got here our senior yearling division, entry 3130, Millbrook Longview Maria, HC5L, exhibited by Double Bar D Ranch at Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And following her was our reserve in entry 3127, Hill Haven Verona Katy 16L, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock at Elrose, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Sweetgrass Ranches. And then from there we went to the tough mature female class. Our senior champion female was entry 3145, Hill Haven's Lily's Dream 7G, with calf at side, Hill Haven's Lily's Harmony 5M, exhibited by Hill Haven Farms, with additional owners Little Cedar Cattle Company and Esco Shorthorn Farms. And then we went to the reserve senior female at entry 3143, KMS Reflection 1874B 13G, calf at side, KMS Reflection 28C 74M, exhibited by Lucky Springs Farms of Rocky Mountain House, Alberta. How about a big applause for all these champions out here?
Yeah, what a set of females we have here. As the show went on, the quality just got better and better, and the decisions got tougher and tougher throughout the whole day. And I do commend these exhibitors for bringing these things, out at such a high level of presentation. The Shorthorn breed, when I was growing up, they were always the ones setting the standard in terms of presentation and quality, while keeping the maternal aspects, at the forefront when they're selecting their cows. I think this group of females is flat awesome. When you look at those on the far side, I don't think there's one that you'd be disappointed with if you were starting a program or building your own. I think that there's quality all the way through. I think the exhibitors have been as friendly and respectful as they can be when we're sorting. And I know there's tough decisions to make, and there's people standing ringside that might disagree, and that's okay. I'm fine with that, and I'm happy to have the discussions as we move forward. Today, I appreciate the confidence that the Shorthorn exhibitors and the Breed Association put in me to come out here and evaluate your stock. I really appreciate every time. Not only do that, I step foot in this ring with cattle, but behind the microphone is not only an honor and a privilege. It's definitely something that I take very seriously. And I really commend these exhibitors for coming out here with such an awesome set of cattle, a positive attitude, and inviting me out here to evaluate your stock. What a great show. Put your hands together for an awesome female set out here. Well done by these exhibitors. I'll go show you a champion and a reserve.
Well, thank you, Mr. Judge Tyson Hurts. Good words for good quality females out here. But as the saying goes, let's go pick a winner. She had a dream and it's become reality. Your grand champion female is entry 3145, Hill Haven Lily's Dream 7G, with calf at side, Hill Haven Lily's Harmony 5M, exhibited by Hill Haven Farms of Stainer, Ontario, with additional owners Little Cedar Cattle Company and Esco Shorthorn Farm. Congratulations to Hill Haven Farms. And we're going to go down to the junior yearling heifer division here. She won Edmonton. She came up here for reserve. She is entry number, where is it now? 3114. Head for the Hills Pay Dirt 29 LET, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorehorns of Red vs. Saskatchewan. At this time, we have presentations here from John Deere. Representing John Deere is Tara Lee Rose, Marketing Promotion Advisor. John Deere is proud of its heritage of making outstanding farm equipment. John Deere dealers continue to live up to the same values the company was founded on. Quality, innovation, integrity, commitment, and humanity. On behalf of Agribition and all the exhibitors, we would like to thank John Deere for their involvement in Agribition. Be sure to stop by the John Deere booth to speak with the John Deere dealer and dealer representatives. Also presenting here, we have Levi Hall here from the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. SCA is the voice of the Saskatchewan beef cattle industry through advocacy, research, and communication. Our job is to help you succeed. SCA is a proud partner of the Beef Grand Champion Banners. And representing MNP, Mr. Chubb Lundago, here to present. MNP, Accounting Agriculture Specialists, have deep roots in the industry. They are proud to partner and meet up with you at the MNP Breed Champion Bars following the show. They'll be around at the champion stalls here. And I'd like to also recognize from John Deere that I missed here, Jaden Neal, Precision Upgrade Specialist from John Deere Canada. And also presenting here from Bovagen, we have a $500 credit to the champion female IVF or conventional flush credit to be used exclusively for the Agribition 2024 Grand Champion Shorthorn female. On behalf of Bovagen, I believe we have Garner Diabald that sponsored this. But at this time, we have asked Mr. Russell Meary to come up here to do a presentation, but we'll let Mark here go on into the senior division female class first.
Yeah, we'll get some comments on our 2-year-old class here from Judge Lance Leachman.
Probably as logical a class as there's been today, and that helps when the numbers are small, but I think it sorts out really easily. A strong pair that's initiating. Bull calf, I like him a bunch. He's powerful. He's got a big forearm, lots of bone, really broad in his testicles. You can maybe tuck him up into a sheath a little bit, but a really nice high-quality calf. And the same can be said for the female, like her length, her levelness at top, the way that she's kind of hinged out of her hip and her hind leg. Female, it's really good in terms of her structure. You know, her udder quality is acceptable. I just wouldn't want that, udder to get suspended much lower than what it is, particularly for her age, but she is good in terms of her spacing. I think her refinement of teat size is also acceptable for sure. A really nice cow, and I think she's the strength of that pair that comes in next. I like her length, her body. You know, she's stout enough in her underpinnings, really attractive up through her front head and neck, laid in smooth at her shoulder, and she's got plenty of flank. She maybe isn't milking quite as heavy, but I never hold that against them at this stage because they get awfully old and awfully mad at having those calves on them still. But she's got a nice udder. She's really good, and I think in terms of her levelness and her suspension and the refinement of teat size that she appears to have. Bull calf is certainly acceptable. You know, he's a growthy calf. He's big in his middle. Certainly gets out and travels good enough. I think just from a balance standpoint, how he's configured, particularly out of his hip and hind leg, you'd maybe like to alter. He gets out and travels, but he just wants to drop his pins. He gets a little bit round out of his hip, and he's sickle hawked off his hind leg, and consequently that pops him up over his loin edge ever so slightly. Pair that comes and concludes the class, again, just a really practical duo. I think the cow is certainly good enough in terms of her flexibility and the angle to both her shoulder and down into her lower joints. She gets out and travels quite well. Again, acceptable in terms of her udder as far as spacing and refinement of teat size. She's just a shallower bodied, female. It's a little bit more conservative in terms of condition and obviously narrow constructed than some of the others. But her heifer calf, I think, is still big-bodied, still has enough shape and dimension as you look at her from behind. Maybe just doesn't have that elite balance in terms of quality and presence, particularly through a front third, that those first two cattle certainly have.
Well, thank you very much, Lance. First place in that 2-year-old class goes to entry number 2774. It's Haraldson's Marvel 2437 ET 39K, exhibited by River Valley Pulled Herefords, calf at side Maximus 200M. Second place in that class, entry number 2772. It's XLP SF Jazzy ET 61K with Zazzle 61M at side, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services. Third place in that class goes to entry number 2773. It's XLP 355B Splendor 75K with Just Acres J 28K at side, exhibited by Just Acres Farms and Jillian Just. We'll see those top two females coming back in for our champion class, but we're going to move next into our mature females. This is class number 12, split 1. We should have 3 entries into this first split of mature Hereford females.
And on the Shorehorn side here, we're going to have, on behalf of the Saskatchewan Shorehorn Association, Mr. Russell Meary come and make a presentation to the Claggett family.
Thanks, Glenn. Yes, as a member of the Saskatchewan Shorthorn Association, we as a board, we select breeders that use a shorthorn bull or females in their operation, and this year we have the Cleggetts. Come on in. Cleggetts have been, as you know, maybe a lot of you know that they had raised purebred shorthorns in the 70s. Their herd name was Green Lane Shorthorns, and for many years they showed in exhibition and had great success with a lot of championships and stuff like that. And then actually in 2006 they had the Supreme Champion female. And in about 2006, you guys made the decision to put the herd into a commercial herd, and so then they got some bulls in for crossbreeding, and kept their shorthorn base, and to this day they buy shorthorn bulls to keep the shorthorn influence up, and they love their shorthorn crosses, and their calves in the fall have great demands. They run 125 head of shorthorn cross cows, and come fall, when they sell the calves, the buyers are there wanting them. So they do quite well. So, but on behalf of Saskatchewan Shorthorn Association, we would like to present you with a farm sign to post, and just want to say congratulations to a job well done.
Yes, how about a round of applause for Alf and Tammy, or Alf and Janet Claggett, and Les and Tammy there. Good cattle people, former purebred cattle producers here who exhibited shorthorns for many years, moved to commercial operations, and it's always glad to see them here. Alf, we've got wonderful memories with Alf here from prior years. A few I won't say on the mic here, but congratulations again to Alf and Janet Claggett and Les and Tammy.
Over on our Hereford side of the ring here, we're going to announce a few more of our Red Coat Classic raffle winners. We've got a credit from RSK. Congratulations to Lanny Crisco. AM is going to be our winner of the RSK credit. Rimkey Cattle has donated a credit. Congratulations to James Rand. He's going to be the winner of the Rimkey Cattle credit. As well as we've got a credit from AM Ranching. Congratulations to Chase Bannerman on your winner of a AM Ranching credit. Well, thank you very much again to our donators, AM Ranching, Rimkey Cattle, and RSK. And our 3 winners, Chase Bannerman, James Rand, and Lanny Crisco, on our winners as part of the Red Coat Classic.
Darren, just wait. We don't have a judge yet.
One of our Agribition sponsors we want to recognize is Versatile. Versatile wishes the best of luck to all participants. The Versatile Nemesis is the only Canadian-built tractor in the segment, designed for the toughest conditions. Thank you very much to our major agribition sponsor, Versatile. FCC as well as one of our major agribition platinum sponsors. FCC, the only lender that is 100% invested in Canadian agriculture. FCC helps you make the most of opportunities with financing and knowledge designed for the Canadian ag industry. Thank you very much to our platinum partner, FCC.
On the Shorehorn side of things, they're just going to have a quick picture break here for the champion and reserve female. So good time to get up, stretch your legs, grab a coffee. And speaking of coffee here, would certainly like to recognize CIBC here, who's provided early morning coffee and scones for all the exhibitors here at Agribition. Thanks again to CIBC. And also I'd like to recognize the Co-op Refinery here, the official partner of Canadian Western Agribition here. Get all your fuels from Co-op today.
Over in our Hereford ring, we're going to get comments in split number 2 of our mature cows.
Well, I think the top pair does get close for me just because there's some really unique attributes in terms of quality in that second pair, and I think they stay in contention with that quality. I did opt to go with this bull calf and his mother. You know, I think that she's done a really nice job in terms of transmitting the characteristics you like about her. She's a heavy structured female. She's got plenty of length. She's got a lot of denseness about her body in terms of muscle and power, boldness of middle. You know, and I think she still has an acceptable udder in terms of levelness and spacing. Bull calf is big. He's got a big, powerful bone work underneath of him. You know, he's mature in terms of his head and his neck, big forearm, you know, he's a good testicle. They just got a lot of mass to him. Now, I don't think these two are elite in terms of just their presence and attractiveness, but I think they're more than sufficient. If you look at a commercial standpoint and try and make that transferable to the show ring, I think those are just two awfully good, pragmatic type of cattle. As we get into that second duo, you know, I think their quality is something that really needs to be recognized. That heifer calf has got so much look, you know, a length and attractiveness about her, really up-headed and alert. You know, you look at her and you question at times because we saw some big, deep-bodied cattle. Is she sufficient? And I think she is. It's just not something that she's overwhelming with in terms of drop to her flank or center body dimension. But love her length of body, love her skeleton, the way that she's put together and the way that she tracks out. Same can be said for her dam. She's got, to me, the really elegant look through her front third in terms of her neck-shoulder junction, the way that she's laid in at the point of her shoulder. She maintains her levelness at the top. She's still sufficient in terms of her mid-body shape and certainly high and correct in the suspension to her teat size, considering that she is a more mature female. I do question just how much there is in that female from a sheer dimension standpoint. If I compare her to the females placed on either side of her, if I could just power her up, spread her out at her pins, give her a little bit more intimidating shape from behind, I think that would complement the balance and attractiveness that those two cattle have, particularly through their front ends. But really high quality pair, and again, from a show ring appeal standpoint, I think those ones need to be recognized as very high quality. The pair that comes in next, you know, that cow is powerful. She's bold in her rib cage. You know, she's obviously the one, or I guess in my opinion, the one that I prefer out of that pair. I think she's just put together from a structure standpoint more comfortably behind her shoulder. I think that she's more attractive, you know, the way that she comes behind that blade and the way that she transitions out over her top line. She's got a long stride. She's good in terms of her bone work. From an udder standpoint, you maybe like to pick her back up in terms of suspension, particularly on her rear udder. I think that thing could be, or she could be modified in that regard. hard, but a nice cow. Bull calf, he's big, he's long, he's got a lot of stature and frame. You know, you look at his length of cannon bone and you project him to have a little bit more added maturity in terms of his skeletal size. He does fall apart for me personally, just from a structure standpoint at times. He wants to get pretty rigid in his spine. He wants to kind of cave into the backside of his blades and get a little bit restricted there, and then consequently that just throws off his balance, maybe pushes his shoulder a little bit forward for me. But a big, you know, long-bodied calf that's generated a lot of weight per day of age.
Well, congratulations to our exhibitor in Split 1. First place in this class goes to entry number 2775. It's HMS Highcliff 646, Juniper 3J, with Highcliff Matador 33 Emmett Side, exhibited by HMS Highcliff Farms. Second place in this class goes to entry number 2777, MHPH 8300, Deanna 109J, with Deanna 102 Emmett Side, exhibited by Medante Highlands Polled Herefords and JWR Polled Herefords. Third place in that class goes to entry number 2779, GH Eclipse Jewel 16J, with GH Insight Marco 7M Side, exhibited by Hershey Herefords and Autumn Tanner. We'll see those top two back in our championship class, but we're going to move next into split number 2 of our mature females.
Back on the Shorehorn side of the ring here, I'm going to make one apology here. Forgot to recognize our Reserve Grand Champion female sponsor here, and that is the Andrew Memorial Award here. So want to thank them for sponsoring the Reserve Grand Champion female. But now we're on to the bulls. Start with the junior division class. We got split 1 here. It looks like it's our only split of junior division calves. Ages range from April 3rd to March the 1st. We'd also like to recognize and thank our sponsors for the Junior Division Bull Calf Championship class, which is Kroner Cattle, and the reserve will be the Atlas Hotel. If you need a good place to stay, stay at the Atlas Hotel.
Yeah, in our junior calf division here on the Shorthorn side, I think there's a logical class winner for me. He just, in this contemporary group, just overwhelms the others in terms of muscle and shape and dimension. When you ask him to go, you would like to see him just hit the ground just a little squarer off his back too, but I think there's an undeniable amount of muscle and performance in this calf, and that's what's going to sort him to the top. I think it becomes a nice discussion between second and third, and the youngest calf in class, I think, is also the soundest structured out of the trio remaining. I think a bull that's really attractive and up-headed and comes out high at the top of his shoulder, a bull with enough muscle and dimension, when you compare him to our class winner, just a little, gives up some of that performance and power that we see in our own calf. A nice bull here in third, though. Again, a sound structured, and he's actually one, when you get behind him, it does have, maybe a shot more pin width than our fourth place bull. I think a calf that's dark and useful in his coat and his hair, a bull that's still yet youthful in his front end, gets out and travels really good. For me, I just like to pull him down in his flank and then just stouten him up in his lower stifle to compete with our two that win the division. And then we round the class off with the longest cannon bone of the class, I would say, a calf that's large outlined and long spine and level down his top. For me, he just gets plainer and more nondescript in his center body and down into his stifle. Nice class of bulls.
Thank you, Judge Tyson Hurst here. First place in class, and he will also be your junior division champion bull calf. Goes to entry 3148, MSA Matterhorn 11M, exhibited by Martin Farms of Gore Bay, Ontario. And second in class, and is also our reserve division junior bull calf champion, entry 3149, MSA Metallica 27M, exhibited by Martin Farms of Gore Bay, Ontario. Third in class goes to entry 3146, Belle M Ducati 69M, exhibited by Belle M Farms of Inglefelt, Saskatchewan. Rounding out the class, we have entry 3147, Belle M Sabin 85M, exhibited by Belle M Farms of Inglefelt, Saskatchewan. And once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors for the junior division class, Kroner Cattle Company and the Atlas Hotel here in Regina.
We'll get some comments here on split number 2 of our mature cows.
Well, again, I think this class is pretty close. I don't think there's a whole lot of separation, in terms of one that falls out or one that's elite. I just think they're very close, and you can make some valid cases and arguments for any of them. And I think they're just a really good representation of kind of what we're after as a breed in terms of, soundness, cattle that have done a nice job in terms of propagating some offspring that their producer should be awfully proud of, and still maintaining some udder quality and characteristics like that, which traditionally we've struggled with, but certainly addressed to a high degree and made tremendous strides in. Calf that I elected to start with in that pair, I really like her in terms of just her balance and eye appeal. She gets out pretty energetically on the move and really meets her track and has an aggressive stride about her. She's marked really well, obviously, but just a really maternal appearing heifer calf that's put together nicely, not overwhelming, but I think pretty practical and sound in a lot of regards. The cow here is the heaviest muscle in the class in terms of just dimension that she spreads down the top side of her skeleton. She's wide over her loin edge, wide in her pins, and carries that down to the base of her skeleton. She's acceptable in terms of her udder. I wouldn't say she's the most maternal or attractive kind of about her neck and kind of the way that she blends in that regard. Also at times on the move, particularly, you'd like to maybe soften her up in her spine. She looks really good here, but she just wants to get a little bit more rigid in her spine at times. So those would be subtle modifications that I'd offer for her. The female that comes in next, she is actually the most mature, I think, of the females in this lineup. Just a really practical cow. I mean, what more could you ask for in a female that can produce your herd bulls or replacement females like that? She's sensibly sized, she's big and broody in her middle. She's not the most expansive in terms of shape to her rib cage, but she certainly is deep enough bodied and deep in her flank. She's long and level out of her hip. She's got a really practical set to her hind leg in terms of longevity, and still has really nice udder quality in terms of suspension, refinement of teat size. So just a very maternal package, and the heifer calf is the same. I think she's got a notch more shape in terms of her top and out of her hip. She's really long and mobile in the way that she goes off both ends of her skeleton as well. And same can be said, this is a really good pair. I think if fundamentally you analyze those cattle in terms of their structural integrity, their ability to get out and reach off both ends, still being maternal in their look and the way that they're constructed about their skull and into their front ends, I think those are both really nice cattle. The heifer calf, she could be stoutened up, I think, compared to the options that preceded her in class from a calf standpoint. She just gets a little bit frailer and narrower in the design. And the same can be said to a certain extent for the cow. Just doesn't have that overwhelming shape and dimension as you view her from behind, but like a lot of things about her in terms of maternal character and her structural assets.
Well, congratulations to our exhibitors in Split 2. First place goes to entry number 2781. It's K-Cow Foxy 42H with Foxy 80M at side, exhibited by LG Cattle Company. Second place goes to entry number 2776. It's Square D Elliott at 289G. With Mr. MR 269G, Elliott 124M at side, exhibited by Mission Ridge Herefords. Third place goes to entry number 2778, XLP 190B Mandy 117J, with Mount Vern Mandy 217M at side, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services and Mount Vern Polled Herefords. We're going to see the top two back from those previous splits as we move into our Champion and Reserve Senior Female. We'd like to thank our sponsors in our Senior Female class, Aspen Lane Land and Cattle and Holmes Farms, our sponsors for our Senior and Reserve Senior Champion Female. Coming back out of our 2-year-old class, we're going to see entry number 2774, exhibited by River Valley Polled Herefords, and entry number 2772 from Lone Pine Cattle Services. Out of the first split of mature females, 2775 comes to us from HMS Highcliffe. And second place in that class, entry number 2777 from Medonte Highlands Polled Herefords and JWR Polled Herefords. Out of our previous split 2 of our mature females, entry number 2781 is the entry from LG Cattle Company, and entry number 2776, the entry from Mission Ridge Polled Herefords. These are our 6 pairs competing for our Champion and Reserve Champion Senior Female as we put the last piece of the puzzle together in our Hereford Grand Champion Female class.
Well, I'll just take a quick second here on the Shorehorn side of things here. We're starting off with our first split of Senior Division Bull Calves here. First class, we have We have 6 head in this class, ages ranging from February 27th to February 5th here. If anybody that has been following on or just got here, our judge for today is Mr. Tyson Hertz from Fir Mountain, Saskatchewan. Tyson grew up near Dutchess, Alberta on a family-owned and operated purebred limousine operation of Ivy Livestock, but has since changed directions here, moving to Fir Mountain, where him and his wife Callie and their 3 wonderful children, Sloan, Fowler, and Rustin, work alongside Callie's parents, Clayton and Corrine Gibson at 6 Mile Ranch. 6 Mile currently runs 600 cow-calf pairs with the main focus on red and black Angus genetics and seed stock. 6 Mile hosts an annual bull sale every April at the ranch and a select female sale every fall. Tyson has judged cattle shows across North America, including the Royal Agriculture Winter Fair, Farm Fair International, and is adding Agribition Shorthorn Show to his list. Well, thank you for coming again, Tyson, and we'll let Judge Lance Leachman make some comments.
We're going to get comments on our senior female class and our Hereford class first. Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, again, in the senior divisions, you always expect the Hereford cattle to be well represented. And I think if you talk to other judges or friends that I've had that do Hereford shows or have those opportunities, I always kind of pick their brain and say, like, you know, what did you really like? What were you impressed by? Where does our breed need to still improve? And one resounding response that I always get is that those cattle are so sound and sound structured. You know, they're good in their feet and their legs, however you want to describe it. And that's something that I think we need to really hang our hat on and should continue. And I think hopefully that's been evidenced throughout the day. We haven't had many to sort through that weren't, you know, acceptable, if not really good in that regard. And I think we should be awfully proud of it. And I think commercially that's probably something that gets underscored as a strength to this breed that we maybe need to recognize with a little bit more aggression. So when it gets out here again, I think it's, you know, very challenging. These different age groups are well represented. There's probably 2 pairs in contention for me. I think one still possesses probably the more elite kind of quality that we're after, particularly in the show ring setting, and then another pair that I think is plenty good, maybe just not that same regard in terms of balance and eye appeal, but still awfully strong as a tandem and a duo. So if you would, please offer your congratulations and an excellent representation of the maternal components that our breed ought to be known for.
Well, our senior champion female is going to come out of our 2-year-old class. Congratulations to River Hill Polled Herefords with entry number 2774 at Haraldson's Marvel ET39K with Maximus 200M at side is going to be our grand champion senior female and move into that champion class. And our reserve champion senior is going to come out of split number 1 of our mature females, entry number 2775, HMS Highcliff Juniper 3J with HMS Highcliff 608H Matador 33M side, exhibited by HMS Highcliff Farms. Congratulations to River Valley Polled Herefords on your champion female, River Valley Polled Herefords on our champion senior female, and HMS Highcliff, our reserve champion female that we'll see back in our grand champion class next. We'll get some comments first on the Shorthorn side of things.
Yeah, interesting class here with one that I gravitated to pretty quickly when he hit the ring, just being the stoutest, you know, biggest bodied, stoutest muscle calf in class, that he still gets out and moves with enough flexibility off of both ends. I think a calf that was an easy class winner for me. It gets to be a bit more of a discussion here as we move to second and third and fourth. For me, it was just the one that was the most genuine in his pin width, squarest at the corners, and with the biggest foot and base, and that's our calf coming in second. Does he wow you anywhere? No, but he's just really tough to put a hole in. That calf we move to in third is definitely a large outlined high performing kind of a calf. A calf for that much performance, I would like to see a little heavier structure underneath and just stouten him up in terms of his lower stifle, but a calf that you can't deny the amount of performance and growth potential that he does have. Next we move into a calf here again, one that's just nice made. good bodied, stout pin, just doesn't have some of the extras in terms of bone and foot and size to compete with the ones above him. The young man, slick-haired calf, coming to us next. The one I really like the outline of, but when you get behind him, you just want to see just a shot more performance and a shot more genuine muscle shape to him. And then the calf we round the class off with, the dark red calf, a calf I just like to see just a little deeper bodied and squarer out of his hip, but a calf that's gets out and moves relatively well in this class today.
Well, thank you there, Judge Tyson Hurst. First in this class goes to entry 3167, Edensville Megatrome 16M, exhibited by Edensville Cattle Company with additional owners Prospect Hill Shorthorns of Meeting Creek, Alberta. Second in that class goes to entry 3160, Bell M Discovery 6M, exhibited by Bell N Farms of Inglefelt, Saskatchewan. Going third in the class, we go with entry 3150, Prospect Hill Maximum 26M, exhibited by Prospect Hill Shorehorns of Meeting Creek, Alberta. Fourth, entry 3161, Bell M Atlantis 19M, exhibited by Bell M Farms of Inglefelt, Saskatchewan. Fifth in class, entry 3156, Diamond Creek Cooperhead 30M, exhibited by Diamond Creek Cattle Company of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the class, we have entry 3154, KCC Bronx Bomber 9N. Next in class, we have our second split of Senior Division Bull Calves, ranging from February 1st to January 29th. But Mark, the mic's yours.
Well, in our National Hereford Show side of the ring, we've got a champion female class. Out of our first junior heifer calf division, entry number 2701 from MJT Cattle Company. It's MJT Queen Nellie ET20M, our reserve champion in that division. Entry number 2703 from Haraldson's Polled Herefords and Twin Oaks Herefords. It's Haraldson's Lady 12K 54M. We move next into our intermediate division heifer calves. Our champion in that was entry number 2727 at Glenlee's 69H Marie 48M, exhibited by Glenlee's Farms and Grundy Stanley Cattle out of Ontario. Reserve in that division was entry number 2722, Haraldson's Polled Herefords with Haraldson's Jewel 12K 14M. We move next into our senior division of our heifer calves. Our senior division champion was entry number 2730 from the Cliffs Farms. It's TCF 018 Princess Diane 401M, and our reserve in that division was entry number 2743. It's DGB Moonstone Miss 3M, exhibited by Parker Davies and Cody Sherlink. We move next into our yearling division. In our junior champion, our yearling division went to entry number 2750. It's ANL ACDT 24E Jada 115 ET 148L, exhibited by ANL Polled Herefords, Danny and Kelvin Fornwald, Golden Oak Livestock, Alan Marshall, AXA, Rowan Shire, and Haraldson's Polled Herefords. Our reserve in that junior division went to Mission Ridge Herefords with entry number 2757, MR Enemy ET46L. We move next into our senior yearling heifers. And in our senior yearling class, entry number 2768 was the champion. It's Glenlee's Beth 20L, exhibited by Glenlee's Farms and Mark and Christy Knutson. Our reserve champion in that senior yearling heifer, entry number 3552 from Haraldson's Polled Herefords and LT Ranch. It's Haraldson's Marvel ET272L. We move next into our senior champion female, our cow-calf pairs, and our senior champion female is entry number 2774. It's Haraldson's Marvel ET39K with RVP Maximus 200M calf at side from River Valley Polled Herefords. Our reserve champion in our mature cow class, entry number 2775 from HMS Highcliffe. It's HMF Highcliffe Juniper 3J with HMS Highcliffe 608H Matador 33M at side. Let's put our hands together for our females in our champion female class for our National Hereford Show. We'd like to, before we turn the mic over, we'd like to thank just a few of our sponsors here on our Hereford side of the ring. Bow Valley Genetics provides a $500 flush credit to our grand champion female. We'd like to thank Bow Valley Genetics. We'd also like to thank representatives from John Deere. We've got Tara Lee LaRose, who's our marketing director. John Deere, one of our major agribition sponsors, as well as the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, Mr. Levi Hall, one of the directors of the SCA. And MMP, Mackenzie Gordon, is here. MMP sponsors they're the accounting specialist that sponsors the champion breed bars following each sale. So we'd like to thank all of our sponsors of our champion class, Bow Valley Genetics, John Deere, the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, and MMP. We've got a great class of females. We'd like to thank everyone for being here for the National Hereford Show. We've got comments here. Looks like Mr. Judge Lance Leachman is going to get some comments on our champion Hereford female class for our National Hereford Show as part of Canadian Western Agribition. Mr. Leachman, the mic is yours.
Well, I might just forego summarizing each of these individually. Hopefully they've been discussed accurately enough already. Do have a speech prepared for you, one of the two speeches for the day. I think, in my 39 years so far, this breed, I've kind of timed it pretty poor. Basically, because I think when this breed started to deteriorate, basically was when I was born. And so I think we've had to work back from that, and we've made tremendous strides in the last couple of years. And I think our direction is extremely promising because the things that Hereford cattle do uniquely, I think are going to mesh really well with where this world is headed. I think if you talk about utilization of limited resources or expensive resources, the feed efficiency and practicality of these cows is going to align with that very favorably. I think if you talk about docility from the regard of acquiring labor, a more advanced age of producers, or on the opposite side, younger producers being attracted to the breed, I think that plays into our favor. I think the longevity, the fertility, the efficiency of these cattle in production is going to open up a lot of opportunities, and the fact that we're still a pure breed allows us to contribute 100% heterosis in a lot of breeding scenarios that can lead to an optimization of profitability for a lot of people. So I think the future is extremely bright. You look at the ability for us to garner more market share based on where we're at right now, and the possibilities are pretty endless. And so I hope each of you are excited about that. I do want to make a couple points. There's a lot of young people here that are excited about showing, and that's awesome. And I would say that for any breed to really, survive, let alone thrive, the commercial bull market needs to be top of mind. So I just want you juniors to keep it in mind that if you want to see the breed succeed, develop the same passion for breeding commercial bulls and selling commercial bulls as what you do in the evidence of your skills out here. A couple more junior notes that I just want to share. If you guys are interested in applying for the World Hereford Conference Young Breeder Competition, we'd sure encourage you to do that. And then a couple more pieces of, I guess, just personal advice. One is to always know that somebody's looking and watching. And so, if you're a humble, hardworking young person, there's going to be opportunities presented to you because of that. That might be selling your first bull or first females, or maybe getting a job opportunity, but always keep that in mind. Secondly is to listen more than you talk, and I think that's a challenge for some, but there's not many industries where you have the ability to really talk to or introduce yourself to the people at their pinnacle of their profession like we have in producers in every barn of this breed show that want to help you. So if you've got an idol or somebody that you look up to and respect, be sure to go and introduce yourself, because the truly elite people in our industry are very accessible and very willing to help young people and provide them guidance. The last thing I want to mention is just kind of the dichotomy of this cattle industry. We've got a lot of producers that are prioritizing kind of pounds per acre, more modest cow size, with the conundrum being that they're trying to make the fed cattle fatter, heavier than they've ever been. And so I think we need to keep in mind that that's hard to really find a biological type capable of doing that without the utilization of crossbreeding. And so I would argue that our ability as a maternal ingredient needs to be really stated from a commercial standpoint. Hereford cattle are meant to fill that role. I don't know that we need to chase performance if we can keep these cattle sound, good uddered, and attractive with the ability to stay in production for a long period of time. I think that'll better serve us in the long run. So those are just a couple things I wanted to mention. performance doesn't get me too wound up. I think all these are contemporary groups of one. That's how I think about them. I don't know what the management's been that they've been exposed to. So I try and kind of keep that separated. How big they are, how heavy are they, sometimes is irrelevant to me. So with that, I'll go pick out the champion reserve. A beautiful lineup. You ought to be really proud of yourselves. Please offer your congratulations to these folks.
Well, keep that applause going on a great set of Herefords for our National Hereford Show. We do want to thank our banner sponsors, Haraldson Polled Herefords, Crittenden and Landing Cattle, Bow Valley Genetics, as well as John Deere, SCA, and MMP. Well, the cow-calf pair is going to be our champion female. Congratulations to River Valley Polled Herefords with entry number 2774. It's Haraldson's Marvel 7437 ET39K with RVP Maximus 200M. Calf at side is going to be our grand champion female, exhibited by River Valley Polled Herefords, Newburgh, Ontario. Well, he's going to stay in the production division. Congratulations to HMS Highcliffe Farms. Entry number 2775. It's HMS Highcliffe Juniper 3J with HMS Highcliffe 608H Matador 33M is going to be our reserve champion female for our 2024 National Classic Show. Congratulations to our champion female, River Valley Polled Herefords, and to our reserve champion, HMS Highcliffe. We're going to get some pictures and a few presentations. We'd really ask everyone during our presentations on the Hereford side of things, please stick around. We've got some very important presentations to make, but we're going to turn the mic over quickly to the Shorthorn Ring for some comments.
Yeah, absolutely, and congratulations to the Hereford champions across the ring, and a very well-worded and important speech that Lance gave there, talking about the importance of production and performance without feeding it into these cattle. And I think these bull calves, it did take me a little bit of time because there's advantages I see in these cattle that are class advantages, that they do the best things. For me, it was when we set these bulls in motion that this calf at the top wins the class. He is not only the deepest sided and stoutest hip calf in class, but when you ask him to go, he does reach with a little more authority off his front end and then maintains a leveler hip compared to our second place bull in this class. The second place bull, I like his shoulder, his crest, and his head far superior to our class winner. I think there's a herd bull aspect to this bull that can't be denied, but as we discussed earlier, we just want to see him maintain a leveler spine and squarer hip when you ask him to go. Now, I think when you get behind one, I really like this roan calf that ends in third. Again, really square and true from hawk to ground, and a nice wide pin set and lower stifle. He does want to knuckle up on his rear pasterns when you ask him to go occasionally, and just not as flexible on the move. And then the calf at the end, the big-footed, heavy-structured calf. If I could put the bone work and the foot size of that calf in our class winner, I definitely would. A calf that just gets plainer and more nondescript in terms of muscle shape from the rear.
Well, thank you, Tyson Hertz, on that second split of Shorthorn Bull calves here. First place, entry number 3158, Herborn MTE 3M, exhibited by Herborn Shorthorns. Second in class, we have entry 3164, Glenford Frontier 33M, exhibited by Bender Shorthorns. Third in class, we got entry 3162, Bell M Iron Spring, exhibited by Bell M Farms. And rounding out the class, we got entry number 3163, Glenford Boatman 39M, exhibited by Bender Shorthorns. Now entering the class here, we have our third and final split of Senior Division Bull calves, ranging in age from January 19th to January 5th. There should be 5 in the class, and your class is complete. Also at this time here, I would like to, Saskatchewan Shorthorn Association did a presentation last night at their banquet, and this year's Shorthorn Honor of the Breed award recipient is George Leclerc of Poplardale Shorthorns of Edam, Saskatchewan. George, if you're in the crowd there, give a wave to everybody. I'd like to say congratulations to George here. How about a round of applause for him? Over in our Hereford ring, we're going to turn the mic over to Michael Latimer. He is the CEO of the Canadian Hereford Association. He's got some presentations to make here as part of our National Hereford Show. Michael, we'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Mark. The award we're going to present here next is the Canadian Hereford Association Honor Roll. So we're just going to ask Chris Lees and his family to just come out and join us here. So for you in the crowd, just hold on tight. We're going to have the family come out here with us. Everybody else can pile around. Stop wherever you want. So I'll give a little description on Chris and Tina Lees as this year's recipient for the honor roll. Chris and Tina Lees hail from southeast Saskatchewan, based on the southern slope of the Moose Mountain Hills near the town of Arcola. Each has contributed in their own way as a couple to the Hereford breed and the cattle industry in general. The Chris Lees family heritage in the Hereford breed can be traced back to 1910. The herd was originally horned and was dispersed in 1964, with a polled herd established after that. With the accidental death of his father, when Chris was only 19 years old, the partnership with his brother began with his brother Duncan. The partnership was split in 1984, with Duncan retaining the herd named Blair Athol and the family homestead site. Chris moved a few miles away and built a new ranch under the name Valley View. A daughter and twin boys arrived shortly after. Tina Lees Nee Leggett was born in 1962 and raised south of Arcola on a mixed farm. She was the eldest of 7 sisters and grew up the tomboy for her father. She always had a passion for the prairie farm life. She lived to work and was always organized. Family, friends, and kids meant everything to her, especially her grandchildren. Her skills with cattle, machinery operation, and gardening were admirable. She was always up for a new challenge and worked until she mastered a task. Chris and Tina met in 1989 and soon after began calling their operation C&T Cattle Company before being married in 2005. This was so fitting as they were a true partnership. So began the beginning of a successful purebred operation of 100 purebred cows and 50 commercial cows. Chris and Tina would make use of AI, embryo transfer, and purchases from many fellow breeders to advance their herd. Herefords were marketed through Southeast Saskatchewan, sale of distinction, and agribition sale. They started a female sale in 2003, which ran for 19 years, and sold replacement cattle across Canada, of which myself and my family were involved in a number of years as well. Bulls were initially sold off the farm and later consignment sale with Blair Athol, Glenlees, and Haraldson started a spring bull sale, resulting in one of the most successful Hereford bull sales in Canada. Chris and Tina have sent cattle across Canada, United States, Kazakhstan, Japan, and Australia. Chris has been involved on the Agribition Board, having been on committees which it culminated in him being president in the last few years. Chris has attended every Agribition since its inception, and C&T have displayed cattle since the partnership started. Chris has traveled representing Agribition and Herefords to Scotland, Mexico, Australia, and Denver. He also served as president of the Southeast Zone Saskatchewan Hereford Association and Saskatchewan Hereford Association. Tina has also been on the board of directors on the Saskatchewan Hereford Association and served as vice president. Chris and Tina have attended many CHA junior bonanzas with kids and grandkids. They have judged local 4-H clubs, the Toronto Royal, Expo Buff in Quebec, the Redcoat, and Supreme at Agribition. On a local level, they've hosted field days and openly welcomed everyone to the ranch. Chris has been on the local school board and member of the United Church. Tyne has been secretary of the local Moose Mountain Livestock Association, that both are members of. She has willingly shared her beautiful yard for more than one wedding and special gathering of friends and relatives. Life took a tragic turn when Chris and Tyne were diagnosed with cancer about the same time. Always being optimistic, they would joke about some together time while undergoing chemo or traveling together for treatment to Regina. The only other regular trips to the big city were to cheer for the beloved Rough Riders football team. Next year, Chris. It's coming, don't worry. To show their gratitude to the healthcare they received, C&T donated a heifer that was auctioned at the Agribition sale with proceeds going to STARS and the Cancer Clinic. A very, very large amount of money was raised, which is a testament to how C&T are viewed with their fellow cattle breeders. Sadly, Tyne lost her battle with cancer and passed in August of 2023. The outpouring of support locally and internationally was immense. The legacy for her zest for life and caring for others had an indelible imprint on the hearts of all she met. The Hereford breed and the cattle industry owe a debt of gratitude to these honorable people. It brings me great pleasure to present this year's honor roll recipient to Chris and Tyne Leaves.
Well, congratulations to the award recipients on the other side, and the speech gave me time to deliberate on these two really high quality bulls, and I think they deserve the limelight for a little while because there's a lot of good in these two, and they are contrasting in their type and kind, but I think what the most deceiving thing is their color patterns obviously are very different, and the dark red solid colored bull from afar appears to be the stouter, wider, just heavier structured bull, and once you really get in here and get analyzing them, I think it's closer than it appears from the outside. I really do. I think that he still opens up with more true dimension at the top side of his hip, but with that being said, I think that the cleaner sheath, softer rib bull is the roan bull that's pulling out, and where the bigger difference lies is in that. I really like how clean he is underneath and how he transitions from rear rib to flank. Both bulls I'd really like to see stoutened up. When you're asking them to go, they do get just a shot and arrow at the ground, but two bulls that I think are very high quality. I love the ruggedness, I love the front end in this second place bull, but I just want to clean him up in his navel and his sheath and transition him a little better from rear rib to flank. That's taking nothing away from a really good one here in third. When you compare him to the two above him, he's just a little more refined in his bone work, maybe offers some more calving ease properties. A calf that balances up really nice and gives you a really nice look from the side, being elevated from his shoulders forward. Gets out in motors good with some really good shape to him. Just a little more refined in his bone work, as we said. The bull we come to next, a sound structured kind of a bull. He's long and level. A bull from a muscle standpoint, we just like to stouten him up in his rear third. And then the hairiest bull in class comes at the end of this class, a bull that I really like that about. For me, he just gets a little plainer and no wow factor to him, but a sound structured, easy doing kind of a bull to round it out.
Thank you, Tyson Hertz, there on our third split of senior bull calves. Taking first in this class is entry 3152, Head for the Hills Earl 5M, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorthorns. Second in class is entry 3151, FXSG Macho Man 21MET, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock with additional owner of Sweetgrass Ranches. Third in class, entry 3155, KCC Mandate 4M, exhibited by Kroner Cattle Company. Fourth in class, entry 3157, Diamond Creek Red Mountain 2M, exhibited by Diamond Creek Cattle Company. And rounding out the class, we have entry 3159, Herborn MTE Minto 2M. And at this time, we're going to have our top two winners from each division come out for our senior division bull calf class.
Over on our Hereford side, we're just going to get some comments from Chris Lees and on the honor roll. Congratulations, Chris. We're going to turn the microphone over to you.
Thank you. I would like to just say thank you to the Canadian Hereford Association for this induction, and my speeches are usually fairly short. I guess this one will be fairly short too, because I know Tina's looking down on us. Usually she's in the back of the barn fitting cattle and saying, what the hell's going on now? Let's get going. Get the show on the road. So that's really all I'm going to say, and I very much appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to the Lees family there on the Hereford side. We're going to go back to the Shorehorn side of things, and we'll announce off the senior division class winners here that are competing for champion and reserve senior bull calf. Starting off with our first split in Edensville Megatron 16M, exhibited by Edensville Cattle Company and Prospect Hill Shorthorns. And coming from that same division was entry 3160 Bell M Discovery 6M, exhibited by Bell M Farms. Then we went into the second split here, and we went with entry 3158 Herborn MTE 3M, exhibited by Herborn Shorthorns of Somerset, Manitoba. Following him in that class was entry 3164 Glenford Frontier 33M, exhibited by Bender Shorthorns. And then our last split of bull calves that was just in, we have entry 3152, Head for the Hills Earl 5M, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorthorns. And rounding out that class was entry 3151, FXSG Macho Man 21M3ET, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock and Sweetgrass Ranches. We'd also like to thank our senior division champion and reserve sponsors, Head for the Hills Shorthorns and Three of Diamonds Cattle Company. And we got comments from Mr. Judge Hertz.
Yeah, absolutely. A really strong calf division, and obviously you guys sitting ringside, mark them how you like them and use whichever ones fit your program best. In the essence of time, we won't talk through them again. I'll just go out and show you my champion and then my reserve.
Well, we're going to go into the last split here for our senior bull calf champion. Sorry, we went to the first split there here. We went with entry 3167 Edensville Megatron 16M, exhibited by Edensville Cattle Company and Prospect Hill Shorthorns. Then we went to the third split of bull calves here, the class winner there for Head for the Hills Earl 5M, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorthorns. Congratulations to both exhibitors there.
We're going to turn the microphone back over to our Hereford side of the ring for another awards presentation. Michael?
Okay, thanks, Mark. And I just want to thank the Shorthorn breed and congratulate them on what looks like a terrific show today, and just for the patience that they have, and as we give a couple of these awards out over on the Hereford side of the ring. The next award we're going to give out is actually an agribition award, and it's the Jim Luthwaite Memorial Award. Now, Jim Luthwaite was the controller for the Canadian Western Agribition and was a former manager of the Saskatchewan Hereford Association, who spent a great deal of his life promoting the show, promoting cattle around the world, and it's a very fitting award that we're going to present the Mesker Pulled Herefords with the Jim Luthwaite Memorial Award here today. Some would call it fate, and others would say it was kismet when a young Danish city girl fell in love with a young Danish farmer at boarding school. Jet Overson grew up in the city of Viborg and met her true love, Sven Erik Andersen, from Assentoft while attending high school. They were married in 1971 and moved to a farm near the village of Moskar, not far from Assentoft. Originally, the farm was a cereal cash crop farm with a few crossbred beef animals. Sven Erik and Jet had two children, oldest Henrik, who's here with us today, and daughter Dorothy. At his peaks, Sven-Erik was farming over 1,500 acres of land, mostly for crops, while also working as an accountant and a financial advisor for farmers in the area. Now the farm is around 200 acres, with all the land being used for pasture or high production forages and silage. In 1985, the birth of Moskar Polled Herefords came to life when Sven-Erik and Jet Anderson started into the Hereford breed, and the rest, they say, is history. They organized travel for a group of 40 Danish breeders to Canada to tour herds in Western Canada. Attending shows in Canada, like Agribition and the Toronto Royal, has always been a key component of how the Andersons source genetics. Jet has been known as the face of the Danish Herefords in Canada for 40 years, making countless friendships. 1986 started with the purchase of animals in Canada, which were then flown to Denmark for importation. This first import of 8 animals was from the famous Gold Bar herd in Ontario, with the notable herd sire Gold Bar Threat 67K ET 602T, full brother to the legendary Charlay Gold Bar Rifle 67K 306R. Also in that first group was Gold Bar Alma 881R ET109U, whose impact lasted for decades, with descendants with the herd, or still in production with the herd. The next year, a larger group of 23 animals were imported again from Gold Bar, as well as Onondaga, Dalmere, Valley Stream, and Trulac. Imports of live animals continued annually until 1995, when animals coming from top herds such as Cairns, Briar Hill, WTK, and many more. The final live import was in 1999 with animals from the Remmental herd, which saw a total of nearly 65 live animals brought to Denmark from Canada. There were also animals owned that remained in Canada and the USA over those years, a practice that Henrik continues to this day. At the same time as the imports of live animals, imports of embryos and semen were taking place. Moskar was one of the first herds to import embryos, but also were the pioneers for fleshing beef cattle in Denmark. Embryos have allowed the Andersons to add new cow families to the herd over the years, which has exceeded more than 100 different cow families that have been introduced to Europe. Semen imported was purchased for herd use, but also came a business to selling to other breeders in Denmark and Europe. This business has grown extensively over the past 2 decades, and Moskar has distributed semen from 60 bulls throughout Europe, as well as their own bulls to Australia, USA, Canada, and Asia. In total, Moskar has sold genetics live or frozen to around 55 nations globally. Moskar has been working with other breeds to help import genetics for them, as they're the only beef breeder licensed as an importer and the only purebred beef breeder in Denmark to be a certified exporter for live animals. Tragedy struck in 1999 with the sudden passing of Sven-Erik. Faced with a monumental decision what to do at the farm, Jet and Henrik decided that at age 25, Henrik would continue with a focus on cattle, giving up crop production side of the farm. Henrik works off the farm, full-time in agriculture research. Henrik made the decision, knowing his parents set him up with the foundations of a great herd of cattle, and has had many mentors in Canada that would help guide him if he had any questions. Many of these mentors are still found today at Agribition. The goals of the herd have been the same over these years: to produce sound, structurally correct cattle, growth and performance for purebred and commercial industry, which include females that have correct udders, good milk production, and still have muscle shape and development while being easy keeping. For the bulls, the aim is high performance, yet moderate birth weights and unassisted at calving. This has been achieved in a unique way as an entire herd or North American genetics, the only herd like this in Europe. Henrik now runs a farm with his partner, Carrie, and their 3 children, Lisa, Mikkel, and Mas. The herd now consists of 65 purebred female and about 30 embryo recipients, which are dairy cattle. This heavy focus on embryos has resulted in the restriction on importing live animals and increasing health regulations. It does allow for the herd to stay current with top genetics available in the breed by sourcing embryos out of animals like RJL, LCC, Miss Pokerface 5C, and the most winning female in the history of the breed in the USA. Showing cattle has always been a huge aspect of the marketing of the herd, with cattle exhibit at 2 national shows, the annual summer show and the biannual winter show. There have been many champions produced over the years, but the highlight being in 26, with Moskar Compass being the first time ever herd bull won the Interbreed Supreme at the Danish National Summer Show, and it was a 14-month-old bull at the time. The following year has been maternal sister, crowned champions, and champions of the world in 2018 in Fort Worth, Texas. Moskar has produced more Hereford qualifiers and champions of the world competition than any other herd, with 1 year having 7 entries in the European countries carrying the Moscar prefix, and 9 additional more entries with Moscar genetics sire dam. Now the herd is diversifying into second breed with the introduction of Speckle Park breed or cattle into the herd. This Canadian breed is new for Europe, and Henrik wants to be a pioneer for that breed in Europe. Just like his parents were with Herefords in Denmark, using the same goals for the Speckle Park breed as the Herefords is going to be an exciting endeavor. Unfortunately, Jet was not able to travel for medical reasons, but has sent along these words and is watching online. Please help me in congratulating the Anderson family in receiving this monumental award for their contributions to the global purebred cattle industry and their continuous support of Canadian Western Exhibition.
A big hello. Anyone can surely understand my deep sadness at not being here in person today. Everything was otherwise planned and organized for my trip, but knee surgeries has unfortunately prevented this. No words can express my gratitude to be considered and awarded this honor. What a true honor is it for us to be recognized by fellow cattle breeders at Canadian Western Exhibition. I never could have imagined 40 years ago that Hereford cattle and people in the breeding industry would become a second family. I wish that Sven Erik could experience this unique honor. He would be so proud of what Henrik has done with the herd over the past 25 years. The Canadian cattle became the foundation for our herd. All of our cornerstones came from here. It has been a labor of love that has kept us going all these years, and this is because of you, those who are still here and those who are no longer with us. Thank you all for what you have given. Thank you for your open arms and your hospitality when we came over. Your friendship is appreciated, each and every one. Once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for this award. To me, Canada, the place to be. God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, let's put our hands together on a tremendous award. Congratulations. We're going to turn the mic over onto our shorthorn side of the ring for some comments on, looks like, our yearling bulls.
Yeah, absolutely, and 2 really good ones too, and I'm glad they got the chance to stand out here and be evaluated for a long time, because they are very high quality, and I actually think the placing's close between the 2. There's a deep-bodied, good-looking, stout enough one that wins here. Is there things I'd change about him? Absolutely. I'd tuck him up a little bit in his navel and then maybe just give him a shot more reach when he gets out and goes. But I think that's a big-bodied, good-looking, easy one, easy-doing one that wins the class. And then the bull that comes to us in second is definitely the stouter constructed calf. You know, when you analyze him from behind, he has more genuine width and muscle expression from his center to his lower stifle. A calf that's more masculine and mature from his shoulders forward. For me, I'm more comfortable with our class winner from a testicular development standpoint, and then that elite show ring presence that he possessed is what gravitated him to the top of the class.
Well, thank you, Tyson. Here in this class of yearling bulls first split, we have first place entry 3174 Hatfield Flex 12L, exhibited by New View Cattle Company of Elm Creek, Manitoba, with additional owner Monty Thompson. And rounding out the class there, we had entry 3168, Sask Valley Legacy 288L, exhibited by Sask Valley Stock Farms of Rostern, Saskatchewan. Next class we have here is our senior yearling division class. We got one entry for this class here.
We've got another presentation over here as part of our Hereford Show. We'll turn the microphone over as we make a presentation from the Saskatchewan Hereford Association.
Thank you. We just have two more quick things here. We'll keep it speedy and move right along here. At our banquet on Wednesday night, we had a red coat reception, and we thanked Bonnie Thompson for being our 10-year Hereford barn boss. So if you see her out in the barns, be sure to thank her for all of her years of service. We really appreciate it. Another award we gave out on Wednesday night was thank you to Howard Crittenden for all of his years of service on the SHA and CHA. So same thing, if you see him in the barns, just give him a thank you and congratulate him on all of his years of service as well. One quick thing here, we're just going to present a few coats to some 4-H regional winners this year that presented Hereford cattle and won their regionals. So if we could just have Dakota Van Meter, Ethan Brooks, Marshall Brooks, Mia Mackey, Chloe Wagner, Kyla Lees, Emma Lees, Joss Pittman, and Hannah Lees up to the front to claim your hoodies and jackets for winning your regionals. Congratulations on a very good job this summer with all your calves, so thank you very much.
We'll just get some quick comments here from the Shorehorn side.
Yeah, probably congratulations needs to be had to those junior members for sure, and they're the future of the breed, and it's great to see them recognized for their accomplishments. In the Shorthorn side of things, there's a big-footed, rugged one that hit the ring here. Definitely doesn't have the hair advantages that we saw in that earlier class, yearling class, but I think this one is definitely wider gauge from end to end, bolder and more expressive in his muscle pattern. Still moves out good enough for the muscle mass that he has, and I think a calf, I just love the bone and foot and size underneath him. Nice calf.
Oh, thank you, Judge Tyson Hertz there. First in class here is entry 3171, Glenford Rifleman 28L, exhibited by Bender Shorehorns of Newdorf, Saskatchewan. Now we're going to ask him and the top two from the last class to come in for our champion and reserve champion yearling bulls. At this time, I want to thank our sponsors for the champion and reserve champion yearling, Bar 33 Ranch and Prospect Hill Shorthorns. And we're coming in with the first split of yearling bulls. Here we've got entry 3170, Hatfield Flex 12L, exhibited by New View Cattle Company, along with Monty Thompson. And then second in that class was Sask Valley Legacy 288L, exhibited by Sask Valley Stock Farm. And then we had our lone entry in the senior yearling division of entry 3171, Glenford Rifleman 28L, exhibited by Bender Shorthorns in Newdorf, Saskatchewan.
Obviously not a huge division in terms of numbers, but I always like to joke that it's because they scared all the competition away. And I think three really useful bulls with all different types and kinds represented here. And what you guys just ringside, I always encourage you to visit with these breeders and see what's available for genetic opportunities on these bulls. I know it's not easy getting them through the ring, especially when they get to this weight and age. So congratulations to the exhibitors, and I'll go show you a champion and then a reserve.
Our champion yearling bull here who flexed enough muscles here. It's entry 3170, Hatfield Flex 12L, exhibited by New View Cattle Company of Elm Creek, Manitoba, along with Monty Thompson. And then our reserve champion yearling bull comes from the lone entry in the senior class of 3171, Glenford Rifleman 28L, exhibited by Bender Shorthorns of Newdorf, Saskatchewan. Also like to thank again our sponsors of the yearling division, Bar 33 Ranch and Prospect Hill Shorthorns. As we wait for a little bit of pictures here, the Canadian Shorthorn Association is pleased to host the 18th World Shorthorn Conference and Tour in Canada. That'll take place July 3rd to 20th, 2025. The Canadian Shorthorn World Shorthorn Conference will include 12 purebred and commercial beef shorthorn farm visits, 4 beef shorthorn shows, including the Alberta Junior Shorthorn Show and the Canadian National Junior Shorthorn Show. 6 stops of interest include Lake Louise, the Calgary Stampede, the Royal Tyrrell Museum, and Niagara Falls. And we'll have several iconic Canadian attractions, as well as some great Canadian scenery across the Western Prairies and Southern Ontario. If you would like more information about the 2025 World Shorthorn Conference, please contact Ann Proctor, travel consultant with Marlin Travel out of Walkerton, Ontario. Sure to be a good exhibit and good time to have by all. Well, now we'll get into our big boys, the 2-year-olds, the senior bull class. We have 3 entries in this class, aging from April 29th to January the 9th. Would like to recognize the Senior Champion Bull sponsorship for this division. I'd like to thank Sass Valley Shorthorns and Mirrodale Shorthorns for being sponsors of this division.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to our Canadian National Hereford Show as part of Canadian Western Agribition for 2024. We've had a great day so far with our female show, and it's awesome to move into our bull show as part of the national event. For anybody just joining us here at Agribition or online via DLMS, we'd like to introduce you to our judge again, Mr. Lance Leachman. Lance, along with his family, come to us from Maidstone, Saskatchewan, where they operate Big Gully Farms. They are a third-generation Hereford breeding operation on both sides of his family. The farm consists of Herefords and polled Hereford cows, with a sale each December that's focused on marketing commercial bulls. Lance attended Dodge City Community College and K-State University, where he competed on livestock judging teams and obtained a bachelor's degree in animal sciences and industry. He coached 3 terms while attending Virginia Tech, where he obtained a master's degree in animal breeding and genetics. Lance appreciates the invitation to evaluate the 2024 National Hereford Show. Great to have Lance Leachman here to evaluate our show as we move into our bull show. This is split number 1 in our bull calf division. March 1 to July 15th, 2024. The bulls in this class are all Aprils, April 1st to 5th. There's 4 entries into this first split number 1 of our bull calves.
Once again, we're live here from the Chevrolet GMC Stadium here for the Shorehorn Show. And Chevrolet GMC, as official partners of Canadian Western Agribition, GMC and Chevrolet trucks are built for the toughest rodeos and the smoothest rides. Once again, thanks to Chevy and GMC. And at this time, I also want to recognize Western Producer and Canadian Cattleman Magazine, sponsor of the Beef Breed ID banners here. Thanks again to Western Producer and Canadian Cattleman Magazine. And it looks like Mr. Tyson Hertz has some comments for this powerful set of 2-year-olds.
Yeah, what an awesome set of 3 bulls out here. And again, we talked in those cow-calf classes about how much work and effort and time and money go into getting these things ready, and the big bulls are no different. You know, not only do you got to keep them sound, you got to keep them fresh, you got to keep them healthy, but just getting them around and getting them, you know, to this point is no short feat. So I commend all 3 of these exhibitors for the work that they put in and presented at such a high level. The dark red bull we start the class off with, undoubtedly the biggest legged, stoutest structured calf in class. You know, from a bone and foot standpoint, he runs away with the cake here. And then when you get him in motion, I guess, is where you got to make a decision. Is he got enough go? Does he got enough flexibility? Does he got enough reach? And I think he does. I read him correct in his angles, and maybe just a little more lethargic and slower moving today. But if I were to change him, I would just get him to get out and go with a little more comfortability and flexibility off of both ends. But it's a very high quality bull that outlines really good. I love how his shoulder lays in. And that's probably one of the direct advantages I see in him over our second place bull, is I prefer his shoulder and crest build. The second place bull maybe is just packing a little more condition on him than our one that wins the class, and that's evident when you analyze him through his shoulder, directly behind his shoulder and down into his chest. I like the freshness of our class winner. And then our second place bull, we talked about how good he is when he gets out and goes. He's flexible at the ground off his hock and his ankle. A bull that profiles really well too, with actually probably more genuine muscle shape in his stifle. But with that being said, I do see him as coming up just a shot higher into his rear rib and flank, and then we talked about just a shot staler from his shoulders forward. And then the third place bull, again, you want to talk about class advantages. If I could put the structure in this one in our top two, I would. I think he's the squarest and longest striding off of both ends. For me, though, I take criticism on him and when you compare him to the two above. He's flatter and plainer in his hip shape and just a little more nondescript in his stifle. And then when you analyze his skull, I just like to see him a little wider jawed and a little more masculine in his skull shape. But three really unique individuals. Again, I want to encourage you guys ringside to go out and visit with these exhibitors and incorporate whichever one best fits your program. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Tyson here. First in class, and he will be also our champion senior bull. Entry 3173, Gilman's All In 6K, exhibited by First Class Shorthorns, Allotment, Saskatchewan, along with Gilman Shorthorns. Second in class, and he'll be our reserve senior champion bull. Entry 3174, Coldstream Pendleton 9K, exhibited by Edensville Cattle Company, along with Prospect Hill Shorthorns. Third in class, and rounding them out, is entry 3172, Foxtail Magnum's Legacy 84K, exhibited by Foxtail Livestock of Velro, Saskatchewan. I would also like to thank again our sponsors for the senior champion bull class, Sass Valley Shorthorns and the reserve Marydale Shorthorns.
So we'll get some comments over here on our Hereford side of the ring in our first split of bull calves.
I think a really strong class. I think four of these bulls all have a lot of really admirable strengths and things that can be built upon in a breeding program. And again, I think there's very little separation in terms of quality and probably how you assess these cattle. I guess the calf I elected to start with, to me, is got a little bit more natural performance, I'd say, than the second place option. Just a little bit more length of body, a little bit more prolonged in his cannon bone. Really like him in terms of his presence. He's high in his neck shoulder attachment. He has some crest to him. He's obviously well marked. A calf that still is big and bold in his center body. Comes out of his hip quite nice and is probably, to me, a little bit bigger testicle at this point than the second place option. I guess this guy, one place I would maybe alter him, and I don't know that it's bad. He just doesn't quite have the softness down in his pasturing. He flexes good, but I just give him a little bit softer transition as he hits the ground in that rear joint. Bull calf that comes in next, I think probably matches up with him as consistently as any of the others could. He's a really big, bold middle bull that's got some masculinity about his skull and his neck to him already. Bull that I also like for his shape as you look at him from behind and the stoutness of bone that he's got. He's just smaller. I think when you look at him, he's a little bit lower fronted, a little bit more compact in terms of his length of body, and that's why he sorts to where he does. The next two bulls that come in, are a little bit different in type. I like this guy in terms of his strength and levelness at top and out to his hip. He's not as attractive and up-headed and alert through his front third, but again, a bull fundamentally that I think is good enough in his testicle size. He's good at the ground as he travels away from you, and then still sufficient in muscle, although maybe doesn't display it to the same regard those initial bulls do. This bull that sorts to the conclusion, he's probably as muscular as any of them. I think when you look at him down his top and over his rib and loin edge, out of his pins, he's really quite wide, and I think muscle certainly plays into his favor. But I guess from a balance standpoint, I just don't prefer him quite as much. I think there's times where he's a little bit shorter out of his hip, maybe at times where he's got a little bit more set to his hock and doesn't transition into his forerib quite as nice as some of the others have tied in, but he's still an awfully strong calf, and there's nothing that you really need to take about him or be too disappointed with, because he's still got some really unique assets. Just from the standpoint of motion, he doesn't strike me quite as hard as the other options do, but a really strong class. I think a very deep class in terms of consistent high quality options.
Well, congratulations to our winners in our first split. First place goes to number 2793. It's MJT Rio ET Tim M, exhibited by MJT Cattle Company. Second place goes to entry number 2792, MJT Robust ET13M, exhibited by MJT Cattle Company. Third place, entry number 2791, it's MJT Arlo ET22M, again exhibited by MJT Cattle Company. And rounding out our class, entry number 2794, it's MJT El Toro ET15M, exhibited by MJT Cattle Company. We will see MJT Cattle Company back in our championship class, but we're going to move next into split number 2. These are going to be our bull calves, born from March 24th to March 8th.
Well, you know what? It's that time of the day again here. We're going to go through our championship Shorthorn Bull lineup here, starting with the junior bull calves. We're going to go with entry 3148 MSA Matterhorn 11M, exhibited by Martin Farms. And then in that same division was entry 3149 MSA Metallica 27M. From the junior calves, we went to the senior calves. We went entry 3167 Edensville Megatrome 16M, exhibited by Edensville Cattle Company and Prospect Hill Shorthorns. Following him in that same division was entry 3152 Head for the Hills Earl 5M, exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorthorns. From the calves, we went to the bulls, the yearling bulls. And we end up with our entry 3170 Hatfield Flex 12L, exhibited by New View Cattle Company, along with Monty Thompson. And following him was entry 3171 Glenford Rifleman 28L. Then from the yearlings came the big 2-year-olds. And we have our senior champion there, entry 3173, Gilman's All In, 6K, exhibited by First Class Shorthorns and Gilman Shorthorns. And following him was entry 3174, Coldstream Pendleton, 9K, exhibited by Edensville Cattle Company, along with Prospect Hill Shorthorns. How about a big round of applause for these exhibitors?
Well, I'll jump in here quick, and I won't take up too much time. I generally don't prepare very long-winded messages here in our Grand Drive because I truly believe that the limelight should be on these exhibitors for what they bring out and the time and effort and money that they put into these cattle is just, it's refreshing. It's what we do for a living. It's what they do for a living, and we, from someone who exhibits cattle, I appreciate the quality and the presentation that these cattle have been brought to me. And when I was growing up, the thing I always wanted was one of those white jackets on the wall. Having a breed champion at Canadian Western Agribition is no small feat, and there's only a small collection of people that can say that they've been fortunate enough to receive one of those white jackets. And I do just want to reiterate how much of an honor it is to not only be the one that has been fortunate enough to win one, but to be the one that's on the other side of the mic and fortunate enough to award one. It really does hit home with me, right from when I was showing Limousin cattle growing up with my family to my new family with 6 Mile Ranch. It really is humbling to be on both sides of the microphone here. Again, these cattle have been awesome. The presentation, the quality of the people behind these cattle, it has just been second to none. So I congratulate all these exhibitors. One last time, give it up for our Shorthorn breed. What an awesome set of cattle they brought forward to us. I'll go show you a champion and a reserve.
Thank you, Judge Tyson Hurts. So how about a round of applause for our judge today? He has done an astounding job looking through this tough class of Shorthorn cattle. But now, let's go pick some bulls. And he's going all in with Gilman's All In there, your grand champion bull. Gilman's All In 6K, exhibited by First Class Shorthorns, along with additional owners, Gilman Shorthorns. And we're going to stay in the 2-year-old class, going with entry 1374, Coldstream Pendleton 9K, exhibited by Edensville Cattle Company, along with Prospect Hill Shorthorns. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Making presentations, we're going to have representatives from John Deere here. And we'll have also from the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association and from NMP. And we'll also have Garner Diabald here from Beauvigen, who's going to present the Grand Champion Bull with a $500 collection credit to be used exclusively for the 2024 Agribition Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull. And we've also got a presentation here to make of a lantern to the champion Shorthorn Bull in the Andrew Memorial Award in honor of our good friend, Mr. Craig Andrew here.
We'll get some comments over here on the Hereford side of the ring on our second split of bull calves.
We'll get a nice class, and I think a high-quality individual to tie into that start the class. You just talk about presence, length of body, still sound structured. You know, bullets, I think, sufficient in terms of his mass up top and into his hip. And still youthful, I think, in terms of his look. That's one that, to me, just has a really high-quality look. And right how he's standing right now is as good as it gets when you want to talk about him and the features that he contributes in this class. Bullet comes in second. You know, he's just, again, really practical. I think he's sound up front in particular. You know, he's good in terms of his shoulder lay, toes ahead straight up front. He's good enough in his body. He just gives up a little bit of length of body, a little bit of natural dimension. And then the other thing I'd alter about him is just reconfigure him off his hock. He just gets a little bit sickle hawked, and consequently you'd expect that he actually overreaches his front track. If you could just tone him down the angle to his hock, he's sure practical enough in terms of his mobility. You'd rather have it that way than the opposite, but that's the one little thing that I'd alter about him as he goes away from you. Bull that comes in third, you know, he's marked really nice. He's a powerful, really open-middled, stout top bull. I guess, you know, from an honesty standpoint, he does get pretty open-fronted for me and open in his shoulder. I'd like to maybe tone him back in the angle to his knee. I'd like to tidy him up in his sheath and then just let him go a little bit more coordinated and secure off his hind leg when he travels away from me. But in terms of just power, muscle, dimension, he certainly has those attributes, and I appreciate that about him. And again, as I alluded to, you can't mark him much better for what most people are after right now. And then the bull that concludes the class, you know, again, you like him in terms of his depth of body, in terms of his forerib. Bull that certainly gets out and strides again. Just from a quality standpoint, the horn bull is certainly flatter and lighter muscled and doesn't present the same overall skeletal integrity in terms of balance and attractiveness that those first several options do.
Well, congratulations to our exhibitors in split number 2. First place in this class goes to entry number 2787, A&L ACDT United ET151M, exhibited by A&L Polled Herefords, Danny and Kelvin Fornwald, Golden Oak Livestock, and AXA Alan Marshall. Second place in this class goes to entry number 2801, the exhibiting from Haraldson Polled Herefords, it's Haraldson's Ad Final ET215M. Third place in this class goes to entry number 2785. It's K-Cal Mindbender 110M, exhibited by K-Cal Ranch and Kaylee Wersta. Running out our class from Just Acres is entry number 2799, Just Acres Maverick 10M. We're going to move next into split number 3 in our Hereford Bull Calves. These are going to be Hereford Bull Calves born from March 7th to March 1st. If you're marking your catalog, entry number 2795 is a scratch. Please scratch 2795 from your class. Should be 5 entries into this bull calf class.
On the Shorthorn side of things, we're going to also recognize our reserve champion bull sponsor there, sponsored by Poplardale Shorthorns. And at this time, we've got a Herdsman Award presentation here. Herdsman Awards presentation, Blair's Performax Animal Nutrition is proud to present the Herdsman Awards. Performax Nutrition is focused on cow-calf operations across the prairies. Come visit our booth in the John Deere Sale Arena, and they would like to present that honor to the Martin Farms of Gorbay, Ontario. Do we have somebody from Martin Farms here to make the presentation with? And as we're getting our bull pictures taken here, we're going to move quickly into the group classes here once ready. So please have your classes ready here. And we'll start off with Progeny Adam.
Over on our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to announce a few more of our Red Coat Classic raffle sponsors. We've got a great credit that came from Bovagen Livestock, our embryo producer here at Moose Jaw. Congratulations to Albert Rimke on winning the Bovagen credit. We've also got a credit from Iris Creek. Congratulations to Phil Allen winning the Iris Creek credit. And our next credit today came to us from A&L Polled Herefords. Congratulations to Wade Fleck on winning the A&L credit. Thank you very much to our donators, A&L Polled Herefords, Iris Creek, and Bovagen, and our winners, Wade Fleck, Phil Allen, and Albert Rimke. We've got 3 or 4 more prizes before we get to our grand prize winner. We'll keep you in suspense a little bit more as we move through our bull show here, as we get part of the Red Coat Classic and our National Hereford Show. A few of our Canadian Western Agribition sponsors that we want to recognize. We just saw him over in part of the Champion Bull, but MMP Accounting are your agricultural specialists that have deep roots in the industry. They're proud to partner and meet with you at the MMP Breed Champion Bars following each one of the shows throughout Canadian Western Agribition. So for you Shorthorn exhibitors, head over to the Champion stall for the MMP bars. Following the Hereford Show, MMP will be in the Hereford barn at those Champion bars. Thank you very much to Chubb and Mackenzie and our sponsors here as part of MNP. The Western Producer and the Canadians Cattleman magazine are sponsors of all of the Beef Breed ID banners. So congratulations to all of our beef breeds for being here as part of Canadian Western Agribition. We want to thank the Western Producer and the Canadian Cattleman magazine for your major sponsorship on our beef breed ID banners throughout the grounds. We'll get some comments here. Don't worry, I'm sure it's only glass. We'll get some comments here from split number 3 in our March Bull Calves.
Really strong class again, and I think there's some consternation in the middle, what really sorts out, because there's not a bad one in the set. I think the bull that I elected to start off with, the horn calf, I like him in a lot of regards. I think he's got several class advantages. So you talk about him as a big, long, growthy calf that's probably the most extended in the class through his front third and from there back. A bull that's sufficient in terms of his bone, but still clean in his joints. And I think that's pretty unique about him. He's sufficient in terms of muscle. He carries it down deep into his quarter. And I think one of the things that's probably most interesting about him is just how youthful in his skull he is, how trim and clean he is and neat in his condition up through his chest floor and his lower third. And I like those attributes about him a bunch. Just has a really unique look, a lot of quality. Now the bull that's in second, you know, he's one that I could see kind of going up and down the lineup. I think the things you like about him is he's deceptively powerful. You know, and when you get behind him, I wouldn't doubt that he's got the most shape in the class in terms of spread to his top, width to his pins, and the way that he comes out of his stifle. He's pretty impressive in that regard. So, you know, thinking about the things that we want to propagate in our breed, the muscle, potential ribeye, those type of things, I think he should have in spades based on the shape that he possesses out here. Now, the conundrum with him is he big enough in his stature? He's the most moderate bull here, in my opinion. He's a little bit lower fronted, a little bit more conservative in terms of his stature, and I think those are things you could be held against him. But I still don't think from a weight per day of age standpoint he's very concerning whatsoever with the amount of shape that he's had and should transmit. We've seen this bull and really like him. I mean, he's still a very solid calf in terms of his markings. He's bold in his bone work. You know, he's got a nice shape to his shoulder, has plenty of middle to him, comes out with enough shape to his hip. I just don't think he's maybe quite as unique in any particular characteristic as what those previous bulls do, but still a very, very solid individual, and I think you could slot him into second certainly and have relative ease discussing that. The bull that comes next, again, a really solid option, and you know, I think if you look down him, he's bold down his top. He's got a lot of shape over his loin edge and other of those carcass type of bulls that you think should have plenty of ribeye transmitted to his progeny. You like the amount of curvature to his rib cage. There's just times where he's not quite as attractive or elongated through his front end. Maybe at times he's a little bit more timid off his hind leg, but he still meets his track. He's just a bull that to me doesn't quite have that same real alertness, that same presence, particularly up front. But I love his stoutness and his power. He's certainly a wide pin and muscular individual. And then the bull that completes the class, like his length of body, you know, he's up-headed, he ties high into the point of his shoulder quite well. A bull that's got sufficient frame and performance from that regard. Just view him as being probably the narrowest constructed, lightest muscle bull in the class that tends to get just a tick shallower in terms of his shape of rib from forerib to flank.
Well, congratulations to our winners in split number 3. First place goes to entry number 2800. It's AAA 7J Minor 22M, exhibited by AAA Herefords. Second place goes to entry number 2788. It's Manchester Marvel 438-36M from Manchester Pulled Herefords. Third place, entry number 2782 to HMS Highcliffe Matador 33M, exhibited by HMS Highcliffe. Fourth place goes to entry number 2796, LFH Mosaic ET 265M, exhibited by Hershey Herefords and JBLC Holdings. Fifth place in this class, entry number 2790, exhibited by Warnica Land and Cattle. It's WLC Now 9M. And a scratch from your catalog was $27.95. That wraps up split number 3. We're going to see the top 2 back from each one of those classes as we move into our junior division champion and reserve champion bull calf. We'd like to thank our sponsors in this junior division, Bieber Herefords and HMS Highcliffe. We've got our top 2 back from those classes. Judge Lance Leachman will evaluate, but I think first we've got some comments over on our Shorthorn side.
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoy doing these group classes, and I do think that they have their a very strong place in the show, and I'm glad that the crowd has stuck around for sure. And once you get these cattle out here, this is probably one of the more challenging decisions that I've placed upon myself, because if you're sitting ringside and you want to tie into a program, this is when you start to see the type of kind that program is chasing. And for me, I think that when you get this produce of dam, you see the similarities that a cow and a cow family can have. So I commend these exhibitors not only for bringing out the produce of dam, but the quality that is standing in this ring, and I just want to commend them on that. For our champion, I'm going to use the one that ends up having the reserve bull in it. I think that's a nice uniform pair, and then an honorable mention to our set at the front. A very nice produce of dam class.
Alrighty, our champion progeny of dam here, proudly sponsored by Ann Wender Cattle Company here. We'll go to Cold Street Farms, Flesherton, Ontario here. Before we flip things back over the Hereford side here, we're going to move into our next class, which will be our breeders herd, proudly sponsored by Bender's Shorthorns here. And at this time, we'll ask a representative from Bender's Shorthorns as well and Foxtail Livestock to come to ringside here, please.
We'd like to thank again our sponsors in our junior division, Bieber Herefords and HMS Highcliffe. Looks like we've got some comments from Judge Lance Leachman on our junior division bull calf class.
Well, again, I think a really strong division, and I think I've got a clear-cut option that I prefer to start, but after that, I think it becomes close between 2 or 3 different bulls, and so that's a testament to the quality of the calves that have came out in this junior division. I think they've all done a really nice job in terms of presentation, and I think in this class, there's really some neat options as far as just how they've been managed, a little bit more conservative in condition than what some of the heifers have been throughout the day, and that's certainly nice to see and reaffirming to kind of have that commitment to doing it, because it takes a lot of security and a lot of confidence to not push the shit out of them compared to what some people do. So with that, I'll go pick out a champion, and then the reserves I think are very similar, really high quality calves that I think have a lot of promise and can be implemented in some very diverse breeding scenarios based on the multitude of strengths that they present.
Well, split number 3 is going to have our champion junior. Congratulations to AAA Herefords with AAA 7J Minor 22M. He's going to be our champion junior division bull calf for the 2024 National Hereford Show.
Again, an awesome set in our Shorthorn show on the breeders herd side of things. I again want to reiterate how important these classes are to me and my family when we're exhibiting, and I don't want you guys to think that these guys are just coming in and going through the ropes. This is an example of what these exhibitors feel are their best quality stock that they can bring out. So I do think that they deserve a tip of the cap, not only for exhibiting here at Agribition, but for bringing out quality stock year in and year out, and a group like this is sure impressive. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause. For my champion breeders herd, we'll go for the group here on the end, and then an honorable mention to the group here in the middle, but a very consistent set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, thank you very much there, Judge Hertz. First, and our champion breeders herd goes to Coldstream Farms of Flesherton, Ontario. At this time, we're going to ask Ryan Bender as well to come up here too, because we have presentations for Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. Sponsored by the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. We will have here from the SCL Levi Hall presenting the Premier Breeder Award to Bender's Shorthorns of Neudorf, Saskatchewan, and the Premier Exhibitor to Foxtail Livestock of Elrose, Saskatchewan. Congratulations, guys.
Well, over on our Hereford side of the ring, we want to congratulate our champion junior bull again, entry number 2800, AAA Herefords with AAA 7J Minor 22M. And our reserve champion coming out of split number 1, entry number 2793, MJT Cattle Company brings us MJT 10518 Rio ET 10M, our reserve champion junior bull calf. Congratulations to AAA Herefords and MJT Cattle Company. We'd like to really thank our sponsors in those divisions for our banners, Bieber Herefords and HMS Highcliffe, our junior division banner sponsors. We'll see those top 2 calves back in our championship class, but in the Hereford side of things, we're going to move into split number 1 in our February born bull calves. These are going to be bull calves from February 26th to February 15th. If you're marking your catalog, please scratch entry number 2817. He will not be racing today.
On the Shorehorn side of things here, we're going to get into our last class, group class, which will be our Get a Sire class. And that's proudly sponsored by Bell M Farms. And as I'm going to mention here before the end of the show here, want to recognize one more sponsor here, CN, who is the proud sponsor of the Agribition Beef Supreme on Saturday, presented by CN. We'd like to thank them for their contribution here. I look forward to seeing our champion bull and champion female from this show here compete in the prize title of Supreme Overall and a check for $10,000.
So over on our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to move again into our split number 1 of our bull calves. This is our senior division, our intermediate division bull calves. These are going to be bull calves born February 26th to February 15th. Please scratch out of your catalog enter number 2817.
Well, I'm sure you guys are sick of me talking, and I know there's another show coming in here, so I won't take up too much time. I just want to reiterate how much of an honor it was to be out here to evaluate the Shorthorn Show. And with that, I'd like to say thanks to not only our crew here in the ring, the marshalers out back, the crews getting these cattle through the ring, the showmen, the breeders, and the whole organizational committee here at Canadian Western Agribition for putting on a world-class event and year after year giving us a platform to market our product, on the world stage. And I think that's really a cool thing that Saskatchewan has donated and put in so much money for us to do this in the agriculture industry. So for one last time, the Shorthorn Show has been awesome. Put our hands together for Agribition, the sponsors, the volunteers, everybody that makes this group tick. I'll go select your champion, Get a Sire.
All right, it looks like we're going to go back again to Coldstream Farms for your champion Get a Sire here. Congratulations. At this time, I want to thank Mr. Judge Tyson Hertz for coming out here to exhibit the cattle. He's done a astounding job informing everybody and evaluating some good quality cattle. Also like to thank everybody that's helped out from ringside to in the ring to the back. And I'd like to thank the Saskatchewan Shorthorn Association for asking us to help them out here with this day. And that'll do it for the 2024 Canadian Western Agribition Shorthorn Show. Thanks again to the sponsors. We'll get out of here, the ring here quickly, and we'll let the boys from the Charlay show get in place here.
We've got 3 more winners of our Red Coat Classic raffle winners we want to announce. As we get closer to that great grand prize winner, we've got a credit from Haraldson's Pulled Heifers. Haraldson's Pulled Heifers, that credit is won by Marlene Harvey. The Glen Lee's credit has been won by Michaela Pruntit. And our Arthur Pulled Heifers credit has been won by Jeff Lees. So I'd like to thank you very much to our donators, Arthur Pulled Heifers, Glen Lees, and Haraldson's Pulled Heifers. Congratulations to the winners, Jeff Lees, Michaela Pruitt, and Marlene Harvey. We've got one more winner in the Red Coat Classic that's still to come, the great grand prize winner. So if you haven't heard your name yet, you still have a chance. We'll announce that in a few classes, and that'll wrap up our Red Coat Classic for 2024.
Testing 1, 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a few short moments and we'll have the Charlay show underway. Our cattle are being marshaled towards the show ring as we speak. Just stand by and we'll be on up and going very shortly.
Over on our Hereford side of the ring in split number 1 of our intermediate bull calves, we're going to get comments from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, this is a relatively challenging class. I think there's, again, a lot of compromises, and you're going to have different outcomes based on where your priorities are aligned. I think in this class, a calf that, to me, rises, and I'm not going to say that he's convincing in the way that he wins the class, but I think he's just a relatively fault-free calf. Now, he makes some compromises, I think, from a performance standpoint, maybe a length of body standpoint, but the fact that he's still big-bodied, he's still got some shape to him, he's good in his testicular kind of development and carriage, and still gets out with mobility, are certainly benefits in his favor. He at times gets a little bit shorter coupled, maybe a little bit rounder out of his hip or lower in his pin placement, but I don't think it really restricts him or compromises his structural mobility. Kind of just a big brute that comes next. And I think if you talk about commercial bulls, this skirt bull really appeals to you. You know, he's long, he's got some performance to him, he's big and bodied, he's plenty of stout in terms of his muscle and bone work. Just one that I don't see a lot of real holes in, but at the same time, he doesn't just blow me away in terms of his quality or his aesthetics and you know, really having that engaging look. I think he's just a solid bull that you'd love to sell that type every day of the week, knowing that they could be used in so many different regards. Bull that comes in third, again, I love him in terms of his conservative condition and the way that he's been managed in that regard. Really long-bodied, like him for that. I think he's laid in really appropriately at the point of his shoulder. He gets out and travels quite well with ease and flex to his lower joints. I guess I question him just two regards, probably in terms of his true, you know, skeletal width from front to back, if I could power him up or just spread him apart a little bit, but probably more so just see if he had a little bit more boldness in terms of his rib cage, if he could be a nickel deeper bodied, have a little bit more flank and just fullness through his midrib. I think that'd make him a lot more competitive with that top pair of bulls. Bull that comes in next, I really like him probably from his shoulder back. I think when you stand and get on top of that bull, he's got a lot of turn to his top. He's really square and true over that advantage that he carries over his loin edge. He comes out of his hip and his hock quite nice. He's hinged really pretty attractively and still has a lot of power. There's just times that his front end bugs me, to be honest with you. I think on the stand in particular, he just gets a little bit more mature in his look, a little bit more forward and blunt in the angle to his shoulder and just the set to his shoulder. If I could just wedge him in a little bit more attractively, give him a little bit more aggressive stride and reach as he gets out of his front skeleton, I think that would sure help him. Bull that comes in next, much like that second place bull, he's got a lot of really practical, pragmatic features from the standpoint of performance, length of body, body dimension. He's one, again, if I could alter him through his front third, he just gets pretty jammed up for me, a little bit boulder fronted, doesn't quite have that coordination or reach out of his front skeleton, and maybe narrows up off his base, particularly from his hock down. But again, through his center body and up high, I don't mind him whatsoever. And then the bull that concludes the class, he's just at a disadvantage in terms of performance, weight per day of age, and powers compared to the options ahead of him. He's a bull that still maintains his levelness and strength atop to a relatively high degree, and he's laid in smooth enough at his shoulder. Just like to give him a more confident stride as he goes off his hind leg and more general dimension from front to back.
Well, thank you very much for comments in that class. First class in split number 1 goes to entry number 2822. It's Haraldson's High Country ET43M, exhibited by Haraldson's Pulled Herefords. Second place in that class goes to entry number 2812, Brooks Handyman 20M, exhibited by Brooks Farms. Third place goes to AAA Herefords with entry number 2820. It's AAA Maverick 12M. Fourth place, entry number 2821, it's RVP Haraldson's Magnitude 201M, exhibited by Haraldson Pulled Herefords and River Valley Pulled Herefords. Fifth place goes to Brooks Farms with entry number 2813, it's Brooks Viking 34M. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 2805, Brock Hill Matrix 7M from Brock Hill Farms. Entry number 2817 was scratched out of split number 1. So we'll see those top 2 calves back in our championship intermediate class, but we're going to move next into split number 2 of our intermediate bull calves. These are going to be bull calves born February 14th to February 6th. Again, February 14th to February 6th in split number 2.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Canadian Western Agribition Charlay Show. My name's Dwayne Trask, and I'll have the pleasure of making the announcements for today's show. I'll give you the placings as they're made official. I'll make the appropriate introductions, and I look forward to giving you the placings once again as they're made official here. Our judges today for the Charlay Show, Braden and Andy Schmidt. They hail from Didsbury, Alberta. Our staff include Jeff Trask, son of ours. Jeff Trask, the barn boss. Our ringmen today will be Robbie Chomiak, Daryl Peterson, Larry Debenham, and Will Brimner. Our marshallers will be Duncan Spence, Jeff Trask, Jared McTavish, and Levi Shields. Joining me here at the announcers area, we're very pleased to have Nicole Spence and Tammy Brown with us here today to make our results official. They do a great job, have for a few years in the past. Really appreciate their involvement as well. Our show assistant today will be Emily Schick and Scott Sutherland. Thank you very much to those volunteers for those presentations. We'll have a split ring here today, and we'll be very, very careful to split our announcements here with our good friends in the Hereford industry here, showing in the adjacent ring with us here today. Braden and Andy Schmidt hail from Didsbury, Alberta. Braden and Andy Schmidt, along with their son Trig, currently reside at Didsbury, and Andy and Braden work alongside Andy's parents and siblings at Westway Farms. Braden also works off farm as a beef consultant with Bullseye Feeds. Braden and Andy are very passionate about the seed stock industry and their involvement with the family operation Westway Farms. Westway is a mixed farming operation that consists of 700 Simmental, Angus, and commercial cows, as well as a pedigree seed operation. Their operation has a feed yard where their genetics are fed and finished annually. Westway hosts an annual bull sale every February at the farm where Simmental, Sim Angus, and Angus bulls are sold. They are very excited to evaluate the Charlay, and we're very appreciative of them stepping forward here today to judge this year's show.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Braden and I are very excited to be here today to evaluate the Charlay show. We start with a really strong division here on the junior side. I think 3 individuals that are really nice. I think you could go either way on the top 2 here, but Braden and I just went with the one that we think is a little longer. She's very powerful and stout-made. She's big-boned. She's fighting the halter a little bit today, so it's a little harder to see how she's getting around the ring, but I do think she's getting around a little bit better than that 1 and 2, and I maybe would just like to smoothen her out just a little bit in her joints, but a female that I think demands your attention. She's really nice made, and I think she's going to turn into a really nice brood cow. Next, we have one that's very powerfully made. She's very stout-boned and big. She's probably a little wider when you get over top of her. I think one, we just like to set that tail head down a little bit. She's a little bolder in her shoulder, and I think she's just a little narrower at the ground. But 2 really nice females to start the class. Down in third, I think this is the youngest one of the class. I think, it's hard for her to compete in terms of power, but this is a really, really, complete made female that is pretty fault-free. She gets around the ring really nice. She's maybe just doesn't have that power and stoutness like the 2. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in a nice round of applause for our first class as they leave the ring in the Charlay show. The class is led off by entry number 2447, SVY Luna 444M, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Second place goes to 2449, KR Annabelle 483M, exhibited today by KR Land and Cattle Company, and KFC Charlays from Abbotsford, BC. Third place to 2450, JWX Pearl 4274M, exhibited by Wilgenbush Charlays, Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Those 2 animals will now automatically become our junior division champions. Our junior division champion sponsored by Parrot, Martin Charlays of Nacum, Saskatchewan, and a reserve champion, junior heifer calf, Flat Top Cattle Company of Swift Current, Saskatchewan.
On our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to get some comments here on split number 2 in our intermediate bull calves.
Well, just going to say again, you guys on the Hereford side are lucky to be able to, at times when there's a pause, watch the other show. Braden and Andy are tremendous young people that are well respected, well liked, and do a tremendous job. So it should be entertaining for you guys to be able to watch them at particular times as well. A really strong class, and this again is just going to be predicated where your breeding priorities and what your cow herd needs addressed in terms of strict selection criteria. Bull calf that initiates, obviously with a short tail, it doesn't help him from a balance standpoint, but he's put together quite nice. He's really dense, I think, in terms of his bone, but he's still smooth in his bone work. He poses a really convincing look from the profile, and he's just that nice combination of having some power and performance, but still not getting overwhelming in terms of what you'd expect his mature size to be. I really like how he's laid in at his shoulder, but he's still masculine about his skull. He's clean down into his sheath and then comes out of his hip with some power and performance. So just a really nice calf. There's times where maybe he could project a little bit more boldness and squareness right behind his shoulder as you carry him down into his top line. But part of that is because he's got a really masculine front end and some spread to the top of his shoulder, although it's still laid in appropriately. Bull calf that comes in next, he's one that I think could float up and down depending where you like him. Things that strike me positively about him or his, again, condition. I think he's really appropriate and fresh in the way that he's been presented and clean up into his chest floor. I think he's a bigger statured bull, and that's what really challenged me between these two. I think there's just more potential for future growth, a little bit more youthfulness and extension from a growth curve standpoint in this guy. And I think that that's probably the biggest change in criteria that I've encountered between the two. I think he's more length of body. I think at times he hooks up stronger into his top line and then maybe has a more attractive set to his hind leg at times. But that calf isn't near as stout, I don't think, is probably the option behind him or in front of him when you genuinely look at him from his hock to the ground in terms of base width, but he's still above average and still acceptable. This is a really good bull that comes in third, and he's got some unique attributes. You talk about one that's probably as bold and big in his rib cage as any in the class. I think he has that. If you talk about shape, I think he still has that out of his hip and into his quarter. He just strikes me as a little bit more conventional and compact. He's shorter in his cannon bone. There's times that he's shorter, more compact up front, but I love his body type, his mid-rib shape. If I could just make him a little bit bigger in his type, a little bit higher fronted, a little bit more extended up front, I think that would complement the mass and dimension that he carries from there back. Big bodied stout bull that comes in next, again, just a really solid bull that you think from a commercial standpoint would be highly acceptable all day long because he's got sufficient power in his underpinnings. He's big and deep in his rib cage, still goes away with plenty of stoutness. And I think the distinguishing factor between these two bulls that are still out here is structure. I think he's just so much better in the way that he transitions into his neck. I think he handles his shoulder angle more appropriately, and I think he takes a longer, more aggressive stride out of his front third. Bull that comes in next, again, I think from his shoulder back, he's one that you really do admire and respect. He's got a lot of length. He's got some plenty of performance and dimension and power. Bull to me that still gets along quite nicely out of his hip and his hind leg. He's good in his testicular development. My concern with him, and it's honestly a little bit more than what I'd really like to see, is up front. He just gets way too forward in angle to his shoulder, too forward in his knee, and he just wants to get that front end out in front of him as he strides. And if I could just lean him back in those angles, make him a little bit more acceptable from those standpoints, I think that would certainly help him, because as I said, from there back, he's quite strong. Bullet comes in next. Again, I like him just in terms of his probably front 2/3. I think it's the opposite end on him you'd like to alter. He just gets a little bit more timid, a little bit harder hitting off his rear ankle and pastern for me. Bullet I still like in terms of his shape, just wants to duck those pins a little bit, doesn't quite have that aesthetic value and quality off his hind leg, but up front I don't mind him. I think he's quite a bit better than the Bullet precedes him in class in terms of his front end integrity. Next calf with the big red eyes and the red neck, again, he's really attractive as far as, just the pigment that he displays. He runs into a class where there's some really high quality individuals and powerful individuals, and he can't match that from a structure standpoint or just a total volume of muscle standpoint. But again, if you like the ones that are highly pigmented, going to do those type of things and still have a little bit or plenty of length, I think he's one to tie into. And then the young man here, he's a really keen young fellow doing a great job, and that's what it's all about. Very pleasant, and as he gets his bull calf out here, and ought to have a lot of pride in that bull calf, because he's still a calf that's got lots of shape down his top. I think when you look at him as he gets out about the ring, he's certainly sounder than some of the other individuals for the length of stride that he takes. And as I was going to say in probably one of the speeches, this is just something for all you young people. If you're proud of what you brought for that Tiger-Bichon as far as an animal, no matter what I say or what I describe about your calf should deter you. You should be equally, if not more proud, to drop that animal off the trailer when you get home as what you did when you brought it. So great job, young man.
Well, congratulations to everyone in split number 2. First place is going to go to entry number 2802. It's Crit Foreman ET35M, exhibited by Critton and Landon Cattle. Second place is going to go to entry number 2819. The entry from AAA Herefords is AAA Moto 1M. Third place in that class, entry number 2798. The entry from Glenlee's Farms, it's Glenlee's Chief 32M. Fourth place in class goes to entry number 2809, HMS Highcliffe Farms with HMS Highcliffe Maximus ET25M. Fifth place to entry number 2816, the entry from Medonte Highlands Pulled Herefords, Abbey Hill Farms and Top Pulled Herefords with MHPH 240J Milestone ET210M. Sixth place in class, entry number 2807 with Blair Athol the Boss 31M, exhibited by Blair Athol Farms. Seventh place from Blair Athol Farms is entry number 2808, Blair Athol Coon 23M. Rounding out our class today, entry number 2803, Brock Hill Maverick 5M, exhibited by Brock Hill Farms. With that, we're going to see those top 2 calves back in our intermediate division class, but we're going to move into split number 3. These are going to be bull calves born February 5th to February 1st. But it looks like we've got some comments over on our Charlay side of the ring. Go ahead.
Well, indeed, it's a pleasure here to be sharing a ring with Lance, and we appreciate the kind words. Lance a very talented cattleman that spent some time in the States, and we're lucky to be able to learn from him and the way he sorts cattle as well. In the second class here, we start with some great deal of quality on the top 2. I think these 2 you could split up in terms of preference, but this one that we went with just kept grabbing our attention and our overall balance and completeness. I think one that's presented highly here in the ring, which definitely helps her. She's one with lots of substance when you analyze the middle portion of her body. She's got the advantage in terms of some pop of that muscle and shape over her hip compared to the heifer in front of her. And I do think she has some advantage at the ground in the way that she is in her carcass and the width there. We were trying to decide if this heifer was sound enough for us. She was a little slower and rolly out of that front end, but I think that's one that we're just going to have to sacrifice the structure on because she has too many other high quality pieces and an overall good individual to start. The second heifer we moved to is very elegant from the side. I don't know if she has as much in terms of that middle third, and she doesn't have that spread from her hips up top down to the ground, and I think that's just where we falter here today. But overall, a good pair that starts, and then as we get further down in the class, it gets more decisive in terms of what we're after. I think that heifer in third is super elegant, feminine, ladylike. She's more leveled in her lines. than some of the ones that are behind her, and that's where she finds herself over those two individuals at the bottom end of the class. But overall, one that's just very balanced, fault-free, but just doesn't have quite the pizzazz and the extras to deal with the two ahead of her. As we move down the line, two heifers that are similar. We'd like to change their tops, and in both of them, the one just gets a little broken behind her shoulder, and the other one just gets a little high on the move. Two that maybe just don't compete in the femininity and characteristic that the others have above them, but overall a very good class with a strong individual to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Braden. Ladies and gentlemen, as this class leaves the ring, once again, let's have a nice round of applause. Class is led off by 2451 Justamere Priscilla, 221M, exhibited by Justamere Farms, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2468. BRCHE MCC Rumpelmintz, 4501, exhibited by Southland Cattle of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan, and Claire Cadu. Third place, 2464, Longview Rose 77M, exhibited by Blanchette Farms of Edam, Saskatchewan. Fourth place, 2460. SHSH Madonna 64M, exhibited by Sliding Hills Charlay, Kenora, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2459, Hidden Lake DRD Marge 38M, exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms, Carberry, Manitoba, and DRD Charlays. We'll now move into our second split of calendar year heifer calves in our junior division. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to go on speaking forever, but Agribition is highly dependent on our sponsors, and we really appreciate a number stepping forward again this year to join us in sponsoring Agribition 2024. You might notice some guys wandering around in the barn area and that. This is our Agribition Community Foundation 50/50. Make sure you grab your 50/50 tickets today in support of the Agribition Community Foundation. Guaranteed to take home at least $25,000. Social media, make sure you follow Agribition on your favorite social media app for updates throughout the week. Labatt's is a long-term sponsor, and Budweiser is proud to support the Canadian agriculture industry and is committed to working with farmers across the country for years to come. And don't forget the trade show. Visit the sold-out trade show exhibitors area throughout the grounds. Agribition is food, shopping, and fun.
We'll get some comments here on the Hereford side of the ring with split number 3 in our intermediate bull division.
Well, class here, I think there's a little bit more structural questioning or issues in this class, to be honest with you, and there's not one that I think is perfect. There's some that are certainly better than others, and hopefully the lineup reflects that. I like this individual that starts, the nice dark red neck, fully pigmented bull. He's got a neat look to from the side. He's got some power and performance, masculinity about him, but he still is really engaging in terms of his levelness atop, his length and squareness of hip, and the way that he goes down to the ground in terms of the alignment of his angles. Now, the one angle that it does have a bit of hesitation with is at times he doesn't just sit down on his rear pastern perfectly. There's times where he hits his track really nice. There's other times where he's just got a little bit more timid approach to the surface. But really nice calf, really high quality individual past that. Bullet comes in next. You know, he sacrifices some stature and length and probably some scale and performance relative to the bulls on either side of him, but he's still a muscular calf. You get on top of him, he's really powerful, comes out of his hip and pins with plenty of spread, and he's probably as sound as what there is in this class, to be honest with you. I think he gets out and travels quite well. He doesn't doesn't have some of the deficiencies of the cattle behind him in the lineup, and that's where he kind of aligns where he does. Bull calf that comes in third, he probably addresses some of the deficiencies in this calf because he is a bigger outline, longer bodied calf that's generated just that, a little bit higher performing look in terms of his stature. I do like him enough from the side in terms of his balance and strength at top. There's just times where, for me, he gets pretty timid in the way that he goes off his rear ankle, just wants to set up with a little bit more rigidity in that joint, and if I could just relax him there, tense him down in that regard, it would sure help. And then at times the same off his front end, just lay him back in his shoulder a little bit, allow him to reach a little bit further. But I do like his mid body. I like him up high. I think he's got a high quality look if you could address some of those things. Bull that comes next, that's a little bit darker in color. Again, he's pretty practical. He's got a lot of shape to his rib cage in terms of depth. He comes square enough out of his hip. It's just more a balance issue with him. He's a little bit deeper fronted, doesn't quite have that parallel and symmetrical look in terms of his lines from the profile, and then just doesn't have maybe the same skeletal quality. Wants to get a little bit, more angular to his hock, just doesn't quite have that same nice hinged look and square look out of his hip and his hind leg relative to kind of the design of his front end. Bull calf that comes in next, from again, his hooks forward, I quite like him. He's a big, high-performing individual that's got a lot of growth, and you'd expect him to transmit plenty of performance to his progeny. He's marked really well as well. I guess my concern with him would just be off his rear skeleton. If I could make him longer and leveler, particularly out of his hip, make that pin placement a little higher, not allow him to get under himself quite as much as he does, and just give him a little bit more secure, stable, and athletic stride off his rear skeleton. Bull calf that comes next, you like him a lot on the stand. I think he's got some unique attributes because he is high in his neck shoulder attachment. He's strong and level out of his top. Looks like he's got some curvature and dimension to his stifle and hip. That bull, though, for me, again, up his front end, gets a little bit concerning in terms of structure. I read him as being a little bit narrower design than what you maybe expect. He just tends to get close at his knees, gets a little bit constricted in his chest floor in terms of width, and then consequently doesn't get out with a really long, aggressive, and athletic stride through his front third. And then the bull that completes the classic, again, he's a bull calf that's got a big turn to his top. He's got some turn and curvature to his rib cage. I like those characteristics about him. Just like to reconfigure him off his hind leg too. He's got a little bit too much set for me. Doesn't quite have that aesthetic value and that high quality look when you look at some of the components of his balance and lines.
Well, congratulations to our winners in split number 3. First place goes to entry number 2826. Highcliff Farms brings us Highcliff Maverick ET76M. Second place in this class, entry number 2811, the entry from K-Cal Ranch in Kaylee Worsta with K-Cal Manhattan 106M. Third place, entry number 2815, A&L BL Maximus 226G 27M, exhibited by A&L Pulled Herefords and Braden Lishka. Fourth place in this class, entry number 2824, GH Desperado Mandate 21M, exhibited by Hershey Herefords. Hershey Herefords brings us fifth place, 2823, GH Insight Momentum 19M. Sixth place goes to entry number 2825, DGB Mr. Copper 2M, exhibited by DGB Farms and Parker Davis. Seventh place in this class goes to entry number 2804, Brock Hill Farms with Brock Hill Moonshine 4M. We're going to see the top two back and out of each of our splits as we move into our intermediate division champion. We'd like to thank our sponsors here of our intermediate division bull calf champion, Warnica Farms, Warnica Land and Cattle, and GWG Herefords. But while we're judging over on our Hereford side of the ring, looks like we've got some placings on our Charlay side.
Well, a really competitive class here, and I think we struggled a little in the top 3. We start the class off with a female that I just love on the profile. She's extremely good looking. She's very balanced over her top. I think she's powerful enough, and she's really true at the ground. A female that's very striking and hard not to pair with a female in third. I think they paired really nice together, but I do think that one in third maybe just gets a little bit more narrower in her skeleton to design to compete with this one female. 2, Braden and I kind of went back and forth. I kept getting drawn to this female on the move. I think she's extremely functional and practical. I think this is going to be, one of those cows that does no wrong as she moves forward. She's going to produce a lot of good calves. She maybe doesn't have that striking look. She's not as clean through her chest, but a female that's very stout. She's good at the ground. When you get behind her, she's very wide, and I really, really like that female. Down in third is one that's really, really good looking and really striking in the show ring. I think she's extreme through her front end. She just gets a little bit more narrow for us and a little tighter in her loin, but I do love this one's sweep to her belly. That one is really nice in the center portion of her body. She just isn't where we would like to be her in terms of skeleton. Down in third is one that's a little shorter bodied, really big middled and stout made and big boned. I'd just like to maybe clean her up a little bit in underline and maybe put that tail head down just a little bit, but a very powerful one. Rounding out the class, we have two females that maybe just don't have that show ring look and as much depth and power. One, you'd like to bring the bellies down just a little bit, but two individuals that are really long bodied. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. On the Charlay ring, ladies and gentlemen, let's send the folks back to the barn with a nice round of applause. An outstanding group there for sure. The class was led off by 2465 Longview Range 74M, exhibited by Blanchette Farms Limited of Edam, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2462 KR Laney 446M, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company and KFCs of Abbotsford, BC. Third place to 2453 Longview Royal 59M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenville, Saskatchewan, and Surrey Inco Cattle Company. Fourth place 2466 Cornerview Dream Date 48M, exhibited by Cornerview Charlays of Cobden, Ontario. In fifth position 2455 Hidden Lake Meg 10M, brought to us today by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. And sixth place 2467 BDT Magic 13M, exhibited by Temple Farms of Carrot River, Saskatchewan.
Over on our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to get some comments on our intermediate bull calf class from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, I might talk about these quick just so I can buy myself more time to decide. And it's funny when you make them circle and it doesn't really do a darn bit of difference in the decision. So the bull calf from the first class, you know, I liked his body shape and the shape that he's got out of his hip. He's good in his testicular suspension. There's times where he gives me a really good look up front, and then times where I just see him a little bit more juvenile and kind of awkward in the way that he's shaped into his shoulder and gets out. Now, he travels really well, but there's just times where he's a little bit more awkward sometimes in the alignment of his kind of front skeleton. But a calf that I really like in terms of his mid-body, you know, the shape that he's got out of his quarter. Really practical bull that came second out of that class and certainly has more performance, length of body, one that you think from a commercial standpoint would certainly have a high acceptance rate for his combination of traits. The bull that came out second from that, or first from the second class, you know, I get him out here and there's times where he wants to just open up or toe out a little bit. So I wanted to put him on the move just to see how he tracks. And he gets out and tracks really nice. He still toes ahead good and true up front, meets his track. Obviously a bull calf that's got a lot of, you know, just mass to him and the way that he opens up in his chest floor and then comes back out square out of his hip, has a really nice alignment to his hip and hind leg. The bull calf over there, he's been kind of lazy in his prepuce all day. If you could just tuck him up or, get him to suck that up. But he's a really long-bodied calf, a bull calf that at times maybe gets a little bit higher over his loin edge, maybe at times looks a little bit tighter up into his flank, but still really like his freshness, his clean condition look, and the fact that he's a bigger statured bull calf that's still got a lot of length and is going to have potential for growth. Bull calf here, he's got a really neat look in terms of his pigment and color and the fact that he's massive and masculine, has some crest to him. Bull calf that transitions nice from the backside of his blades into his forerib and mid-body, comes out of his hip good. He's really good in his alignment up front, and there's times, as I alluded to earlier, that he just gets a little bit tense off his rear pastern, but there's times where I think he flexes quite acceptable, and so that's not a major concern, just something I had to try and line out in my mind. And then the bull calf that came from that that last class, again, he's really muscular, doesn't quite have the stature, the scale, the extension of bone work that some of these other bulls have, but he's got some mass and power to him, and you appreciate that. So really a strong lineup of individuals that are going to address different concerns. It'd be interesting to know kind of what their performance data would indicate, pedigree standpoint, what you'd expect, because I think they do give you some different looks and different attributes in terms of their perceived strengths and weaknesses. But again, if you'd offer your congratulations, I'll go pick out a couple of individuals in a really tight division.
Well, let's keep those applauds going for our top two in our intermediate division here. Split number 3, our champion from HMS Highcliff Farms. It's Highcliff Maverick ET76M from Highcliff Farms is going to be our champion in our intermediate division. We're going to go to split number 2 for our reserve champion, entry number 2802, Crit Foreman ET35M from Crittenden Land and Cattle. Congratulations to Highcliff Farms with Highcliff 10Y Maverick ET76M, our champion intermediate bull calf, and reserve champion to Crittenden Land and Cattle with Crit Foreman ET35M. We'll see those two bull calves back in our championship class. But we're going to move next into our senior bull calves, split number 1, as we continue through our National Hereford Show. Over on our Hereford side of the ring, we've got one more grand prize to announce as part of the Red Coat Classic. And our grand prize winner in our raffle draw, we'd like to congratulate Wally Pugh on our grand prize winner as part of the Red Coat Classic. Let's put our hands together and congratulate Wally on a great win as part of the Red Coat Classic. Our grand prize winner, we'd like to thank everyone that donated towards the Red Coat Classic, as well as congratulations to all the winners as we wrap up the Red Coat Classic for 2024. In our Hereford side of the ring here, split number 1 coming in. We're only going to have 3 entries in this class. Bull calves born January 29th to January 27th. Please scratch entry number 2836. He'll not be in the ring today. 3 entries into this split number 1 in our senior bull calves.
In the Charlay ring, class complete. Once again, our judge's remarks.
Well, I won't hesitate in telling you that this one gave us some trouble, and we had to take some time here because, truth behold, there wasn't one in this class that just caught our attention or one that we could say we loved. And I think that gets tougher as you need to sort these in what I deem as the deepest class that we've seen today. I know we're not far into it, but these cattle are all good in their own right, and you can take all of these home and make a heck of a replacement female out of them. I think it just gets to the fundamentals of what your program needs and where you're going to sort them to the top. And I think this female in front does a lot of things right in terms of just a completeness and balance standpoint. She isn't the outlier in any one category. I do like the way she gets around the ring in terms of her structure. She's soft in terms of her pastern, which gives her advantage over some in the movement. She's adequate in terms of her base width, and that follows all the way up her skeleton and gives her enough up top. And I just think the most balanced one in a class that we had a little trouble with for sure. Rounding into second, I think this one's a little higher in frame size than some. It makes her look a little bit shallow-bodied. I just think that's the frame that she has that makes her appear that way. You could strengthen this one's top behind her shoulder to get her ahead of the one in front. But overall, just another complete, balanced female that we put in second here. Moving down the line is where it gives us real trouble. We like parts of these heifers that come in third that could get her higher if she had a little more flank, a little more capacity, one that's good in her lines. We just like to drop her down good, or a bit more. She's good in her bone work, a heifer that's real solid in terms of a lot of areas, but just doesn't quite have the pizzazz or completeness as the one above her. And then the fourth place heifer gives us the most trouble in the class. We love this heifer from her shoulders back. We wish that we could change her front end. That one's plenty thick in terms of her neck for a female and gets a little high in terms of her crest. But one that we'd like to change her front end, and she'd be up at the top of the class. Rounding down to the next two at the bottom of the class, I think two good individuals in their own right. Two that we'd maybe like to change in terms of the structure. The next one coming, we just like to elevate her top when she's on the standstill. And the one that rounds out the class, we just like to put a little more set into her in terms of her mobility when she gets out and move. Overall, the most challenging class of the day. Look forward to what's ahead.
Thanks, Braden. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause. Those folks that were exhibiting can certainly still hear it. That class was led off by 2452, Justamere Wisteria 161M, exhibited by Justamere Farms Limited, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2458, Elders Pretty Lady 4112, M, exhibited by Elders Charlay, Coronac, Saskatchewan. Third place, 2459, Elders Pretty Lady 4115, M, exhibited by Elders Charlay, Coronac. Fourth place, 2457, Elders Pretty Lady 4111, M, exhibited by Elders Charlay, Coronac. Fifth place, 2463, W2 Miss Starstruck 435M, exhibited by W2 Farms Lanigan, Saskatchewan, and rounding out the class, 2454 Hidden Lake Mabel 9M, exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms, Carberry, Manitoba. Next in the ring will be our intermediate division champions. Mike, back to our friend.
We'll get some comments here from Lance Leachman on split number 1 of our senior bull calves.
Well, we could have a family showmanship class out here between these three. I know that there is one of these gentlemen that hasn't probably shown or hasn't been quite as aggressive to exhibit as many cattle in his lifetime, but hell, he's done pretty good out here, so I got to give him credit for that. The bull calf that wins the class, he's really attractive. I like his length of body in terms of his structure. He's quite attractive and engaging. He's level and strong down his top. He's got a really long natural curvature to his hip. He's good off his hind leg, and I think those are a couple areas where he probably has the advantage over the bull in second. I like his hip and hind leg a little bit better. I think there's just a little bit more to him in terms of length and the way that he's built. I wouldn't say that the second place bull gives up anything in terms of masculinity, probably about his head and his neck. I kind of like him in that regard quite well. I think he's got enough shape right behind his shoulder. He's bold and deep in the curvature to his rib. He's just a bit more compact. He wants to get a little bit deeper down into his brisket, and he's not over conditioned, but I think he's just deeper in his brisket and kind of throws off his balance, and then he's got a little bit more set to his hind leg. Doesn't make it quite as aesthetically pleasing as what the individual that goes out has. And then the bull in third, you know, in terms of meat and potatoes, he's quite good. He's got plenty of shape and muscle. He's not deficient in that regard whatsoever. He goes to the ground with some bone. He's just more conventional in his type. He wants to kind of get a little bit high and tight in his spine, wants to drop his pins at times, doesn't hook up right behind his shoulder or transition from his shoulder into his neck and head quite as attractively, particularly as what that first individual does. But he still gets out, he meets his track, and he's got some shape and dimension from front to back.
Well, thank you very much, Lance. First place in this split number 1 of our senior class goes down to number 2828. It's Torchview Status Quo 67M, exhibited by Torchview Cattle and Goodline Farms. Second place in this class goes to Mission Ridge Herefords with 2830. It's MR24E Kings Court 41M. Third place in class goes to entry number 2831, MR24E Royal 38M, exhibited by Mission Ridge Herefords. We are going to move into split number 2 of our senior bull calves. These are going to be bull calves born January 14th to January 2nd. We've got 5 entries into split number 2 of our senior division.
Back in the Charlay ring, our judge with her remarks.
Really strong division here. I think we have 6 really nice individuals. You know, we just try to go back to basics when we're picking ones to win divisions here. You know, we're looking for those ones that are really attractive in the show ring, but, you know, ones that are going to go out and make really good cows. So 6 really good ones in here. We're going to use the 2 from the second class to win this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause. Our intermediate champion, 2465 Longview Reign, 74M, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch, Edam, Saskatchewan, and our reserve intermediate champion, 2462 KR Laney 446M, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company and KFC Cattle of Abbotsford, BC. Nice round of applause for our intermediate champions as they leave the ring. I did want to mention as well our sponsors for the intermediate division, Joan Charlay of Gull Lake, Saskatchewan, and the folks at McTavish Charlay, Moosomin, Saskatchewan. Thank you very much to those 2 establishments for sponsoring our intermediate division.
We'll get some comments here on our Hereford side of the ring, split number 2 of our senior bull calves.
Well, again, this class just doesn't come together in a really fluid sequence, I think, in terms of an outlier that really grabs your attention. So there's some compromise, and I'll try and discuss it as good as I can. The bull that I elected to use to start, the skirt calf, you know, there's times where he looks pretty plain. And he gets maybe easy in his top and doesn't quite have the really high quality, engaging look that you could even make the case the second bull has in terms of his top line and presence. But I think fundamentally that bull is really quite good. I think if you look at him from just a commercial bull standpoint, not saying that's what he is, but he is big boned, he's big testicled, he's big middled, he's got some power and stoutness out of his hip, he's got some masculinity about his skull and his neck, and still gets out and moves, I think, with more length and athleticism probably than the second place bull does. Now, as I said, he gets a bit weak in his top at times, maybe doesn't come out of his hip just as attractively as he could, but he's, again, a fundamentally pretty good calf. And there's times where, again, the extra white on his front legs, those things are a little bit deceiving, particularly when you have one that comes next who is so heavily pigmented. You know, and he's going to be polarizing in that standpoint. There's going to be some traditional folks that'll have a bit of pause, but he's where the industry's headed in terms of, you know, using him on a set of semi-cows. If he was to get AI to them, he's a good enough bull to stay purebred, but he's pretty unique in terms of his coloration and something that I know would be very enticing for a lot of people to incorporate in their program if they have issues and have a little bit of blowback and not having enough of that in their program. You know, when I look at him, I think of quality. I think he's got a really good look from the side in terms of his strength at top. He's, you know, long and level out of his hip. He's a bull that I think in terms of his bone work is sufficient. He's smooth in his joints, good enough in his testicular shape. I guess when he gets out on the move, he gives me a bit of pause again. I think he just gets a little bit tighter and a little bit more forward in the angle to his shoulder. He doesn't get out and as aggressive as I'd like out of his front end. And probably the same can be said off his hind leg too. He's acceptable, but he's not stellar. I think he misses his stride just ever so slightly. If I could just give him a little bit more athleticism, a little bit more aggressive stride off both ends, I think that would do him justice because he's got a lot of unique features about him in terms of his look, his strength of lines, his parallel lines from top to bottom. Bull comes out next, again, I think from a commercial standpoint, and again, I'm not alluding to the fact that he's a commercial bull, but I'm saying from the standpoint of commercial production, he offers some really engaging attributes too. He's incredibly big-bodied and deep-bodied as some of the cattle that they've exhibited today are, and that's something you have to really respect and admire, just the easy keeping look, easy fleshing look, the pay weight that those type of cattle should offer. He's wide and powerful as he goes away from you with enough shape and spread to a skeleton. Now there's times, again, from a structure and balance standpoint, he gives me a little bit of reprieve because he does want to push into his front end. He wants to get tight in his spine at times. He wants to kind of roll into his front end and his shoulder. Just doesn't have that really relaxed, level, strong look to his top, but he's got a lot of mass, a lot of natural dimension, a lot of openness through his center body, and you certainly appreciate those characteristics. And it's clearly evident when you compare him with the next couple of cattle that come, there was just more of them. This dark red calf that's marked really well, again, has that aesthetic look that's pretty engaging in terms of his upheadedness, you know, the fact that he's pretty long-bodied, a calf that still goes away good enough down low, but he just gets a little bit more tight in his rib shape, a little bit harder into his flank, a little bit more tucked up and tighter into his forerib, a calf that just doesn't have quite the stoutness of underpinning the dimension and performance that those class winning cattle did. And then a really good individual that the young lady takes out in the conclusion, you know, again, there's not much wrong with him. He's good in his body shape. He gets out and travels quite well, just doesn't have the same overwhelming dimension that class winner does, maybe just doesn't have the same quality and aesthetic value, again, from his hind leg in terms of his curvature and then the shape that he has up front and his neck shoulder attachment.
Well, thank you very much, Lance. In split number 2 of our senior bull calves, first place goes to entry number 2837 with Stonewood Mufasa 1M from Dunsmore Family Farms. Second place goes to entry number 2833 MHPH 240J Marshall 114M, exhibited by Medante Highlands Polled Herefords, CNT Polled Herefords, and Mans Polled Herefords. Third place goes to entry number 2835, Eris Acres, Rexon 24M, exhibited by Eris Acres. Fourth place goes to entry number 2829, K-Cal Mustang 25M, exhibited by K-Cal Ranch and Kaylee Worsta. Fifth place goes to entry number 2834, PBHR KM, Mr. Worldwide 115K 2M, exhibited by Mans Herefords and Kennedy Mans. That wraps up our class. We're going to move in next on this Hereford side of things to our senior bull calf division champion. Top two back from each one of those classes. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Warnica Land and Cattle and GWG Polled Herefords. We're going to turn it back over to the Charlay side of the ring. They're going to give comments on their class, and then we'll come back to Lance. Go ahead.
On the Charlay side of things here, we got a nice class, and we got four high-quality individuals to start that you got to do some picking and choosing and decide where you want to put your priorities on these four individuals. But I think the one that starts the class just hits you with that striking silhouette from the side. I think that one's hard to make any more feminine or add any more character to. I think that one's really complete, really balanced, highly presented, and kind of ties it all together. Is she the most powerful one in the class? No, she's not. I'll be the first to admit. But I like the pieces that one has, and I like the pieces she has going forward into making a bred female and then down the road to the cow. The heifer in second has the power advantage when looking at the two in first and second. I think this one just maybe gets to be a little too much for us in certain areas with all the power that she does have, and one that we'd maybe like to fix her top a little bit to compete with that one above her. But a good individual in her own right. If you like more power, you're probably going to gravitate to this one a little more. We went with a structured, long-bodied, good-looking one for first. Going down the line is when you have to pick priorities and sort these to where you need some added pieces in your program. This third place heifer that comes at us, completely balanced, completely fault-free. One that maybe just doesn't have the characteristics in terms of the uniqueness as the ones the two above her do, but one that's going to make a good breeding piece down the road for that young lady. The man's heifer that comes in fourth, I think, is one that has the most capacity in terms of muscle and middle portion of her body. I think one, though, that just gets a little too uncomfortable in terms of her structure. It's hard to get her to park out here with a comfort level. I think one that just needs to be freed up in each side of her skeleton to move out a little freer here today, but one that you have to appreciate for the volume and capacity she has here. And then moving down the line, we get into a few different types and kinds that maybe just don't put it all together as a total package compared to the ones above. The ones that comes next is just more shallow in her flank. The one that moves down into the line, maybe just a little more terminal looking for a female that we're after here today. We just need to make her a little more ladylike in multiple areas. And then the one that rounds out the class, we just need to add a little more performance to that heifer. Maybe level her out. She wants to run downhill in terms of that hip to shoulder structure, and maybe would lack in terms of weight per day of age compared to these contemporaries out here. But overall, very good class, a deep class, and two unique individuals to start it. Thank you.
Thanks, Braden. If we could have a nice round of applause for these exhibitors as they trail out the ring here. Class is led off by 2501. Harvey Miss Molson 19M, exhibited by Harvey Ranching, Olds, Alberta. Please add in your catalog Rideau, Angus Farms, and Elders Charlay. Second place, 2489 W2 Miss Starstruck 410M, exhibited by Bar K Cattle Company, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Third place, 2482 Elders Pretty Lady 475M, brought to us today by Elders Charlay, Coronac, Saskatchewan. Fourth place, 2488 W2 Miss Starstruck 420M, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2471. Near Miss Molly 2M, exhibited by Near Charlay's, Crossfield, Alberta. Sixth place to 2500. MVY Marcy 35M, exhibited by McAvoy Charlay, Arlee, Saskatchewan. And seventh place, 2470, near Mary Jane 1M, exhibited by Near Charlay's of Crossfield. Mike, over to our friends in the Angus ring. Pardon me, the Hereford ring. Sorry about that.
We've got a Hereford judge that's going to give some comments. Lance, on our second split of senior bull calves.
Again, we've had a really nice bull calf competition today, and all the individuals should be awfully proud of the cattle that they brought out. I think they're really practical and I think can benefit a lot of folks that might be interested here to inquire about purchasing them. When it comes down to this lineup, I think it's between the two class winners for contention in this division. I think what it comes down to for me is just a matter of skeletal build and quality. And so with that, please offer your congratulations to these four exhibitors, and I'll select your champion reserve.
Well, our senior champion is going to come out of split number 1. Congratulations to Torchview Cattle and Goodline Farms. Our senior champion bull is going to be entry number 2828. It's Torchview Status Quo 67M. Our reserve champion is going to go out of split number 2. Congratulations to Dunsmore Family Farm with entry number 2837, Stonewood Mufasa 1M. Congratulations, our champion again, to Torchview Cattle and Goodline Farms, and our reserve champion to Dunsmore Family Farms. We'll see those top 2 back in our overall grand champion bull class. We're going to take some quick pictures, and then we'll move into our bulls born in 2023, class number 21.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Charlay ring, or in the auditorium altogether, good friends of particularly the Charlay business, the beef cattle business in the Saskatoon area. We're very pleased to have Norheim Ranching with us today, sponsoring the Boot Shines for Stars. Boot Shines by donation in the hosting area here, just to our right, for a donation. Get your boots shined up. And that's brought to us today here in the Affinity Plex, sponsored by the good folks at Norheim Ranching, Lee Norheim and the gang over there. Thank you very much. We're going to have some presentations here at the break between the female and male divisions of our show here today, including the Herdsman Awards presentation. Blair's Performance Animal Nutrition is proud to present the Herdsman Awards. Performax Nutrition is focused on cow-calf operations across the prairies. Come to their booth, visit their booth in the John Deere Sale Arena. Once again, Agribition is very, very pleased to have Chevy GM sponsor us here at this year's show. For trucks that are all power and no bull, look no further than the GM and Chevrolet trucks, official partners of the Canadian Western Agribition. Connexus Credit Union is proud to be a platinum partner at Canadian Western Agribition. Stop by the Connexus watering hole in the John Deere Sale Arena for a refreshment, or visit their boot team at booth 143 in the International Trade Center to find out how we can help make your financial dreams a reality. As well, at our intermission here in the Charlay show, we will also be presenting the Purebred Charlay Breeder of the Year. That announcement will be made then, as well as our 2024 SCA Saskatchewan Charlay Association Honor Scroll recipient. And add in there as well, we'll recognize our 2024 Commercial Breeder of the Year. Just to round out those presentations, we'll also present our 2024 SCA Scholarship presentations and 2024 CCA, Canadian Charlay Association Scholarship presentations. Just before I sign off here for a minute, I just wanted to make sure as well, our friends of the Canadian Charlay Association Foundation winners will be announced here at the end of the month. November 30th is the deadline for applications. We have some good ones in the queue. You're certainly welcome to present yours. Very pleased to have our friends of the Canadian Charlay Association and our Tim Bullock Memorial scholarships will be presented at the end of the month.
So over at our Hereford ring, we are into class number 21. These are our bulls born in 2023, our yearling bulls. We'd like to thank our yearling junior champion bull sponsors in this class, in this division, Lone Pine Cattle Services and Brooks Farms, our sponsors in this division champion. We've got 4 entries into this split that will be competing for our yearling champion bull. When you think of trucks and you think of agribition, you think of Chevy GMC. For trucks that have all power and no bull, look no further than GMC and Chevrolet. Your official partners of the Canadian Western Agribition. It's great to have Chevy GMC as part of Canadian Western Agribition.
Well, a really nice duo on the top side, on the Charlay Show side. The one that we used to start the class, I think, hit me really hard when she came in the ring. I think this female is very complete and balanced. When she gets out and moves, I think she tracks the best out of the class. But really, when you get behind her, she has tons of substance. She's really big-hipped and big-topped, and she's very pretty. This was a really nice female, and I think just puts it all together very easily. The heifer next in line is one that's very up-headed and kind of demands your attention. When she gets out and goes, I'm not sure she's quite as sound. She just has a little bit more set in her pasterns, but one we really like. She's long-bodied, she's very mature-looking, maybe not as much hip, but a really nice one in second. I think 3 and 4, you could go either way on these 2 females. We went with the one that's maybe a little cleaner on her underline, a female that's nice and big boned and stout when you get behind her, maybe just doesn't, tie in all the pieces that we're looking for. She's maybe not as balanced and a little rounder hipped, but a really nice one in third. On to the next heifer, a really long-bodied, big hip female that maybe just doesn't have as much cleanliness in her front end, gets a little deeper in her chest floor, but a long-spined one. Next in class is kind of more of a problem one. She is an outlier, I think, in size. She's really big boned and she's really stout, big through the center portion of her body. I think one that could just have a little bit more look and clean her up in her front 1/3. 2 females to round off the class that I think could just spend a little bit more time on feed, maybe just a little greener compared to the other females. Some females that you could just add a little bit more width and natural substance, but a really nice class with a really nice duo on the top side.
Thanks, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for our exhibitors leaving the Charlay ring. That class was led off by 2492, EMB Esperance, 50M, exhibited by Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock, Red Deer County, Alberta. Second place to 2487. W2 Miss 33M, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2476. Southland Reba 49M, brought to us today by Southland Cattle of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Fourth place 2499. MVY Winona 19M, exhibited by McAvoy Charlay, Arley, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2485. Stepler DM Miss 97M, exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba, and Dale McKay. Sixth place 2481. PCCX Mayhem's Mistress 402M, exhibited by Perfect Choice Charlay, Weyburn, Saskatchewan. And seventh place to 2480. PCCX Material Girl 405M, exhibited by Perfect Choice Charlays, as well as Weyburn, Saskatchewan.
Over on our Hereford side of the ring, we're going to get some comments, but we want to first of all thank our sponsors in our yearling class, Lone Pine Cattle Services and Brooks Farms, our sponsors in this division. We're going to get comments from Judge Lance Leachman on these 4 yearling bulls.
Well, I think you've got two individuals that certainly separate themselves from a quality standpoint, and between the two, I still don't think it's particularly close. I think the bull calf that initiates the class to me is just a really complete high quality individual. I like him a bunch. I think that if you look at the slope of his scapula, he's quite a bit better than the bull that stands second, and part of that allows him, I think, to transition so much more smooth and appropriately from the backside of his blade into his top line. From there back, he's just a big bodied individual. He's long and square out of his hip. He carries that shape down nice and deep. And then when you set him in motion, I really like the angle. You can see how relaxed he is in his knee, the set that he's got to his hock. He's pretty fluid, and he really is pretty aggressive in the way that he travels. He wants to get out and really tread some ground and does a nice job of that and puts it together in an appealing package, and certainly sufficient in terms of his masculinity and muscle. Bull that comes in second, he gives you a pretty neat look because he wants to get his head up. He comes tall out of his hip. He does get easier in his top. He does get more restricted in his forerib, but he certainly at the same time has a little bit more boldness to his rib or to his shoulder, and so that junction just isn't quite as smooth as what it is in the class winner. But again, he's a bull that's got plenty of mass and muscle, goes to the ground with a big foot. He's stout enough in his underpinnings, and there's a big gap, I think, between him and the two remaining cattle. Two remaining bulls in the class, I opted for this guy. I just think there's a little bit more shape in him. I think if you look at his forearm, the way that he comes back out to his hip and to his stifle, I just read him a little bit wider, a little bit more dimensional in terms of his turn of muscle. Bull that's certainly got, a good foot underneath him. He travels well. He doesn't have the same optics in terms of balance and attractiveness of his hip and hind leg and just his general physique compared to the others, but still a quality individual. And the darker bull that concludes the class, I like his length of body. I like his skull and the way that he's got some shape to his crest already. He just gets a bit out of balance. He wants to kind of run downhill from his flank down into his chest. A bull that to me, as you get up behind him, just tends to narrow up, gets a little bit closer in his pin placement, and funnels to the base of his quarter.
Well, congratulations to our yearling bulls, and our yearling champion is going to be entry number 2842. It's CSC 701 Oshado 316, exhibited by Medonte Highlands Polled Herefords, Abbey Hill Farms, Churchill Cattle Company, and CSC Cattle Company. Entry number 2843 is going to be our reserve champion yearling bull. It's RW MHPH 240J Legacy 102L, exhibited by Medonte Highlands Polled Herefords, Roots and Wings Farms, and Edenvale Polled Herefords. Third place in that class, entry number 2838, LVSK Lumen 3L, exhibited by Brock Hill Farms. And running at our class, entry number 2839, it's TEG 22H, Ricky Bobby 335L, exhibited by Heidman Cattle Company. We'll see those top two bulls back in our championship bull class. But first, we're going to move into our big boys. Here is our 2-year-old bulls. We've got 2 splits coming in first. We've got 4 entries into split number 1 of our bulls born in 2022.
Class complete in the Charlay ring. Once again, our judge, Braden Schmidt, with his comments.
Well, I think we got an outlier here on the top that you can find quite easily and run her to the top because that's where she deserves to be. I definitely think one of the better females we've seen all day. There's the way that this one ties everything together from her hip structure through that middle portion of her body all the way to her front end, and then does it in a feminine enough package with lots of character. She's good over that top, plenty of bone to go with it. I just think that one's extremely high quality. Once you get down to the next few placings, then you can start to go some different ways. The one that we bring to the second hole, I think, is one that just follows the best in terms of the overall completeness and balance. You like that one over her hip and over her top line. I think one that stands very adequately in terms of her structure and the way she gets around the ring. We move down into the next three females. I think three females that pair together fairly adequate in terms of their purpose and type. Longer, feminine, level lined is the way I'd describe the next three that come at you. The one that's the young lady's leading out here today, we would like to tuck that tail head down a bit further into her back to make her more competitive, but a really good female for that young individual. The one that comes next are arguably the greenest in the class and one that's arguably the longest in the class. I think as time goes on, time is going to be that one's friend. She's extremely feminine, fancy, up-headed. She ties high out of the top side of her shoulder into her neck junction, and we like that one for the youthfulness she has. When you analyze this heifer coming next, one that we just like to flow from her shoulder into her middle portion of her body and then into that hip junction and structure a little better. If you tidy that one up, drop that one's flank, I think she competes with any of them at the top end of the class. The two that come next are tough in terms of their structure and the way that they get around the ring and mobility. I think the one that coming at us next too is a little heavier in terms of her condition and flesh for this frame size that she has here today, and one that we just like to freshen up and maybe have her move out a little more ease when analyzing that front 1/3 of her body. When you analyze the heifer rounding out the class, one that we just like to fix in terms of her top line, maybe add more set in terms of that front shoulder and the way it hooks up into her knee, and then lengthen out that front end, and I think you'll have one that fits higher in the class. Overall, very good class. I think we had a stellar one there to start.
Thank you very much, Braden. Ladies and gentlemen, a nice round of applause for those exhibitors. They can still hear you. They're very close by. Class is led off by 2478, SVY Darlin 410M, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company of Maymont, Saskatchewan, second place to 2493. ONL Mississippi on the Fire, 62M, exhibited by Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock, Red Deer County, Alberta, add in Footprint Farms. Third place goes to 2474, Longview Vela 3M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2494. Kaylee's Berkeley Bold 10M, exhibited by Kay's Cattle of Kanistino, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2483. JMB Malibu 401M, exhibited by JMB Charlay's Brookdale, Manitoba. Sixth place to 2473. Longview Promise 5M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, and Grace Waitis. Seventh place, 2486. W2 Miss 17M, exhibited by W2 Farms of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. In the Charlay ring, class complete. Andy with her comments.
Really nice class of senior heifer calves over on the Charlay show. I think we have a pair here that you can go either way with. We decided to go with the one that we like the head and neck a little bit more on. I think this female is really complete. She's big hipped. She gets around the ring really nice. I like the center portion of her body, and I just think she ties things together really nicely for us today. The heifer next in line is one that probably caught my eye first as she came in. I really like her through her hip structure, and she's very long-bodied. You know, like I said, she's maybe not as nice through her front 1/3, but a female that's very complete and level in her lines. Moving into third is a female that probably gave us a little bit more problems for us. I think this female is very big in her frame size. She's very, very powerful and very big hipped. You get up over her and she's very wide based. I think a female that maybe just isn't doing it for us structure wise. I think she just gets a little straighter in her make, but a very powerful brood cow there. Next coming to us is a female that, you know, I like her over her top, and she's very wide when you get behind her. Maybe just not as nice in her shoulder. I'd like to smooth her out a little bit and make her a little bit more extended. Next is a heifer that's very long-bodied, and I think she's going to get really nice with time. She's maybe just not as stout, but one that gets around the ring really nicely, and I think I'd like to clean that navel up a little bit underneath her. And the two rounding out the class, you know, this one coming to us next is very long-bodied and very attractive and clean through a chest floor. You know, maybe just doesn't have that depth of rib that we're looking for. And rounding off the class, a very, very powerful female that's very big in her rib shape. She's very wide and big. She just maybe doesn't get around the ring as we'd like to see her. And I think one that you could clean the navel up on her a little bit, but a really, really competitive class.
Thanks, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause. Our exhibitors can sure hear us yet. That class was led off by 2491 SVY Cover Girl 405M, exhibited by Blanchette Farms Limited of Edam, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2490 C2 Macy 9M, exhibited by C2 Charlay's La Riviere, Manitoba, and Morgan Turner. Third place, 2496 CKE Beyonce 16M, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2498 CKE Cassidy 23M, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Fifth place, K's Christie 1M, exhibited by K's Cattle Company of Canistino, Saskatchewan. 2472 was sixth, Longview Kit 1M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenville, Saskatchewan. And in seventh place, 2497, CKE Betty 2M, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Next class in the ring will be our senior division champion, sponsored by Wood River Charlays of McCord and Horseshoe E Charlays, Kenniston, Saskatchewan.
We're going to get some comments here on split number 3 and our mature bulls, our 2-year-old bulls, from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, I do envy all of you folks for not having to be out here on this class to make this decision. I know for all 4 of these gentlemen that this is not fun. They've all got a reputation and a potential, reputation attached to these bulls. And there's already enough quality in these individuals, potentially some progeny that there's going to be some folks with very strong opinions, and rightly so, on which ones of these bulls are going to rightly match their breeding scenarios. And all 4 of these bulls are phenomenal. And I think, you're always going to hear that, and the judge trying to ease the placing for the ones that don't match up to the top. But I got to stick with what, I'm true to and the type of cattle that probably gravitate towards me. And I think if you talk about these 2 individuals, they just have that extra length of body. I think they're intermediate in terms of frame and stature. I think in terms of structural integrity, I probably prefer these 2 individuals over the next 2. And I'll try and kind of discuss them a little bit more intimately. The bull that I elected to start with, I like him in terms of his scrotal. I think he's really good in terms of his testicle size and suspension. I think he's probably as sound in this class in terms of the way that he gets out and moves, in terms of the way that he's relaxed in his knee. He's got a lot of flex to his hock. He gets out and travels and meets his track quite easily. He sets down on both sets of pasterns quite nicely. He's muscular too. You get in front of him, he's opened up in terms of his chest, but he's still laid in nice at his shoulder. And I think he's got that advantage over some other bulls, is that he's just more acceptable in the angulation to his shoulder, but he still has some crest, still has some masculinity. You get behind him, I think he's really wide and muscular too. I think he projects a lot of shape down his top. I think he comes out of his hip with a lot of shape and dimension. I just find him as being the one that really strikes me in terms of his skeleton, his balance, his structure, while still not sacrificing the commercial characteristics that we're after in terms of muscle dimension, spread of skeleton, scrotal size, and nice pigmentation. Now, I think this bull that comes second matches him by far the closest of the other options in this class. I really like him as well. I think he's got a lot of the same attributes in terms of having that extra length of body, length of hip. I love how he comes out of his quarter and stifle with that roundness and turn to his quarter. A bull that to me has still got that masculinity up front in terms of his crest. He's laid in nice at his shoulder. He toes ahead true off both ends of his skeleton. He's good in the angle to his shoulder. Just subtle differences. I don't know that he maintains maybe his strength at top quite as attractively at times. There's times where he maybe doesn't set off on his rear pastern quite as softly or with as much cushion, although it's not a major deficiency or concern. I just think there's a subtle difference there between those two bulls, but I do like him a lot, again, just for the overall aesthetic value that he presents. Now, I know these gentlemen are going to be disappointed, and these are phenomenal bulls, and there's a lot of folks that are going to probably prefer to implement them in their breeding programs quicker than those two will, and that's also one of the things I'd love to have performance data, try and make some of those calls and judgments in terms of what these bulls can offer us. Now, this guy, you love him in terms of his dimension of rib. He's so open and big-bodied, bull through his center rib cage. He expands on the backside of his shoulder with plenty of shape to his rib cage. He's got a nice turn to his stifle and quarter. There's just times that I don't like him as much through his front third. I don't know that he's extended up front as the other bulls in front of him. I don't know that he's quite as attractive in the lay to his shoulder. I don't know that he's quite as aggressive in the way that he tracks out up front. And he's just a bit more compact in terms of his total length of body, his total length of hip, but I do love him through his mid-rib, and he does get out and travel quite well. I mean, there's no concerns in terms of flexibility. It's just more his shape and his components in terms of how they match together. Bull that comes out next here, you love his length. He's a big stature bull that's got a lot of stoutness of bone and foot underneath him. All these cattle have been really good footed. I like him for those components. He's going to transmit a lot of performance, a lot of length of body. As I read him again, I just question him in terms of true muscle dimension. When I get behind him, for as big a frame bull as he is, I just like to see more spread in his skeleton, particularly to his pins and down into his stifle and to his quarter. I like him through his midrib, and then up front, I maybe modify him just laying back in the angle to his shoulder ever so slightly, laying back at his knee just ever so slightly as well. But a really high quality class, and you folks should be really I think proud of those bulls, but also equally excited to utilize any of them via AI in your breeding programs, and I'm sure that they'll take you to a level that you'll be very happy to achieve.
Well, in our Hereford side, first place in split number 1 goes to entry number 2851. It's K-Cow Knockout 79K, exhibited by AAA Herefords, Murray and Bridget Andrews, K-Cow Ranch, Kaylee and Lexi Worsta. Second place goes to entry number 2848, Mohican Handyman 40K, exhibited by A&L Pulled Herefords, Brooks Farms, and Mohican West. Third place in the class, entry number 2853, Haroldson's High Country 12K, exhibited by Haroldson's Pulled Herefords, AXA Farms, Harvey Duke, and Golden Oak Livestock. Fourth place in the class, entry number 2852, it's Glen Lee's DBK 155E, All Rise 21K, exhibited by Warnacutter Landing Cattle and Glen Lee's Farms. We'll see those top two back in our champion senior bull class. We're going to move into split number 2 in our Hereford ring. We've got 4 entries, but as we continue there, I think it looks like they've got a champion class over in our Charlay ring.
Well, on the Charlay side of things, this senior heifer calf drive is extremely deep in quality. I think we get 8 heifers out here. That brings us a pretty uniform set of 8 very complete heifers. We talked these heifers in class. We won't go through all of them again, but I think there's lots on that top side of those 4 first places that hit you with quality, a lot of femininity, character, enough pounds and performance to go with those other dimensions of what a female needs here. And saying that, I think we're going to stick with the one we loved in Class 3. Young man, you'll be the champion in the senior division, and we're going to use the ladies' heifer out of the first class to be reserved. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause on a great senior division.
I apologize for the delay. Our champion then is 2491 SVY Cover Girl 405M, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch, Edam, Saskatchewan. And
Stop talking for a minute. Yes, just they're doing a commercial. They need 20 seconds.
once again, I apologize for delay. Our champion is 2478 SVY Darlin 410M, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company of Maymont, Saskatchewan. And our reserve is 2501 Harvey Miss Molson, exhibited by Harvey Ranching Company of Olds, Alberta, Rideau, Angus Farm, and Elders Charlay. Congratulations to our winners. We'll get some comments here on split number 2 in our two-year-old bull class. Here is split number 2 from Judge Lance Leachman.
Well, this second class of the 2-year-old bulls is no less intimidating, but I do think it sorts out a little bit easier and more logically for me. I do like this bull that starts, and he's a big enough bull for me in terms of stature, but I think he puts his other components in terms of structure, balance, and muscle together well. You know, particularly on the stand, you really like him right here. I think he's got the masculinity enough up front. I think he's good in terms of his shoulder design, how he goes down to the ground, the alignment of his front leg. He opens up with enough shape behind his shoulder and through his mid-body, and then comes out with a long, level hip. You get him in motion, and he really does glide quite fluidly. I think he takes a really nice long stride. He has a lot of cushion and security as he goes to the ground, so I think a really nice place to start with that individual. Bullet comes in next. You know, I think there's a lot of similarities with him. You know, he's got a lot of length of body. I think he's got some structural components that I probably prefer over a couple of the other bulls. I think he's really good in terms of his foot design and shape. I think that he's, again, nice laid in at his shoulder. I think he's good in his mid-body and out of his hip. He just gets a little bit easier in his top. On the move particularly, I don't know that he has quite the same quality out of his hip and his hind leg and his tail head that the bull initiating the class does as he goes away from you. But again, a high-quality individual that that's got a lot of the fundamentals working in his favor just from the standpoint of mass performance and still putting it into a structurally good package. Bull that comes out next, you know, he's got a lot of mass to him as well. Really big in his bone work. He's a little bit more conventional, I guess I'd say. He's a bit more abrupt as he comes into his shoulder, a little bit shorter about his neck and more abrupt in the angle to his shoulder. A bull that also maybe just runs a little bit downhill from his shoulder back into his pins. But I like his shape of dimension through his mid-rib. He's really bold and expanded in terms of his rib cage as he transitions out of his spine. He still goes away with enough base width and muscle and squareness, and obviously as he goes to the ground there's substantial bone there as well. And then this individual that comes conclusion of the class, again, he's really good. I mean, in terms of a long-bodied bull that's designed attractively up through his front third, still has plenty of boldness and power through his mid-rib. I just guess probably questioning him from the standpoint of muscularity compared to the individuals that precede him. I just read him as coming at me a little bit narrow in his chest and going away with the same disadvantage in terms of spread to his hock and base width.
Well, congratulations to our winners in split number 2. Entry number 2855 is CCD Kingsman 3KET, exhibited by MJT Cattle Company and Chesney DeVette. Second place goes to entry number 2854. It's GH7057 Copperstone ET11K, exhibited by Hershey Herefords, JK Frazier, Chad Stevenson, and Scott Rasmussen. Third place, under number 2850, it's BR Lone Star K017ET, exhibited by Double H Cattle Company, End Run Livestock, and Braden Barber. Fourth place in that class, entry number 2849, XLP JRP Red Rock 1K, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services and High Chaparral Ranch. We're going to see those top two back from our first and second split as we move into our champion and reserve champion senior bull class. We'd like to thank our sponsors in this senior bull class, A&L Polled Herefords and CNT Cattle Company, our banner sponsors for our senior bulls here in our 2-year-old show as we make our way through our National Hereford Show. As we've got a crowd gathering up here, we want to thank everybody on our Hereford side of things that have made this show possible today. We really want to thank Bonnie Thompson, our barn boss, Garth Newell and Bonnie Thompson for doing all the great marshalling back in the arena there. Shannon Brost, Carrie Henderson, and Jamie O'Shea are our ring people today, as well as our points recorders. Jade Charlton, our Saskatchewan Junior Hereford Association rep that's done all the ribbon presentation, and definitely we'd like to thank Lance Leachman, who has been our official judge working our way through our National Hereford Show for 2024.
In the Charlay ring, class complete.
Over here on the Charlay side, it's exciting getting into some bred females, and I think we start the bred females with a very good one, very complete. I like this one from a side profile, and I like when you get in behind her and see how structurally correct she is. Smooth jointed, gets around and moves just adequate. Is this heifer lazy, or is she a little restricted off the front end? You need to sort that one out and where you prioritize that, but we still go with that one for her rib shape, completeness, good topped. And the one that we go into second with, I think, follows her with the most similarities. I do think the one in second for her size is carrying a little more condition, but this one's very good and very complete. You can see that she has an adequate udder coming under her, maybe a little nicer teated size than the heifer that we have in third, but one that's very good, very dense looking, one that we like a lot, and gets out and moves for how dense she is and good muscled. The heifer that comes in third will give you a little more trouble if you don't lean towards performance. At home, we don't have the biggest cows and the highest performing cows. If you do have those at home, you're going to gravitate to this one probably. This one has a ton of capacity in terms of that center portion of her body. She's very, very large in frame size, but you can't falter for that, because if that's what you need in your program, then she's going to add that. Just one that's maybe a little bit too much, a little overwhelming for us for what we need here today. Moving down the line, we get a female that's a little flatter in terms of her muscle pattern, rib shape to deal with the ones ahead of her. One that we could just make a little more feminine term too in terms of that front portion of her body, but one that's getting around fine in terms of her stride, but I think you would like to flatten that one out in terms of her joints and bone work. Moving down the line, another female that's a little more frame for our liking, one that runs downhill in terms of that hip structure into that shoulder. Enough femininity up and through that front 1/3, you do have to admire her for that, but one we just want to level out that top and maybe bring her down in size. The heifer that rounds out the class maybe just doesn't have that overall balance and completeness and doesn't tie the portions of her front end, middle, and rear end together like the ones do ahead of her. But overall, very good class of bred females.
Thank you, Braden. Once again, let's have a nice round of applause for our Charlay exhibitors just left the ring. Class was led off by 2516 TR Miss Outsider 3765L, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan, Jackson Corner, and Tyler Nostad. Second place, 2514 JWX Glitter 9971L, exhibited by Wilgenbush Charlays, Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2512 JKC Miss Outrageous 55L, brought to us today by Stacy Farms of Lansdowne, Ontario. Fourth place to 2513 J&J Angelina 391L, exhibited by Justamere Ranch, Dauphin, Manitoba, and Fox 5 Genetics. Fifth place to 2506 Rosso Miss Roxy 7L, exhibited by Rosso Charlays, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and 2507 was 6 BDT Karma 55L, exhibited by Temple Farms of Carrot River, Saskatchewan. Mark, over to you.
Well, it looks like we do have some comments here as we look to Judge Lance Leachman for comments in our senior 2-year-old bull champion class.
Well, again, I'll just kind of describe or summarize and by myself more time. It gets challenging out here because it's tough to separate the two from the first class. So what do you do with this guy here? You know, these two are really similar, and these two guys are similar to another, but very different styles that came from the two classes. So you have to just think about what the priorities are and what you want to do. The bull that won the first class, you know, again, I liked him in terms of his structure. There's going to be some, is he big enough? Is he going to have enough mass? I think he's got enough mass. Whether you think he's needs to be bigger, that's up to you. I think, you know, for us, we're not all about huge frame, big body, or big cattle, but if they're built well, they've got the muscle and pieces like he does that just fundamentally are important. I think that gives them the flexibility to go different directions. Would maybe clean him up, tighten him up in his sheath, that's one thing. In that particular class, though, there were some other individuals that, you know, could have had the same adjustment made to them, but do like his squareness, like his testicle, like how he gets out in motion. This guy, second in that first class, is really similar. I mean, like his length of body, they're very similar in terms of their hip design. He's a guy that, to me, gets out and moves quite well as well. I don't think he's quite as fluid, but he's very close to that and has a neat look up through his front third. Now this guy, you know, he's going to be polarizing because he's such a big, high-performing bull. It's got a lot of bone, a lot of length. In terms of his aesthetics, is he just the most enticing in terms of his balance and just how his structure is put together? No, I don't think he is, but I think he's really good still. I think he's got a lot of length. You know, you get behind his shoulder, could he project a little bit more squareness and width there? Potentially. Could he come down from his hock to the ground with a little more width and squareness? Potentially. But just fundamentally, if you want to pump out commercial bulls that have performance, a lot of weight per day of age potentially, and still have the durability, you know, the muscle and balance to go along with it, fundamentally he's really good and tracks out quite well. And same can be said for the bull that came out of this second class. Again, he's a really long bodied, really square down his top, has a neat look to him as well. So, you know, I think again, you have to try and just come down to what is truest and most sensible for me. I really couldn't go wrong with any of these individuals. I think they're very strong, very excited to see how they have an impact on our breed and what they can contribute in terms of the components they offer, just like the bulls that did make it back out here could. So just again, really be proud of each of these individuals regardless of what I end up doing with them, because I think they've got a lot of merit, and very excited to see what they do for propelling the Hereford breed forward. And really would be glad for all of you folks to, you know, approach these individuals, see what opportunities there might be to inject this germplasm into your herds, because I think all these individuals certainly warrant that.
Well, let's put our hands together as Lance goes out there. We want to thank our sponsors, A&L Pulled Herefords and CNT Cattle Company, our sponsors here of our Senior Bull for the National Classic here for 2024 at Canadian Western Agribition. Well, our champion is going to come out of split number 2. Congratulations to MJT Cattle Company with entry number 2855, CCD Kingsman 3K. ET is our champion senior bull. Our reserve champion is going to come out of our first split, entry number 2851. It's K-Cow Knockout 79K, exhibited by AAA Herefords. Murray and Bridget Andrews, K-Cow Ranch, Kaylee and Lexi Worsta is going to be our reserve senior champion. That puts our final 2 pieces of the puzzle together as we move in next to our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Bull class. Our breed banners sponsored by Blair Athol Farms and Glen Lee's Farms. We'll see them next in the ring. We also want to thank, as we move towards our championship class, we want to thank our major sponsors, John Deere. We have Tara Lee LaRose and Jaden Nail, who are going to be representing John Deere in our presentation. Great to have John Deere as a heritage sponsor here as part of Canadian Western Agribition. The Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, Levi Hall, a director, will be here to present banners on behalf of the Saskatchewan SCA, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, as well as MMP. Mackenzie Gordon is on site here to present on behalf of MMP. MMP, you're accounting agriculture specialist with deep roots in our industry. They're proud to partner and meet you at the MMP Breed Champion bars following the show. So as we move into our champion classes, the MMP bar will go with our champion bull as they make their way back to the barns. So great to have our sponsors here, MMP, SCA, John Deere, and our breed banner sponsors, Blair Athol Farms and Glen Lee Farms. We are 1 class away from our Grand Champion Bull class here as part of our 2024 National Hereford Show.
In the Charlay ring, class complete. Once again, our judges with their remarks.
Certainly a challenging class for us here, and you know, there wasn't one that really we gravitated towards. We really had to talk through it and decide which one we wanted to go with. We decided to use the powerhouse of the class. I think a female that's very overwhelming in terms of rib shape and width, one that's just really powerfully made. I think she's pushing the envelope here on condition, and you know, as she gets out and goes, I do think she's struggling to hit that mark perfectly. But a female that, you know, it just came down to if we were at our place, what one would we want to use and move forward with, and I think that was this one. And I think you can breed this female to a lot of bulls, and I think she will outbreed herself. Next in line, we have a female that, you know, we've talked, is she too small for us? I think she, you know, is a tick on the smaller side in terms of frame size compared to some of the other females in here. I don't think she's too small. I think she just looks small in this class. I think when we're talking about, you know, skeletal design, this female is very correct. I think she's probably the nicest over her top, and she's the strongest topped. One that just, you know, is pretty fault-free. She's very good looking, has that nice sweep to the center portion of her body, but maybe just gets a little outpowered by the females that are in this specific class today. Moving down to the three next heifers, you know, is kind of getting nitpicky for us. You know, I really like the female in fourth, but I just not sure she has that structural integrity that we're looking for. The female we went with next was one that I just think gets around the ring nice. She's really nice over her top, and I like the underline to her, carrying a little bit more chest for us. I think clean her up in her chest floor a little bit. Next heifer, like I said, I really like this heifer standing still, but she is uncomfortable. I think just, you know, really nice and smooth and balanced and smooth shouldered, just uncomfortable. Rounding out the class, a female that just is big and extreme in terms of frame size. She's very wide and big rib, just gets a little elevated in that tail head. Like to clean her up a little bit under her navel, but overall a really competitive class there.
Thank you, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'll ask for a nice round of applause for those exhibitors that just left the ring. Strong group. 25-17 led off the group JWX Lady Rain 8102L, exhibited by Glen Gable Angus, Regina, Saskatchewan, and Wilgenbush Charlay. Second place to 2511 SVY Starstruck 338L, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch Limited of Edam, Saskatchewan. Third place, 2509. Elders Design 3157L, exhibited by Elders Charlay, Coronac, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2510. KR Harper 322L, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle of Wasatna, Alberta. And fifth place, 2515. MVY Pam, exhibited by Rolling Acres Charlay's Mulmer, Ontario. And sixth place to 2508, HKS Miss Louis 43L, exhibited by How Cooley Charlay's Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. We'll now go into our Grand and Reserve Champion Yearling class, sponsored by Creek's Edge of Yellow Creek, Saskatchewan, and Bremner Cattle Company of Saskatchewan as well.
Well, over in our Hereford ring, we have brought back in our 10 champion bulls. We've got 6 outstanding calves. We've got 2 outstanding yearling bulls and our champion 2-year-old bulls. And what a set of Hereford cattle that we are now going to turn the mic over to give comments on our championship class from our judge, Mr. Lance Leachman.
Okay, hopefully I get through this. First of all, I want to ask any of the international folks, any that are up in the international lounge or in our seating area here, to please stand up and be recognized if you are joining us from another country outside of Canada. Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome to Agribition. We sure appreciate you being here. Okay, secondly, if you guys would favor me in asking of you this, I want to give you guys a little bit of crowd participation. I'm always curious, and I want you guys that are here, if you are in cattle production, to categorize yourself as either a commercial producer primarily or a seed stock producer. And I would ask anybody that would consider themselves to primarily be a commercial producer to please stand up that's been able to join us here today. Okay, thank you very much. We really appreciate you folks for being here. We want to try and foster as much of that as potential. And honestly, when we came here, that's the folks that I wanted to be here. We don't try and align ourselves with many other purebred breeders or really think that our cattle are good enough to go to those other folks. We're predicated on commercial production, so thank you very much for being here. I said on the other side, the folks that would consider themselves seed stock producers from within this country or any other country, please stand up and be recognized as well. Any purebred breeders here? Okay, super. Thanks for your efforts. You know, this is a breed that's dear to us, one that I've been involved with my entire life, and so I did want to interject some of these things today and give some personal opinions of mine. You know, one thing I'd also like to talk about is performance standpoint. So, you know, I'm one that's a pretty big proponent of performance data. I would love to have it incorporated in the show ring setting. I think if we had genomic EPDs or EPDs on these bulls, it would make some of the decisions livelier. It would offer better conversation. I think it would help from an education standpoint. And I also think that it would be a more pragmatic approach to cattle selection for getting a more comprehensive picture of what the ability of these cattle to potentially offer would be. So I'm just throwing that out there. I think our breed and Canada in general, and this is preaching to a lot of people that are going to disagree, needs to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of making genetic progress from that standpoint. I think our industry, you know, is going to reward us for those decisions, and just something I think is very important. So I would put that out there, that I think our breed can do a lot better in that regard. I think if you can make cattle that look like these individuals, have maternal merit, and also move the needle from a genetic standpoint, it's only going to increase trade opportunities with some countries that honestly have probably turned their back on us a little bit because we're not progressive enough in that regard. From a carcass standpoint, you know, you can always say, well, we've got a maternal breed. We don't want to move the needle on carcass and compromise that. I think Angus has proven that you don't need to. And if you look at the Angus progression from a marbling standpoint, they've taken the national cow herd from about 1.5% to 3% prime carcasses about 10 or 15 years ago to well over 12, 13, 14% currently. And I would attribute that to that breed, and I would also attribute that to genetic selection, because those are things that the eye can't necessarily tell, and those breeders have done an excellent job in trying to ensure that our quality is paramount in the product that we offer. And no matter what we think our role is, beef production and providing consumers that nutritious, high quality protein source, it should be paramount to what we're after in achieving in this industry. And so I think as a Hereford breeder, we can certainly make a little bit of stride in that regard. I just don't want us to get to the point where we're far enough removed from being competitive from a quality standpoint or a yield standpoint or an end product standpoint that Angus and some other breeds can say, hey, you guys don't need to crossbreed because we're so far superior. An example of that would be in the Holstein breed in terms of milk production. They paced everybody, and there was no sense in needing to crossbreed anymore because they clearly held the advantage. We don't need to be the best, but we need to be competitive, and I think we've got opportunity to grow in that regard. In terms of the cattle, Hereford-wise, you know, when I was a kid, I think of the things that we went through and we struggled with, and we've addressed so many of those issues. You know, the udder quality, the consistency of milk, the moderation, the efficiency of these Hereford cattle has made plenty of strides. And I think, you know, what people really need to do, both us purebred breeders and commercial breeders, is truly evaluate these different breeds and these different cattle for what they are today, not what they were 30 years ago. And if you can do that, I think honestly you might come to some different conclusions in terms of what the inclusion of these genetics in your personal operations might be from the standpoint of trying to optimize heterosis and breed complementarity. I think there's tremendous value from a proposition of purchase standpoint in these Hereford bulls. If you look at the budget that you have to put out for the elite Hereford bulls, it's still pretty darn conservative to some of the other counterpart breeds. And they put themselves in a position to benefit from that, and that's great on their part. If you consider the docility of these Hereford cattle, the structural integrity that they have to probably lend itself to longevity in production, the fact that they offer complete heterosis from a breed standpoint, and the fact that those cattle, from a commercial standpoint, I think would be awfully inexpensive from a per service cost standpoint, I would entice a lot of you to make it a really serious look at trying to incorporate the maternal components of these Hereford cattle to try and make those cow herds efficient, a little bit more input sensitive from the standpoint of resources and what the cost of those resources are, while still being able to mate those commercial cows to some terminal sires that are going to give you the end product value and the performance from a fed cattle standpoint that still seems to be relatively important and obviously generates dollars. And I think that's where our breed sits. I think that's what our opportunity is, and I hope that all of you folks can enjoy that. I think sometimes as Hereford breeders, we've been very, the joke is that Hereford breeders don't like to change, and I think that's pretty true in a lot of regards. And I would encourage folks that aren't willing to make changes. If you don't want to move the needle on a specific trait because your customers don't ask for it, that's okay. But at the same point, how many more customers could you have or entice if you did change what you were doing? Does that open you up to new opportunities, or does it preclude you from those opportunities and limit you to the basic customers that you experience at the current point in time? I would argue that we can make a lot of changes to open up the appeal and broaden the customer base that's willing to adapt these Hereford genetics. So those are just some things that I wanted to put out there for you folks to think about. I'm extremely happy with the lineup that's out here. I'd like to really thank Carrie. She was a lady that was kind of a role model when I was a young junior. Jamie O'Shea is a good friend of mine on the board. And then Shannon Brost has done this for a lot of years and is exceptional at her job. Also like to thank Gordy Craig, a great barn boss, a really great character for our breed, and also Bonnie Thompson for her dedication as well. Recognize the Sherry's here, and just really offer you guys the fact that being at Agribition is a special opportunity. I always think about, when we got here to Agribition, when it really sunk in for me is when I would drop the trailer off, and I'd see hundreds of other trailers, and it kind of gave you solace in thinking, like, these folks go through the same shit at home that we do. They're folks that are hardworking. They're folks that, don't have all the money in the world, but they're wanting to be here to try and secure their future and have a little bit better go at the purebred industry. I also remember always getting home on the way back, and we get out of Maidstone about a mile, and they had the 1 kilometer to Maidstone. And my dad would always honk the horn because we were headed home after that long trip. And so those are memories for me, and I appreciate you folks being out here. It's a great opportunity to attend Agribition, and consider yourselves fortunate if you're able to do it multiple times in your lifetime, because we're never guaranteed tomorrow. So thanks very much.
Well, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much for Lance Leachman, and he goes out and finds us a champion for our National Hereford Show for 2024. Thank you very much to our sponsors, John Deere, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, MMP, our breed banner sponsors, Blair Athol Farms, and Glenlee's Farms, our Agribition National Champion. It is going to be our 2-year-old bull. Congratulations goes out to MJT Cattle Company. Our champion Hereford bull is going to be CCD Kingsman 3KET from MJT Cattle Company, and he's going to stay in our 2-year-old division for our reserve champion. Comes to us from AAA Herefords, Murray and Bridget Andrews, K-Cow Ranch, Kylie and Lexi Worstra with entry number 2851. It's K-Cow Knockout 79K. Our 2-year-old bulls are our champion Herefords for 2024. Congratulations. We're going to get our pictures. Again, I'd like to thank our sponsors, MMP, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, John Deere, Blair Athol Farms, and Glenlee's Farms, our champion sponsors for our 2024 show. We're going to have some quick pictures and comments on our Charlay side, and then we are going to go into our Herdsman Award and some of our group classes.
Well, definitely an exciting moment on the Hereford ring, and some great insight from Lance, and definitely some data and performance points I think we should definitely consider moving forward. And I think that translates nicely on the Charlay side into the standpoint of performance, and the way that we have one individual in this division that has that performance for her age and is an outlier. You can go multiple ways with when breeding. She is an outlier when analyzing the other 3. We respect her for doing that for her age. We do know she's pushing the limit on her condition and her structure. But to gain the performance that you're gonna in one cross, that's a valuable thing. The lady in the second class is gonna be the champion, followed by the second place out of that second class is gonna be reserve champion. Congratulations.
Let's have a nice round of applause for our junior champions. Our junior champion of today's show, 2517 JWX Lady Rain 8102L, exhibited by Glen Gable Angus of Regina, Saskatchewan, and Wilgenbush Charlay. Our reserve junior champion heifer, 2511 SVY Starstruck 338L, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch, Edam, Saskatchewan. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause for our junior champions. Our junior champion is sponsored by Creek Edge Charlay of Yellow Creek, Saskatchewan. And our reserve junior champion sponsored by Brimner Cattle Company of Manor, Saskatchewan.
Well, over in our Hereford ring, one of the presentations that we have to make is our Herdsman Award presentation. The Herdsman Award presentation is brought to you by the Blair's Group of Company, and Blair's Performance Max Nutrition is proud to present our Herdsman Award. Performance Max Nutrition is focused on cow-calf operations across the prairies. Make sure you stop by their booth in the John Deere Sale Arena and visit with the Blair's crew about your future animal nutrition with Performa Max. We'd like to call into the ring representatives from Manchester Polled Herefords. Manchester Polled Herefords are our herdsmen for the 2024 National Hereford Show. Let's put our hands together, anybody that's still here, and let's congratulate Manchester Polled Herefords on being our Herdsman Award for the 2024 show. One thing that we do have to recognize over in our Hereford show, I apologize and I missed it as we were going through our champion sponsors. Our Grand Champion Bull receives a $500 semen collection credit from Bovagen. Thank you very much to Garner and the entire team for Bovagen, your $500 sponsor, one of the many sponsors and awards that our Champion Bull will receive. Congratulations to them, and thank you very much to Bovagen, John Deere, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, and MMP. Make sure you stop by the MMP bar in the champion stall. Head back there once they're done pictures. We're going to move in on the Hereford side of our ring to class number 26. I believe they're going to do pictures out back first, but we're going to get set up in the ring. This will be our breeders' herd class coming in next. So it looks like we've got 3 entries in our breeders herd class. I believe we've got an entry from K-Cal Ranch, Haraldson's Polled Herefords, and HMS Highcliffe. So we've got some results here in our breeders herd. Congratulations to our champion breeders herd is entry number 2861, the entry from Haraldson's Polled Herefords. Second place in our breeders herd, entry number 2858, HMS Highcliffe Farms. And third place, entry number 2862, K-Cal Ranch. Congratulations to all 3 breeders in our breeders herd class. Haraldson's Polled Herefords, HMS Highcliffe, and K-Cal Ranch. Over on the Hereford side, we're going to move next to our Get a Sire class once we're done pictures. But it looks like on our Charlay side, we've got some comments from our judge.
On the Charlay side here, we have a tough trio to sort, and I think that we can start at the top of this one and give this one the term uniqueness. I think this one's fresh in terms of her condition. I think once she did get out and move, she did come at a plenty flexible rate to us. She wanted to fight the halter there early, but when we got him to rearrange and rewalk, I think this one is plenty adequate on the move, and you can see that by that striking leg she has on the rear portion of her body, and she just ties it all together the best for us. She's plenty ladylike in terms of front 1/3. She chimes that back into a nice, strong, level top line. And I think she just carries the rest of it proportionally into that rib cage and into that rear third. A good starting point for this class. 2 and 3 is where we get a little more nitpicky. I think you could switch these females and reason why you did it, and I'd understand. But the second heifer gravitated to me the hardest in terms of that hip structure. I love the depth from that hip bone down to that lower quarter. I would like to soften her up and give her a little bit more flexibility in that hock. I do think 3 has the advantage there slightly, but the way that one's setting into that underline and that udder, I think that's going to be a real nice cow for that young man down the line. 3 comes at you with lots of power, substance, bone. Look at the bone that heifer stands on. You have to admire that. I think, like I said, that one doesn't compete in the rear portion of her body. Maybe not quite as deep in that muscle patterning, and maybe not quite the quality of udder setting down. And I think that's important at this place of the game. These have got past the heifer calf checkpoint, and we need to start analyzing some different things now, and udder's one of them. I think you come down to 2 individuals that maybe just gave us a little bit of trouble in terms of structure and the way they got around the ring. These breds are starting to get far along in calf, and they're getting lazy and heavy, and I understand that, but we still need to ask them to go with these. And that one does it with a little bit of restriction out of the front part of her body. A lot of performance and good in that heifer, but she just ended up at the bottom side of the class here today just with that immobility. And that's where we have this heifer coming out of the next hole to fault as well. We just want to see these heifers go away with a little more ease, maybe make that one a little more tidy in her udder, one with a lot of rib shape and a lot of capacity. But one that we just need a little more structure, integrity, and femininity. And the heifer we round out the class, maybe just not quite as balanced and complete. She doesn't tie those pieces together like the heifers do in front of her. But overall, nice frame size heifer with some future. Overall, very good class. An intense trio there, and you have to decide where you want to put the priorities when you sort them to figure them out. But I like those 2 to start, and we're going to stick with them.
Thanks, Braden. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for the heifers that just left the ring. That class was led off by 2528, EVF Lily 338L, exhibited by Harvey Ranching, Olds, Alberta. Second place to 2525, Bar SK Heather 304L, exhibited by Bar SK Cattle Company, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2524, SVY Breathtaking 315L, exhibited by Bar SK Cattle Company, Lloydminster, and Surrey Inco Cattle Company. Fourth place to 2526, C2 Libby 17L, exhibited by C2 Charlay's La Riviere, Manitoba. Fifth place, 2523, EMB Abigail 58L, exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited, Miami, Manitoba. And sixth place to 2520, G Brothers Lana 2326L, exhibited by Temple Farms of Carrot River, Saskatchewan. Class on the Charlay ring will be our senior division champions. No, pardon me, that'll be the next split. I'm sorry, we're into split number 2.
Well, in our Get a Sire class here on the Hereford side, congratulations goes out to entry number 2876, Haroldson Pulled Herefords, our champion Get a Sire. Second place, entry number 2872, HMS Highcliffe. Third place goes to entry number 2877, K-Cow Ranch. And fourth place to entry number 2880, Parker Davis. Congratulations to Haroldson and HMS Highcliffe, our first and second in this class. We'll let everyone rearrange as we go next to class number 28, our junior Get of Sire class. This will be our last class before we declare our premier breeder and premier exhibitor. So we'll let everyone retool for class number 28, our junior Get a Sire. Well, we've got champions in our class number 28, our junior Get a Sire. Congratulations goes out to entry number 2886, Haroldson Pulled Herefords, champion junior Get a Sire. Second place, 2887, K-Cow Ranch. And third place goes to entry number 2888, Parker Davis. Well, the last thing we have to do as part of our National Hereford Show for 2024 is crown our premier breeder and premier exhibitor. Before we do that, I just want to take us through our sponsors of our Get a Sire and our Breeders' Herd. Thank you very much to the Canadian Hereford Digest, Saskatchewan Hereford Association, Wonderbar Pulled Herefords, and the Canadian Hereford Association, all of our sponsors for our Get and Breeders' Herd classes. Before we leave the ring, we're going to ask Haroldson Pulled Herefords to please make your way up. On behalf of the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, Levi Hall, our director, is here presenting our champion breeders, premier breeder and premier exhibitor for the 2024 National Show. Goes to Haroldson Pulled Herefords. Congratulations to Chad and crew. Let's put our hands together for our premier breeder. It is a two-time winner. Both our premier breeder and premier exhibitor goes to Haroldson Pulled Herefords. Congratulations to Chad and the entire crew, our premier breeder, premier exhibitor for the 2024 National Show. On behalf of the Saskatchewan Hereford Association and the Canadian Hereford Association, we'd like to thank everyone for joining us for the National Hereford Show as part of Canadian Western Agribition for 2024. We look forward to everyone being back here next year as we celebrate Agribition in 2025. Thank you guys very much. We're going to turn it over and hopefully have a great rest of your Agribition. We look forward to seeing everyone for Supreme tomorrow as we wrap up the Charlay show in our GMC Arena.
Class complete in the Charlay ring, and once again, our judge with her comments.
A tough class with some give and take here. I think depending on your preference and what you're breeding for would give you the result of your preference. And we're going to go with the long spine female that I think is, you know, the most balanced and the best topped. A female that, you know, I think she labors a little bit as she gets going around the ring on her front end. But on the profile, I like this